You are now tuned in to the News You Can Use podcast. I am your host with the most, Big Surfgod, and today we're doing reactions. We're gonna jump into some Bricc Baby content, some No Jumper content. Him and Lush One. I think they got Conrad on the No Jumper today. Um, let's just do some reviews. Let's talk about whatever's going on. I'm gonna give people some time to jump in before I start. Shout out to everybody who's watching right now. Make sure to like and subscribe to this video. I hope y'all like the new setup. You feel me? I'm going with the DDG style, man. I got y'all in my bedroom. You know what I'm saying? Podcasting out the room. No, fucking with y'all. But super dope. I like the setup. Podcast room is coming together, putting it together as y'all can see. I'm gonna get a news you can use banner. So if anybody can make a news you can use banner for me or something like that that I can put in my background, holla at me. I'm gonna apply some more, vintage Jordans on the fucking wall and shit, just to give y'all something to look at in my background. If you have any products that you want me to put in the background that you have for sale, tap in with your boy. Shout out my boy D Class. He ain't in today, but I guess he will be in this week. Haven't really talked to anybody lately. Um, my phone been down, man. Still trying to locate my phone from the last situation. Um, yeah, I'll give you guys an update on that next month, and we'll keep pushing. Um, Capo, we supposed to be doing a show soon. I don't know what we're gonna do. We will be doing Sound Wars again very soon. We will be doing a couple episodes of that, so y'all stay tuned for that. Um, Shit, everything is everything, man. We chilling. Shout out to Lindrum. Shout out to my boy Drummer. But yeah, we big chilling, man. We in the building. I'm gonna try to get my boy Trap on here. Trap been doing pretty well, man. Shout out to Trap. Um, it's lit. I do have some interviews coming up soon. I will be starting back doing interviews. Seem like soon as I get ready to start it, something happens. So that's why I haven't started the interviews yet. Just been lifing, you know what I'm saying? So once I get everything in order and everything back right, because once I start doing interviews again, I don't want to stop. So make sure I push hard on that. But let's get into some no jumper reactions and let's get crazy.
When I have a week that is like full every day, tons of content to do, I don't have a lot of time to think about, what am I doing with my life? And this is why I started this podcast earlier today, is because number one, Dark Brandon is going to be at least another 10 minutes until he's here. Conrad, I actually have no idea. He agreed to it yesterday. Who knows? He could be here at any given time. But today had two podcasts on the books. First one basically was just acting like a goddamn space cadet. Didn't show up. Whatever. I mean, I just don't give a fuck. But still, it was like a nice chunk of my day that I was planning on doing something, being productive. Person didn't come. Is what it is. Whatever. The next one was supposed to be Brian Pumper. I was supposed to do Brian Pumper at 1. Now, let me explain to the people how this came to be. I made that video on the Adam 22 channel about the mysterious disappearance of Brian Pumper. Somebody gets in touch through Rockstar.
Yo, we got my boy Trap in the building, man. I'm over here doing some no jumper reaction.
Going,
Mr. Dilio, man.
man, chilling, drinking on
I gotta come and update with you, man.
What's going on, man? I'm chilling, taking care of these kids.
I heard that. Shit, I went up to nothing over here doing some reactions.
Oh, I see you got the new spot, man.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you, man. I went through some shit, man. I had moved to a different spot, and some shit had happened, nigga. I ended up having to move out that motherfucker. I was only there for like a week, 3 days.
Bro, I watch everything you post, so I just wait till you announce it, because I know how that shit be.
Yep, man. So I caught a little bullshit ass case, man. I gotta fight and shit. But it's cool, man.
Yeah. I say, bro, you done inspired me to go to this casino out here in Alabama. I gotta start going.
Hell yeah, man. I'll be in them motherfuckers, man. I hit for like 1,500, like shit, maybe a couple days before I had went to jail.
Bro, look, you know how I knew you was winning when you were drinking and the type of drinks you were drinking.
Oh yeah, I was over there off that Casadores, man.
Man, I like that. I like that. I like that shit. Goddamn, that pink shit. That shit. They goddamn stress relief, stress something. That shit, goddamn, but that shit, goddamn. When you win, that shit let you. Sometimes it let you just pay for that shit off the wins you got already, or they just give you a free drink depending on how long you've been gambling.
So I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. Will y'all be seeing me at these bars or at these casinos drinking? All that shit free, bro. I don't pay for none of it. If you go to the bar and you put $20 in the machine and you gamble $1, they're gonna automatically ask you what you want to drink, and you can order whatever. My favorite drink is a sidecar. It's a Hennessy with triple sec with sugar around the rim. That motherfucker go crazy. But at all these casinos, I don't know how they do it everywhere else. But here, if you play in the slots, they're gonna walk and ask you, do you want a cocktail? So you can get drinks that way, or you go to the bar and just pop 20 in the machine, and they're gonna come at you. And you feel me? You good?
Yeah.
That's just a cheap way to get drunk out here in Vegas, man. And you know this shit stay open 24 hours, so I wake up sometime 2 or 3 in the morning, nigga can't sleep. Like fuck it, I'm gonna go hit the casino, have me a couple drinks. You know what I mean?
I already know.
Man, you motivate me, man. I'm like, man, I'm starting to do 4 and 5 hour lives and shit. I said, this boy going crazy. I remember when you first started, when we first connected, where you was at
Yeah.
it. Right now, my nigga, I gotta give you your flowers. You going?
Appreciate it.
Not my
Appreciate it.
that shit. It's time. Like I remember you saying, like I'm gonna wait until I get it to this point to start doing this and that. And I'm like, nah, you at that point right now where you should start really like your editing, your everything, nigga. To just
Nah,
start.
I start listening what you said, like maybe we need to fall back from that route, and that's what I've been trying to do. But you know, I mean, I'm just trying to get my business together, bro, because I don't want no artist to fuck me over.
Facts. I
So
don't know.
that's what I got going on right now. I don't have, you know what I'm saying? I got a new job at this Target warehouse and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm working that shit for the kids and shit. They pay me like $22 an hour. So I'm doing that and YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully when YouTube start running over, I can quit that shit.
And it's gonna happen for you. Just figure out exactly what you want to do because you got the name of your podcast,
Hmm.
got the music on lock, but people are fucking with you for who you are. They gonna fuck with the music, but that gotta be more like the side thing. Like I got music, I got t-shirts, I got weed, I got this, I got that. But the main vehicle right now is your podcast. That's
Yeah.
what you to the next level. That's what's gonna take you there. And there's so many local artists in Atlanta that you can tap in with and do interviews just like this. You ain't even got to do it face to face. You can do it just like this. Just have your setup right.
Nah, you remember I gotta get another laptop because you remember you told me you was like, bro, you gotta get a laptop. Then you was telling me something. You was like, bro, it's a way that you can go live on all your platforms at once.
Yeah,
And I was like, all right, I gotta get that shit. So I just gotta goddamn. I like fucking with people that's gonna give me the key.
give you the sauce. So
Yeah, you
the
know what I'm saying?
cheapest way to get a laptop, you can go to Rent a Center and go get one.
Yeah.
Rent a Center, you could go get them $100. They're gonna give you the latest MacBook. And you just pay monthly on that motherfucker. Or you can do what I do, hit a pawn shop. Cause sometimes niggas be leaking. Nigga go pawn their Apple MacBook for $200-300. Nigga, now you gonna get it. You feel me? You gonna get it on discount 150 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, just it's time to start investing. Invest into yourself. I know you like I want the podcast to pay for itself, but you gotta invest somewhere. You feel me? And the laptop is what's gonna take you to the next level. because then you can do your background. You don't need no podcaster. Get you a little computer desk, set that motherfucker in the corner somewhere. You got your background, you got all your shit, you lit. Then you just start reaching out to everybody. Let me start reaching out to artists, doing interviews. Let me start popping up as media. You know what I'm saying? You got to take it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm on. I'm trying to get a press pass so I could go to Rolling Loud for free and all these different places and be backstage doing interviews. That's where I'm trying to take it to where I'm face to face with the artist and I'm there. You get what I'm saying? And to start off with me,
Yeah.
and then as the shit grow, I'm gonna hire other people to do it. But this shit, the podcasting is the gateway and the network key to meet everybody. People gonna fuck with you just off the fact that you media. You feel me? And you got a nice subscribe. You got a lot of views. You got everything that it takes. Now you just got to start putting out A1 content, dope content, like fire ass content, and the views and the money gonna come.
Facts.
You get what you put into it. You know what I'm saying? Energy
I
in, energy out.
Yeah, and I gotta shout out to Country Wayne too, man, because I make a lot of money off that nigga content, bro. And that nigga can really flag me, but he don't do it.
That's love. You
Yeah,
feel me?
that's love. Bro, I make a lot. Like the majority, I just went viral. I just did like I'm off a short, bro. I did like 350K. You
Killing.
know what I'm saying? Killing.
I ain't
That
even hit. I
I
think
mean, easy 100 off
one
that one post.
the most I got off a video is like 20,000, 22,000 or something. So if you reaching those type of numbers, that should ring a bell. Like, I gotta start putting out dope content, and don't be scared to talk about the popular subjects. Jump on there and talk about this shit. I just started like fuck it. I'm gonna talk about
Yeah,
everything. I ain't leaving nothing off the table. If that shit hit my timeline, I'm reacting to it. My
facts.
views going up too. It went from like a couple hundred people. I mean, 5, 15, 20, 30 views alive, and I'm sitting on there a whole hour trying to, nigga, I start talking about the other shit. I'm getting 300, 400 views per live. So it grow different. You feel me?
Facts. I gotta be on there. I gotta be on there so much. I gotta get my live back. Like it's it's jumping, but people's just now getting old. The views are just accumulating because the old shit. Because when I checked out how much I got on there, I got like 10,000 videos out. That's mixture of shit.
Yep.
Then I'm trying. Then I'm trying to. You trying to go? Did you put a submit an application for that Kai University thing,
No, I haven't seen that. What is it?
bro? You gotta click. I think that you gotta click on his link. But I submitted to be in that motherfucker.
Okay. I'm gonna
If
submit.
he fuck with me, he fuck with me. If he don't, shit, I'm gonna still make my money. But shit, I still submit it. Cause now that now streaming is just oversaturated versus when we was doing it like a year ago.
Yeah.
Like when we first linked up, it wasn't that many people. If you notice, the views kind of went down because now the shit is oversaturated now.
Facts, but it's still a wiggle for us because we like you said, we already got a nice base of people that fuck with us that come watch our content. You got way more subscribers than I do, and I know what my numbers look like. So I'm like, we just gotta keep connecting, keep keep jabbing that different. Like we gotta be on Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, like Facebook, all the app. Like how you said, nigga going live on everything at all times to really get the content out there because everybody don't watch YouTube, everybody don't watch Facebook, everybody don't
Yeah,
watch.
not every hell yeah, everybody don't like that shit. I don't start going live on TikTok.
So the shorts on like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube is good too. The shorts you've been doing on Instagram with these little sayings, even I post them. And it be meaningful shit. And I wanted to tell you, keep doing that.
Yeah,
I know you've
yeah,
been like, damn, I'm getting way more traction just dropping these little music in the background. So when a motherfucker play it, your music is getting played. It's marketing. That was marketing genius right there.
yeah.
But
Appreciate that, bro.
smart move. I don't know what made you do it, but you probably just
But
thought
you
about it.
know, but you know what's crazy? My fans ain't even in. The reason why I don't do interviews in Atlanta Like Young Rap reached out, and I went in a rush to do it because when I checked my fan base, it's not in Atlanta at all.
It's
It's
everywhere.
it's everywhere else. It's Houston, LA, Chicago, and Los Angeles.
And that's where your people.
So I rather no New York. I forgot about New York. That's like the main one. That's why I post that shit on my page so people can see like, damn, his shit real. People that do this shit know like home doing know what he doing. You know what I'm saying? So I rather go out to New York and be around real people that's gonna fuck with me and respect what I do versus in Atlanta where everybody feel like a star. See
We
what I'm
might,
saying?
man. I'm down to take a trip. I got some people out in New York, like my boy Perk that used to be on the podcast. One of my boys that live out here. He's from New York, uptown Manhattan, and we just was talking about going to New York. So whenever you're ready, I know some people, so you're not out there. You feel me? You don't know nobody. You feel me?
Exactly. That's what I want to do. I want to go when I don't know nobody. And I can be like, hey, how you doing, bro? I do YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking to do movies and shit. I'm down here for 2 days. Shit, I gotta go back. I gotta be back in Atlanta and go back to work. Straight up. Niggas in other states, bro, they respect that shit. They'll be like, all right, bro, you know what I'm saying? Then I might fuck around and link up with that person when I ain't even gotta go back to work. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Shout out to my Dominicans out there in New York, man. My boy Rico and all that, man.
Well, yeah. That's some shit. It be a lot of Mexicans, goddamn Asian people be following me. So shit, I wanna meet my fans. You know what I'm saying? That I just had my millionaire buddy. We done linked back up again. You know what I'm saying? Obviously he respected what I said. Goddamn, we got he throwing an event and he gonna sponsor the whole thing.
All right, let me give you some game. Trap. Look on Google and look up free podcasting space. They got free podcasting space where you can rent for free and
All
go
right.
use their space, nigga, and go get you some content out that motherfucker. They got it in Atlanta. You know how I know they got it in Atlanta? Because they got it here in Vegas and they got it in LA. My nigga Capo be using that shit all the time. Like, nigga, I got this shit for free. Like, it gave me 3 hours, nigga. I'm in here, nigga. Whole podcast room.
Hold on, I'm about to go in there.
Let's jump into some of this Adam 22.
Oh, what the hell? That's what
They
I was
reach
about to say.
out. I say, I can get him. I know him. I see him all the time. Doesn't have a phone, which is weird, but I can make it happen. They put us in touch. We end up sending him a deposit for the interview. I'm also agreeing to pay a finder's fee to the person who put us in touch or whatever. But for me, you guys know that a Brian Pumper interview for me is like a Donald Trump interview for someone in the manosphere. This is as big as it gets.
Your alpha and omega, essentially.
And I feel embarrassed to say that this is such a big deal to me, but having done that documentary about him, like, to put it in perspective, I consider this to probably be one of the biggest interviews I'll ever do, but I didn't write down a single.
Shout out to Chris Tillman. He in the comments. He said, "What Adam do? I watch No Jumper all the time." Yeah, man. I've been a long-term No Jumper fan, man, since he was with the Stink Team and all the original people, Cam Girl, House Phone, Blasey, like the original team. So I still try to like watch it sometime, but I'm not a fan like I used to be. I used to really fuck with No Jumper, but it changed so much. Um, y'all know Adam is really deep off into the porn shit, right? So his idea of the biggest interview he ever can do is with Brian Pumper. I don't know if a lot of y'all young people remember Brian Pumper. Do you remember Brian Pumper Trap?
Oh, the dude with the egg.
He got egged and Watts over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like he was like a super famous porn star back in the day. Like the nigga was the shit back in the early 2000s. I kind of remember, you feel me, but I guess that's what he's talking about right now, y'all. Let's go.
Well, question. I didn't do any research. It's all up here.
You don't have to.
I know everything. I've dug into his story so much that there's just nothing that needs to be written down. It's all up here. My obsession with Brian Pumper is so strong that it just felt like we could just go off the cuff. I knew, though, that there was a good chance that wasn't going to happen. And then, of course, as today plays out, and I'm starting to realize, oh, Laura's not really getting the text back that she might necessarily expect. And then all of a sudden they get in touch with him. And then all of a sudden.
So Adam
The
whole
guy
thing
who's
is
supposed
he
to be-
want to do content. He want to do a threesome with him and his wife and Brian Pumper. Oh, he get down like that. You didn't know that, Trap?
I did, bro. That shit. That's crazy, bro. I just can't.
And
I
we
can't entertain. I can't entertain when he be doing shit like that. That's why his shit just gonna fell off, bro. It's just too his shit don't fell off. Everybody he going broke. Goddamn, everybody he gotta cut some niggas off. He done put too many niggas on this ship.
you know, when everybody leave you like that, it starts to say something about you. But it is business, like
that shit's sick.
But like, this ain't the first time. Like he did a game bang with his wife. Then he let his wife fuck the one dude. Everybody was talking about it. So this ain't like something new, bro.
That just means she don't fuck. That just means his shit. That just means she don't really fuck with him like that. He just got money, or they probably just married and she just like fuck it, we stuck.
She really like black men, bro. If they ever break up, I bet you she gonna be with a nigga. She love black dick, bro.
That shit crazy. And I know that they probably be paying them niggas too.
Of course he gonna pay him. Because he gonna put the content on OnlyFans.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It's a little deep.
That shit deep.
It's a little deep.
That shit deep, bro.
I don't know, man. He got the heart of a pimp, if you ask me. Like a pimp, the same thing. A pimp gonna send his bitch to go get the money. She gotta go fuck, do what she gotta go do. Then he gonna lay up with her and be with her. You feel me? It's you gotta have a strong stomach for this type of shit. But in his case, it's his wife. He basically, you know, he in the game.
No, I'm not. I don't want to be there. Hold on, I don't want to be there. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be there.
He said, if you go off and go get some money.
If I did, let's say I meet a stripper and I meet a stripper and she understand and she tell me that's what's going on. All right, I understand. I don't want to be there, or if I do got to be there, I need all the money. If I'm getting all the money, okay, cool.
See, in this
If
case,
if she ain't cashing in, dead. Bitch, I want it all. If you you selling pussy, that's cool, that's fine. Go sell that coochie. I'll be in the car, goddamn, with the pistol. Make sure you straight. When it, bitch, I need all that money, bitch. No, you better not cuff nothing, cause bitch, I need that for my feelings. Hell wrong with you. Boom, and we good. They good. Shit, straight up, fool. That is me.
Trap, in this case, this is his wife and his baby mama. You feel me?
Bro, that shit, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
This is normal though. You thinking this is like just Adam? No, nigga, it's niggas out here living like that, bro.
There's niggas out here, it's real niggas out here living like that. It's just me personally, I don't know. They rich as fuck, so they in some other shit.
He said they on some whole total other shit.
I don't know, man. That's just something I can't.
You couldn't
That's
do
something.
You can stomach that shit up. It ain't for everybody. The game ain't for everybody. You feel me?
It ain't shit. I got hella females that are strippers. You know what I'm saying? I just know them. So if a man marry them, I mean, let me put it like this: when you marry a hoe, you got to make sure that hoe don't want to be a hoe no more. That's all I'm saying. They not bad. They not bad females at all. I got plenty of female strippers and I fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? You got to make sure that they don't want to be no hoe no more.
You can't wipe up the hoe.
You can't wife up no hoe. I don't give a damn what you say, how good she say, what the hell she say. She's good with painting pictures.
See, in Adam's position, I think he cool with his wife being a hoe because she get paid to be a hoe, first of all. But he not tripping like, I don't know what the bedroom, you feel me? She like girls.
She
So
must have know what she doing. That's what it is. She must got some good pussy. And he's selling the hell out of that shit.
that makes some sense. So he said, if I like it,
Yeah.
I'm gonna like that shit too. Huh? Nigga said, boy, this a money maker right here. She got that bomb. I ain't gonna lie, that's a good, I mean, marketing, if you gonna market your bitch and you like shit, well, what is her selling point? Shit, she got that bomb.
I ain't gonna lie, if I do some shit like that, she ought to be fucking another hoe and I'm the only nigga in there, then I'm cool with it.
Like they do that type of shit too. So I think that bro not really tripping. He like they probably got like an open relationship. I was gonna say everybody looked at Diddy crazy with what he was doing with Cassie, but this nigga's doing the same exact shit.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Shout out to everybody watching right now. We got a couple people in here. Man, stay in the room. Make sure to like and subscribe to the podcast. Go follow my boy Trot. Jump on his podcast and check it out, man. I'm gonna come over there, man. Whenever you're ready, send me the link to the live, and I'm gonna come over there and fuck with you, and I'll edit it up, make it look nice and shit. We gotta get you cracked, man, because I can see the vision, man. You got the sauce, man.
Bro, I gotta fly, bro. I gotta fly there with you at.
You definitely gotta.
I feel like we'll get so much done in 24 hours. So much work done.
It don't take long, bro. It don't take long.
I just feel like you're the type of person that just know where to go.
Yeah, I
and
do.
You always got something to do. You know what needs to be done and what we need to do. Goddamn.
Hell yeah, man. I mean,
hella content to post back to back to back to back to back. I just want to post a hella content. I treat the content game like music. I'm trying to drop. I want to drop as more content than everybody else, so I can offset to go crazy. I had an app hit me up from China. What I told them folks, I said, shit, I gotta move. I said, y'all folks gonna move me down there? Shit, but I need that bag. I'm open to anything. I'm gonna be humble. I'm open to anything. Cause they app that Chinese app food, you gotta have a damn Chinese number.
Okay.
I think I posted on my damn Instagram, bro. I'm gonna send you a picture of that shit, fool. They most of my fans, fool, they not from Atlanta. Atlanta don't support this shit at all. I don't know, you see what I'm saying? But my money don't, you feel me? Now I just posted a show. You feel me? When I posted the show, I had about 20 tickets. They bought like 20 tickets. I ain't checked what's the name because it's the nigga event. You know what I'm saying? I got 250. I'm just gonna goddamn charge them 250. You feel me? I mean not 250, but like about a 500.
I'm gonna lace you on
one song, and leave that bit.
I'm gonna lace you how to get Atlanta to fuck with you. You gotta fuck with them. So the way that I got the city to fuck with me is that I start doing interviews with local artists, not the big ones, just the local artists. Tap in with local artists, give them an interview. If they got music, they got videos, they got something they trying to sell. They don't gotta be the biggest. They got a following. They got an Instagram account with a little people following and fucking with them. Tap in with them, do the interview, edit it, put it out on all platforms, do a joint fucking thing on them with Instagram and shit where y'all both share it together, and then that's how people gonna find out about what you're doing. So once I did 50 of those, then I started doing the bigger interviews. It just popped off like that. It's like, okay, now he locked in the city for sure. It was simple. It just was a little work.
Yeah.
It was me tapping in with them. I wasn't waiting on them to hit me up and wait till my shit blow up. No, I'm tapping in with the little people and the big people at the same time to do a mixture of the gap. You get what I'm saying? Because you might be trying to get a hold of this person that I already might know. So now I could be the middleman, make me a little money, and put y'all together. Here we go. Now we're doing this. You get what I'm saying? We
Mm-hmm.
building that diamond like Jay-Z did. You feel me? I just found out if you look at a dollar bill, one side represents the Moroccan government and the other side represents the US government. The Moroccan government is the Illuminati and the people that run this shit and that run the world, bro. Look into the Moroccan government, y'all. Do your fucking research. Homework. Look at the fucking symbol it's a 5-point star, bro. Do your research. Just going off subject real quick, but just to throw some knowledge out there. What's going on, Trap? We gotta get cracking, bro.
No, yeah, I'm just listening.
We gotta get cracking, man. We got too much content. The content is right here. So, like, when you come out here to Vegas, everywhere you go, like Fremont, the Strip, and all that, you gonna see all kind of shit.
I'm trying to see what the whole time I'm trying to see what the hell going on. I heard that shit going on 24 hours.
It's 24 hours. You're going to come out here and see the opportunity, see how cheap the rent is, see how easy it is to survive and make it out here. All you got to do is work. It's not a lot of government assistance here because we don't pay any federal taxes. We only pay state taxes. So everything is a lot cheaper, a whole lot cheaper. You get what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
the quality of life, it's a big mixture. It's really no predominantly neighborhood of just those kind of people. It's all mixed. Everywhere you go, it's gonna be mixed. If you're in the hood, it's mixed. There's gonna be white, black, Chinese, all kind of motherfuckers in the hood, and then there's gonna be all kind of motherfuckers in the beautiful neighborhoods. And none of it is really the hood because nobody could claim anything because none of us is from here. You get what I'm saying? This city was built in the last to where it is now in the last 20 years. I watched it. Like coming back and forth, like, damn, there's more houses on the side of the freeway. I remember when it was none. You get what I'm saying? Well, I remember when it wasn't no Henderson and Summerlin, bro. So, it's a different place nowadays. It's beautiful. Quality of life. It's cool. You feel me? If you want to get away from the bullshit, shit can happen. I've been here 4 or 5 years. This is my first incident ever. And it could have been avoided just by me closing my door and not arguing. You feel me? But, it's choices. I was really trying to figure out what they were saying because these niggas weren't black. They was like Palestinian or some shit. So I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about it. I update y'all on my court dates and shit. But the Surfgod is free out on bail. You feel me? And real niggas do what real niggas do.
How much the rent is out there and shit?
Shit. Depend on what you want. So what would you want for you, the kids, and wifey? What size do you think?
I want to say that like 3 bedroom, 2 bedroom.
A 2. You can range from anywhere from like 1,100, 1,300 to 16, 1,700, depending on what you want. It depends on where you want to live at. But yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about some shit for them prices. Like you got the workout room, you got the nice pool area with the grill, the shit modernized, it's nice, you feel me? Quiet, the whole work, you feel me?
I need to come out. I'm most definitely gonna come out there and visit.
My next spot is Texas. I think I'm gonna go to Texas.
If you're tripping.
Go hit Houston or Dallas. I heard Dallas is booming right now. So Dallas.
Yeah, I heard Dallas. They said that shit turned into New Atlanta.
I heard Dallas is lit. So they don't have any federal taxes either. Or one or the other. They don't pay state taxes or federal tax. One of them. But they kind of just like Vegas. But see, I think once you live here, the access to do whatever you want whenever you feel like it, you can never live nowhere else and be happy, bro, unless you're just ready to calm down and chill.
Yeah.
I'd go outside right now and it's a casino 5 minutes away from me. They're everywhere, all in the city. You feel me? Not just the strip. I ain't gotta hit the strip. I go to a local one down the way. A small one,
Yeah.
or a big one. Don't it depends. So the access to fun for adults is just it's out of this world out here. So you gotta be like to go somewhere else where you don't have that access, or you can't go to a liquor store at 4 in the morning. I don't know how to live in them type of places. When I go there, I'm like, what y'all liquor store closed at 1, 2 in the morning? Oh my god, what the fuck? That's when I start drinking.
So you, so you tell me, y'all, you can go get a liquor at 4 o'clock in the morning.
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, just any time of the day, man. A lot of shit don't even close.
Yeah.
You know, like I've been to places where everything closed at 9, 10 o'clock. Out here, nigga, shit closed at 2, 4, 5. Some shit just don't close at all. Restaurants, everything, food spots. The strip don't close ever. None of that shit closed. None of that shit. You feel me? Where the tourists go, that shit is open 24 hours. Nigga, do what the fuck clubs, everything open 24 hours. Bars, strip clubs, whatever you want to do.
What about the weed out there? They got dispensaries.
They got dispensaries and then you got the streets. You feel me? And you still could trap. It's still some money out this motherfucker too. So a nigga can sustain himself. You feel me? Plug
Mm-hmm.
yourself in the right areas and with the right people and shit. You can make you some money. In a legal way, y'all. We talking about legal. We ain't talking about nothing illegal. But yeah, the element
It
is
is.
the element is here. It's just you gotta have some self control because it's a lot of fun for adults. You don't want to get out here and just change your patterns of what you normally do, but you do want to, brighten your horizons. But you don't want to get caught up in it. You feel me? When I first came, I got caught up in it. It was, you got too much going on. You got a little change to play with. You gonna have too much fun is not good. You good?
Facts.
You gotta keep it about business. Keep it about feel me shit like that. You can maintain, but it's not for the weak. You come out here if you got a gambling addiction, you got a drug addiction and shit like that. Vegas ain't for you. This is for the strong, not the weak. There's too much access. You got access to everything, but that shit could crash you out if you ain't smart. You feel me? If you don't
Yeah.
know, because Vegas is on 24 hours a day, but do you know how to say, okay, it's time to go home? It's time to stop gambling. If you don't got no self control, this motherfucker will tear you apart. It's
Yeah.
like a beautiful woman. She gonna give you everything you want till your ass is gone. You don't want to get out here acting ignorant and catch no cases or nothing. Maybe you want to come out here and do your ducky and keep it pushing.
Yeah. Hell no, I'm gonna go out there and spend one. I mean, once I start spending money, I'm gonna give them like hell out. I gotta get back to the city. I gotta make me some money. I don't spend too much, but I gotta hit that casino.
So you hit it
Cause I
with
always been told I'm a lucky person since I was young.
trap. I hit that shit with caution, man. I hit that shit with a certain amount of money. And if that's gone, I'm out.
I like going on the monkey machine. That's my shit.
Okay.
That's my shit. I'll be on that bitch for hours. And nigga, you be amazed at how much money I done spent on that bitch. But while everybody want to be all bit ballers, I'm gonna sit there and be chilling for a whole hour, chilling with white old ladies. They got plenty more money than me,
Which one is yours? Which one you like to fuck with?
huh? The one
What
in Alabama,
what machine?
the monkey machine. It's
The,
like you pay. It's like every quarter a dollar or some shit. It's like every dollar you win off of it, you pay like every quarter or some shit like that.
how did the game work? Like
I can't explain it to you, bro.
I gotta see it.
It is
I
me. I don't even. It's not even about winning. It's like I enjoy losing or some shit like that. It's weird.
I play like the dice shit, so it's like it's the same as getting on the crap tables, but it's virtual and they got the big ass dice and they bounce the motherfuckers up and down and shit. And that's what I've been hitting on lately. I was watching
Yeah.
I was watching Bricc Baby play that shit and he had hit for 10K. So I was like,
Bro, I watch an old lady, bro. She had it was this big ass machine, bro. It was like 4,000 on that machine, bro. And she just studied doing that shit. And I was I'm drunk and I watched her for like an hour, bro. And she was steady winning money and she did not leave that fucking machine to the point everybody was watching her.
yeah. Shout out Yappy Boy, shout out Destiny Manfield. Mansfield, what's going on? What you mad about? It's against your nature to get money. My nigga,
God damn. What's wrong with him?
I'm gonna tell you something. We got 15 motherfuckers watching us right now, right? But
Yeah.
when you start getting negative comments, you made it.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started getting them, I was like, "Oh, I'm lit." So y'all do my attention, because I'm a cool nigga. All you gotta do is say what's up. I'm gonna respond. I'm not bougie.
I'm
I
telling you.
I know you good. Yeah, I'm good. Player, like it's good. Like you don't gotta do that shit. You don't gotta clout chase with me. We not them people, fool. We not with the Diddy camp or none of that shit. We don't do none of the weirdo shit. The same person you see on this camera is the same nigga you gonna meet in person and approach me with caution, nigga.
I'm telling you. Tell him.
All right, let's see what this nigga talking about because this nigga Adam is freaky, bro. That shit deep. That nigga freaky.
Deep.
Getting the finder's fee is hitting me up asking for the finder's fee in advance. And I'm like, no, I will give you the.
So he get middleman with the porn star dude because he don't got a direct connect to bro. So this what he talking about.
Finder's fee once it happens.
Once he's found.
Yes, once he comes and does the interview, I will send it to you, and you have no room to accuse me of scamming because nobody has ever accused me of scamming in the past. None of any consequence. You know, you have no reason to think that I might not pay you, and also obviously, like what I'm giving you would be a very small percentage of what that interview might then earn. You know. Anyway, they asked me for gas money. Now, I don't want to reveal where Brian Pumber is currently laying his head.
Trav, what you gonna do if you try to get a podcast from a nigga, but it's through a nigga who know a nigga who know a nigga, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really want this interview, and then they start hitting you up. Well, nigga, I need some gas money to get up there with this nigga. I have to pick him up and do all this shit. How far are you willing to go to get this done?
Hell no, I ain't doing all that. I ain't doing all that. You talking about if I was in that situation there, or you talking about any type of situation, like if I was doing my own party and I'm trying to book an artist?
Like you doing your own podcast and you trying to book a good podcast. It could be somebody that you feel me. Somebody like I feel like
I
this.
gotta go straight to. I need a straight connect. I need one person. I need one person that can just go to that person. I can't do the person that know a person that know a person.
What if the person that you're trying to get this interview from probably don't want to do it, but the person that you're talking to can convince them to get it done, or at least that's what they telling you.
I'm gonna pray about it. Wait for like a couple of days and then hand them back up. That's the best I can do. But I ain't trying to get finessed for no money.
All right, we got some more comments from Destiny. Destiny, I'm not approaching any man. I get that. Adam is a Jew boy that likes this shit. I don't disagree. Where you think all this weird shit came from? I'm gonna be honest, like out of the blue, this nigga just became a weirdo. I don't know, like, or maybe this was him the whole time behind the scenes. And
Bro,
now
you nuts, bro. They been saying something was wrong with Adam though.
a lot of the things that people said, and me knowing LA culture was kind of like the norm, but this shit is a little bit like Adam being on drugs in the beginning and all that type of shit. There's a lot of niggas on drugs back then. For sure. It wasn't pills or lean or coke or all three. Niggas was on some drugs, bro. But yeah, so a lot of the things that I heard wasn't like outlandish. That's why when I listen to the Diddy shit and people acting like, oh, he beat up Cassie, I'm like, I just seen a nigga beat a bitch up on Figueroa so bad, nigga. Nobody came to help her. Nigga, this shit daily. Niggas is chasing bitches down the block, nigga. What are y'all talking about? Y'all motherfuckers are squares. Talking about some gangster shit is crazy. I don't think squares should be allowed to even talk about real shit, bro. Y'all would never fathom or understand because you probably never seen this shit in real life. You've been living in the motherfucking suburbs so long, you think that this shit don't exist. Take your ass on the blade and you gonna see some shit.
I'm
You feel
trying to tell you.
go to the local Motel 6 in the hood and you gonna see some shit.
Tell them motel. They said motel.
Go to the local Motel 6 in the roughest neighborhood wherever you from, and if you want some action, you gonna get it right there. All kind of action. It's gonna be so much
But I
going
remember I
on.
woke up.
Scary
Nigga, I
ass.
woke up in the morning. I remember one time I woke up in the morning, but I seen a butt nigga bitch, but she was fucked up on them somebody's drug down. But she was so fucked up, but she was walking around butt ass nigga.
Yeah. So y'all acting like this shit is shocking. Oh, I've never seen this before. I'm just like, where the fuck were you from? To some of us, this shit is normal. Like we seen this. So for y'all to be putting this man life on trial for domestic violence is crazy to me. And whatever his sexual preferences
And
was,
some of these bitches like that shit.
she had to like it because she did it for 8 or 9 years. Nobody's sticking around that long with a nigga who like to see you get fucked by other people and do all kind of crazy shit to you that long and not like it.
Yeah,
You know what kind of makeup sex they was having?
yeah.
Crazy. You know when you get into it with your girl and she finally let you hit it again, nigga, it'd be way better than it was when she was cool with you.
Yeah, it do.
Tell me I'm capping.
Kind
Yeah,
about
like
that.
they living no life. So people who ain't living life, of course they don't understand. Hey, look, that nigga said, "Where do you think all this shit came from, man? Weirdo." And the money doesn't make sense. Like facts. Like 22 is the feds. Like I'm gonna be honest. Some man,
Now this no, I'm gonna say this in his defense. He gonna ask you the question. You don't have to answer it.
that's facts. But I think the closer this nigga got to Vlad TV, he shit. Like not even Vlad TV is connected to a RICO case, bro. How do your podcast become connected to it? Where the niggas catch the RICO?
But when you doing, when
They
you, I'm
are
not
your
gonna lie, when you got a case and shit, when
we
you
got
got a big case, you can't
wait,
do no interview. Like, yeah, I wouldn't do no interview with Adam 22 because he gonna ask you about it.
as a podcaster myself, if you said some incriminating shit, I'm gonna edit that shit out, bro. I'm gonna delete that video. It's not that important to get the content for me. I don't know how important it is for him, but the shit that they said when he started having loose cannon on there with Whack 100, I would have never put that out. Soon as niggas would have started saying snitch shit, it just wouldn't have got put out because majority of the world is squares. They do not understand the lifestyle. They don't live by the code. They ain't got no moral compass. And you feel me? It ain't a moral code to their lifestyle. It's squares, bro. Like if you a square, for you to call the police, it's cool. For people like me and you to do it, we a snitch. All right. So that's the difference. So we'll never be the same as them folk. You feel me? And don't want to be. I don't want to put my nose in other people's business that much. I do podcasting. We talk about different subjects, but the perspective that I come at it with is a balanced mind of a person who should be minding their motherfucking business at all times and standing on the code. If y'all out here just trying to be the police and crack open cases and all that type of shit, that's because you're a square.
Yeah,
You feel me? So
yeah.
You feel me? I'm not knocking Adam on like how he living his lifestyle with his bitch. That's some player shit. Low key, niggas probably wish they could do that shit like with their wife and be that comfortable. Some niggas is tender dick and can't even think that kind of way. Like nigga, he looking at the bitch as a bag and it's my bitch at the same time, and I'm you feel me? I'm popping so at any time I could get a new one. Feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, she done ran up millions.
Yeah.
They've been doing this for a while, so you feel me? She bringing shit to the table. She bringing all the action. She a real porn star. She like a legit porn star. So this what she do, bro. He accepted that from the jump.
Yeah. Cause like I told you, boy, that pussy gotta be good, boy. Before watching that shit, they making money. That's why he doing it.
You ever seen her before?
I mean, I seen on interviews and shit, but I ain't even seen. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really like the way everybody talking about it. Damn, that nigga gotta get it OnlyFans and goddamn see that shit. Like she got to be doing ham.
So my boy Destiny, shout out to Destiny, man. I like the interaction. Y'all jump in the comments. There's 16 people up in here. Make sure to like and subscribe. Uh, bro, he wasn't fucking thought porn star Simone. You feel me, man? I mean, don't justify it, lame. She's his baby's mother. I'm telling you, as niggas out here pimping their baby mamas, y'all tripping. Y'all think that this is like,
It's that shit going on. They just can't. They don't like real people. Don't like real
got
shit.
the kid in the back seat dropping the bitch off on a blade, about to go home and feed the baby, my nigga. Y'all think
I'm
this?
telling you, you got hoes out here sucking dick while they kids in the car. Y'all up here playing.
Tell me about it. Bitches is fucking and turning tricks while they pregnant. Y'all sleep. Y'all better wake up.
Tell
Wake
you.
up. This not that channel. It's not that YouTube channel where I'm a kitty coach and where I'm gonna sit here and hold my tongue and bite my tongue. Nah, I'm gonna keep it 100. We gotta keep it 100 though, because everybody is lying.
I'm
This
telling you, they lying to y'all. They lying to y'all, giving y'all. What? What's that dude? What's that dude that be on the internet, bro? He got two wives.
I don't know. I see.
Damn.
I don't know who you talking about. Which one?
All right, skip it. Fuck it then, cause I don't know that nigga name. He probably ain't that important.
Like hit me with it though, Trap. If you know who he is, like I like to learn new shit.
No, but basically, like, he one of those podcasters that like he talk about women a lot. He talk about how men should treat women a lot and how you should pay a man should pay for everything and all this shit. And I'm looking at him like, nigga, your wives looking at you like you stupid, and they talking to other niggas. Oh, you don't know nothing about it.
Trap said I ain't with none of that shit. He got me fucked up. He coming at it from a trick point of view. Hey, I just was watching a video with the trick versus the pimp. And it was like a world renowned pimp, man. Shout out to my boy the gang, man. You feel me?
What you say?
It was eye opening though, because the trick nigga, his perspective was kind of like a pimp, but just a nigga who wants some pussy. He, like yeah, he's spending some money, but I'm thinking like if this nigga got enough money, he can knock your bitch.
But some nigga got enough money where they just don't give a fuck.
He was there. He was like, I got enough money, I don't give a fuck. But at the same time, I can knock your bitch. He like, I'm knocking pimp niggas bitches and making them retire and all kind of shit. I'm like, I can understand how this shit could be done. Especially if you get money from a different game and you don't need it out the bitch and you just want to, you feel me? You want the fruits of the labor. Like, I want the baddest bitch on the planet every other night type shit. Shit, what's blowing a couple $100?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't see it that way. Like everybody, you feel me? It depends on your aspect of the game. But if you ask me, uh, if you live with your woman, you tricking. If you fucking,
Facts.
you feel me? If
Yeah.
if you in a real relationship where it ain't about money and you love the other person, y'all both tricky. Like shit, tricking happen. Like niggas can't say I don't trick. Niggas trick all the time. It's just like uh, it's not a trick when it's real. If it's real love and ain't nobody playing a game and y'all living a real life and living a real relationship and y'all love, then somebody gotta fucking pay the rent and pay the bills. Shit. Both both people ain't gonna always have it. Somebody gonna have to hold somebody down at a point in time. You feel me? And fair exchange ain't never been a robbery. You feel me, Chuck? Yeah.
Mhm. Some people don't understand that it ain't about 50-50. It's about who the hell winning at the time. Sometimes, bitch, you gotta be Superwoman, and sometimes I gotta be Superman.
So Destiny said like he said y'all from the South. Yeah, my boy Trap, he from Atlanta. I'm from LA. Uh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
married.
yeah.
I feel he said he married, so he feel different. I do too. We're not agreeing with this shit. Would I do it with my wife? No,
No,
no, hell no,
I would have killed her.
no. But like
She would
if
have
I
been dead. She would have died.
like my bitch though, like it depend on like you feel me how I met her and what she was into and what I accepted. People
Yeah.
talk about what you can accept and what you can take. That's why I was just telling Trey, everybody can't accept everything. Everybody can't just sleep next to a person who just got piped down by another nigga in their face. He went home and you go sleep with his wife every night comfortably. He got a stomach for that shit. He ain't tripping. He might have a nightmare or two, but shit, he good at the end of the day. Adam, I don't see his hair turning gray. He say he
Yeah.
have all these problems, but the nigga hair is still brown. I don't know. Maybe he got that just for man kick cracking, but shit, his hairline. I know a nigga stressing out when nigga hair start turning gray and nigga hairline. Nigga got a hairline like mine, then that motherfucker end up back here, nigga. So he going through some shit.
Boy, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see if I need a cut. I might ain't let them touch it. Boy, I can't take no many too bad haircuts.
You gotta do this now, Trap. You gotta tell him just edge up the sides and leave this alone. Let me live. I'm getting there too. Like you feel me? As you touch them double digits up a little more,
Ooh, look at that right there, boy. Yeah, man. That shit.
you
Oof.
gotta you gotta protect that hairline, man. I can't let them take me out the game like that.
I'm telling you.
But see, as long as you ain't stressing, man, you know what I'm saying. And you know you gotta realize this is one of my sayings here. Let me give y'all a little game. People will have a 90% good life, 80% good life, 70% good life, and we'll take that 20, 30, and 10% and turn it into 100% of bullshit. Focus on what's good going on in your life and give that more attention to your problems and watch how you don't have any problems because that shit won't even be on your motherfucking mind no more. And things that you can't control, you got to put in God's hands. If you can't control it, you know, and why stress over it? So, you know, that's just some game for y'all. Let's jump back over here with Destiny. Yeah, I'm with you, Destiny. I believe in what you saying. I mean, you on some shit. So he said, okay, whole different story, my bad. But nah, it's not your bad, it's your point of view, and you are entitled to a point of view of how you thinking of it. And what you saying is real because like I said, only a certain type of man can stomach that. Do you think a hoe don't deserve somebody? Is you crazy? Somebody love a hoe.
I'm
Somebody
telling you, everybody deserves love.
everybody deserve love, Destiny. So you can't sit here and say that Adam don't deserve love or Lena don't deserve love. This is what Lena was doing way before. Lena fucked House Phone. Remember, House Phone and Adam was super cool, and they podcast together. You feel me? This Adam's wife, so he let her hit the homie. He not tripping like that. He knew what type of girl he that happened before they got married.
Yeah.
And House Phone ain't the only person that hit it. Couple niggas that been on the podcast hit it. So it's not nothing new. Like if Adam is cool with it, why y'all mad? Why you mad, Destiny, if he accepts his wife for being the whore that she is? You feel me?
That's the question.
And she's a nice whore. She's not like one of those disrespectful, mean, feisty. She happy as shit.
Sound like she'll cook you a whole meal and everything.
Right? She wholesome. She gonna fucking suck you and your friends off, nigga. I mean, what other kind of broad do y'all want? Niggas just don't like sharing this shit. This is mine. Niggas be entitled, bruh. You gotta have a girl around that's gonna please everybody. You don't want to just be the only person happy all the time. Spread the joy. You know what Adam said? He said, "Man, this girl make me feel amazing. I wonder what she would do to other people." And shit, he's spreading the love. Shit, niggas is going home happy and sleeping good after they fuck with her. You feel me?
Yeah, cause goddamn they paying for it.
Hey, Trap, you gonna agree with this? 89% of what a nigga do is for what?
A bitch.
The car, the clothes. You can tell when the nigga don't give a fuck. Either he don't dress up and he drive a Honda 07, he don't give a fuck about shit. He still be having those. You hear me? Or it's a nigga that got everything, but then when you with him, he don't pay no bitch no attention. So you know he just really care about himself. He not really worried about. You feel me? So and then you got those 89% of niggas who flossing for a bitch, getting dressed for a bitch, haircut for a bitch, everything is for a bitch. So shit, it's a lot of different people out there. Destiny, let's get back to you in the comments. Yeah, I had an uncle that was a real player, and he helped me see this bullshit. He said, "Yeah, I've been prepared." He said, I'll set you down and gamed you up." Shit,
Yeah, he put you down.
it happened to me. It was my uncle. It was a dude from San Francisco. I was in the Bay Area, and I went to go visit my mom out there and shit. So I'm hanging out, I'm doing my thing and shit. This older cat, he pulled me to the side. His name was Rico, man, Pippa Rico, and he laced my boots. And ever since then, I just carried myself with a different kind of aspect of how I'm gonna approach the game. And it worked for me. It ain't gonna work for everybody, but what he told me was so valuable. And it was more about reassurance. He was like, "Man, you a handsome little dude. I see how the females react to you." And then from that day on, shit, I didn't have no problems. And only real niggas can do that. So if you see a little young dude and you see the females is gravitating to him, pull him to the side and say, "Look, man, you a fly dude, but you need to use this to blah 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 blah." Say, give him the game, and you might create, a real player. A nigga that know his worth. That nigga told me we valuable. A lot of other black men don't tell each other like, "Man, you got it." You know what I'm saying? And was trying to like that. You feel me? So, shout out to that nigga Rico. I don't know where he at in life. I was 14 and that nigga gave me the game, man. I ran with it after that. I was 14. I had a 27-year-old and some motion. Uh, Nowadays, nigga, that be some Diddy shit going on. See, that's not normal either, Destiny. For a young 14-year-old young man to be dating a 27-year-old woman, that's crazy nowadays. They got that kind of shit on the news, but back when I was growing up, shit, you was a true player for that type of shit, right? Why marry the bitch though? Like pushing the yeah, I mean, if young people is watching Adam 22 and they think that they should marry a girl that's a porn star, that's up to their decision. I don't think nobody is inspired to go marry a porn star because of Adam, though. What you think, Trap? Shit, my boy disappeared, man. I don't know where he went. But yeah, I'm gonna ask my girl if she's a virgin. I don't know. Shit. Women used to lie and say that type of shit all the time, man. Who knows?
And for all I know, he might be laying his head on a pile of leaves in the forest somewhere, because the only thing I know is the city. It is in California. It's not in Los Angeles. So my whole theory of like, okay, maybe he's gone to like a nearby neighboring city, an hour and a half away, that has kind of panned out. My
He's
guess,
got to drive from Adelanto.
I don't know what the hell that is, but I do know
Hey, Destiny said you.
he's found a city in which he gets a lot less attention.
Hey, somebody told me this. Ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies, man. You might not want to ask your girl if she was a virgin when you met her, because the answer you might not be prepared for, especially if you're a Tinder dick. I don't even know if you can say Tinder dick on YouTube, but fuck it, I said it.
And then he was getting at a certain point in Venice Beach. The person who was going to give them the ride starts asking for gas money.
All right, man. When y'all start going at each other in the comments, it's crazy. So my boy Alexander, he said, Destiny, you mad? You fucked the whole gang. Destiny is a dude, bro. Destiny Mansfield. Damn, Destiny, he thought you was a girl, bro. Destiny does sound like a girl's name, but I guess it's a bisexual name. I don't know. I assume that you're a man, though, because you said you had a wife. Destiny said, yeah, he on this girl shit, man. What the fuck? Yeah, Alexander, Destiny is a dude, bro. You thought that was a female. I get it. I had to correct you real quick, though. Shout out to everybody in the comments. Y'all be cool with each other, man. Don't be disrespecting each other in my comments, man. We're not here for that. We're here to disrespect.
Even though we had already sent actual U.S. dollars for the deposit for this, my response at a certain point, I'm like, okay, no, it's not happening. And at this point, they were going to be late enough to the point where.
All right, Alexander, that's good. Alexander said, my bad, bro. But yeah, I mean, what this man want to do with his wife?
Right now it's 4. They were probably going
I don't want to share his wife with Brian Pumper, who allegedly had AIDS. That's on him.
to get here at like 2, which also I don't want to fuck with that. Like, I'm not pushing this show back so that I can do another interview, even if the interview is very important, we can reschedule. But missing out on that, at least for the time being, which I am going to keep fighting for it. Please believe that. But missing out on that, the first interview also not working out, even though I really don't give a fuck. And then,
hold on, y'all. Let me go grab this bottle and use the bathroom real quick. 2 minutes.
and also the housekeeper thing really has just kind of given me enough room to sort of be having like a mental freak out today. What the hell am I doing with my life type moment? Because, you know, sometimes like these podcasts, they incrementally add to the value of No Jumper, but I obsess about them, and I have a different model than a lot of other people where it's like, okay, if you're Joe Budden, you do 3-4 podcasts a week. That's the whole thing. That's like your whole gig. For me, it's like I kind of hold myself to the standard of like I want to be doing 10 interviews a week. I want to do 2 podcasts and a bunch of fucking interviews, and I want to do these solo streams. It's like there's no level of content that's actually like gonna make me feel content about what I put out into the world that week, which is absurd. It's just like a strange mentality for it, and I just am like, there are a lot of other things I want to do in my life, and sometimes I just look at this content thing and I'm like, maybe around now is when you're starting to realize that maybe this isn't what you want to do as ferociously. Maybe I should fall into a bit of a more casual groove of doing content. But also, I mean, part of that is that we're in a weird place as far as the hosts go on No Jumper. Now, BBL Lush has been pulling his weight for sure.
Like this.
But also, Bricc is gone. Presumably not going to see Bricc for quite some time. Crip Mac got about 6 months probably, so that's nice. 4 extras got about a week, maybe 2 weeks until we see him again, which would be nice. Although, you know, it does seem somewhat likely that he might just find his way back pretty quickly.
Hopefully not.
Fingers
but
crossed. Don't want to see that, but
yeah.
that has definitely, crossed many people's minds.
All right, let's get to the comments. Alexander said, keep it P. She ain't. Yeah, I'm old. I'm too big, bro. I mean, you still in the game, though, Alexander. Let any of us fuck, so fuck it. I mean, see. Adam don't want to do content. Bro, he lived off that shit. I mean, for real. Bricc say he owes us reparations. I don't know. He exploits his bros and then he goes to the country. Hell, motherfucker. Hey, yeah, this dude got a lot of balls. I don't know who's protecting this nigga Adam, but boy, it must be the police because the way this dude moves and the shit he's a part of and that I be seeing going on, if y'all been following this shit for a while, it's crazy that he's able to wiggle himself out of this shit. And that's why he's at the spot he at now, because remember when he was with the dudes from Fig Immunity and all that shit, they had the cartel at the motherfucking door and shit. So I don't know. Do we get reparations? That's all I'm asking. Man, we want some reparations, man. Shout out to everybody trying to get some reparations. Shout out to Alexander C. Alexander, let's get back into it.
But we're in a little bit of a weird place with the hosts where we need some new energy. We got to get some more faces in here that the people really like and everything. I do have some ideas, even just talking to Josh about it a little bit today. I do think that there's some other people that we could emphasize in terms of the non-Adam hosts. But I'm not gonna lie, today has just kind of been a weird one mentally for me, dealing with a bunch of bullshit.
But it's understandable being distraught about things like this, but it's also kind of reminds me of hearing Jay-Z talk about, oh, it sucks being famous. You know what I mean? And these are super great problems to have. As difficult as it might be, and obviously that's frustrating. As far as the Brian thing, I'm curious. So you've had no direct communication with him. It's all through third parties for this particular thing.
Honestly, I put it in the hands of my booker, and she's the one who's been having the conversations. But you are right that maybe I should have hopped on FaceTime with bro. I mean, honestly, the guy who connected us at first, he was calling me or trying to, my phone's on Do Not Disturb a large percentage of the day. So I didn't actually do that, but it seemed very believable. Obviously, Rockstar connecting us, that made it feel a little bit more believable and everything too, just because I would assume that Rockstar is not just part of an elaborate scam. If he thinks that this guy's all right, then he's probably all right. But yeah, I mean, I'm still going to keep fighting for it. This is he's in a city that's over an hour away, so I guess I have to be a little bit understanding. I also just feel like Brian Pumper at this point is super standoffish to the point where I don't know, it feels like he has a hard time acting in his own best interest, because if he is fucked up financially, doesn't the amount of money that we're offering you, doesn't that move the needle enough that you're just going to take it serious? I would think.
One would assume.
But, a lot of people who are not doing well financially, it's partially because they just don't have their shit together and they can't focus on the things that you would like to think that they would. So,
well, mental stability and decision making were never Brian Pumper's strong suits. But is he aware of the level of admiration you have for him, as far as has he ever referenced seeing the doc or anything like that?
No, but I mean, it's possible. I feel like he probably does. Somebody has to have told him. I mean, at a certain point, that most recent video that I made, I can't imagine that he got in touch with me through this guy and wasn't aware of the fact that I have now made 2 in-depth videos about him. That would be very strange.
My takeaway from when I watched you talking about Brian in that doc was that it seems like a lot of the industry, the adult industry, don't rock with him like that.
the thing is that he's been separate from the adult industry for at least 5-6 years. Way longer than that, actually.
But like, even when he was like close to the peak of his fame, he still had. Like,
he got rejected by Evil Angel. He had a production deal with them. That didn't work out because he was being a little funky with the bookkeeping. I guess you could say that's the nicest possible way to say it. But he was working with girls that were maybe not appropriate to be working with or something. I don't actually know exactly what the details are, but he basically got canned by one of the bigger companies in the industry. But that's the thing, is it's like we live in the OnlyFans era where you really don't need that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I still personally, I'm optimistic. I know people are probably wondering, will you ever fuck your wife with Brian Pumper? She has expressed a lack of interest in that. Now, that being said, she's a woman, so sometimes she might need her partner to guide her in the direction that is best for her.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not giving up hope. I do think maybe one day I would be able.
Will I ever smash my wife with Brian Pumper is crazy. Hey, Destiny, I agree with you, bro. Adam looking for more than just seeing his wife get piped down, bro.
Able to experience my wife in the truest way possible, which is with Brian Pumper.
Sans eggs or with eggs?
I mean, if he doesn't break at least one egg on her head, then I'm not going to feel like I really got the full experience. Yeah. How will I finish? Yeah.
How are you going to come?
Yeah, so that's the situation we're in. However, I would really like to bang a woman with him.
Understand?
And I'm sure I'll get an almost limitless hall pass from her in that regard. I think that she would let me bang any woman with Brian Pumper just because she knows how much it means to me.
Yeah,
she actually offered. She said this morning, she actually made me laugh for upwards of 1 to 2 minutes by saying, you should give him flowers to start the interview.
Man,
she said if you pull out a dozen roses from under the table,
man,
that would like really add a lot to it. I'm like, that is a fucking brilliant idea.
Each
but
rose symbolizes a different like memory you have of his, and you just break it down. It could be.
That's funny now, right there. That was funny.
Like, but you tag teaming someone with Brian Pumper, that'd be like me playing catch with Daryl Strawberry. You know what I mean? Like this is something I've always wanted to do. This is one of my heroes. I can only imagine. So,
how could you compare the two? How could you compare the two, bro? Daryl Strawberry, you crazy, Lush.
So I'm almost afraid of myself.
Yeah, like what might happen?
What if I turn my attention towards him?
Yeah, you might. If you just lock eyes for a little bit too long, like
she's sucking his dick, and I'm like, oh.
What? No, baby, do it like this.
Wait.
What's the?
Wait. Wait. Wait, what? Like, hold up, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Destiny, man, hold on. I got to read the comments. This combo is crazy. Crazy, beyond crazy, man. This is, man, somebody pressed that button and Adam's back already. Oh, shit. Yeah, bro. Yeah, we got to replace No Jumper, bro. I got to go get me a podcast space and take over this shit because it's not even about music or hip-hop anymore. And that's what we started watching this for. Turned into gangbang content. Well, literally gangbang content. Oh, man. All right, let's go. This is crazy.
Brian Pumper, I know you've been locked up for a while. I'm just kidding. I'm a heterosexual man. I'm just kidding.
What's like what are the other, because I know you've told me before and you said on this pod that like the female talent kind of defines how popular a lot of dudes are. Like if girls don't like working with you, you're not gonna. Was that part of why they was like Brian Pumper kind of?
A lot of stories, a lot of weird stories about things that he may or may not have done on set. I implore people to check out the original Brian Pumper documentary in which I highlighted a lot of this stuff. But that being said, yeah, I mean, definitely, for sure. There's been a lot of strange behaviors that people noticed over the years. That being said, like the girls in the porn world that I talk to now, they don't know who the fuck this is.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Would you want to let them smash your wife, and you talking about you gonna be right there. Oh, man.
So long ago.
Because like, when would you say the pinnacle of Brian Pumper's like career was like 08, 09?
Maybe like a little after that, like early 2010s,
Yeah.
2012.
So these chicks in their early 20s have no clue who he is, essentially, which might actually work in his favor.
I almost am so devoted to getting this content that I almost want to drive an hour and a half to wherever he's at and just make the content happen there. But I mean, I almost feel like him sitting in that chair right there, that's what it's all about. Like, I can't just go stand in a Walmart parking lot, you know?
Remember that one time where you were like, "Hey, Lush, you know anybody that does window tinting?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then you like, and then
Gucci Bear.
"What's up, fool?"
Is that a huge boner? Or you have like a lot of stuff in your pockets? Oh, okay.
He's excited to see me.
We never potted with him in this room, have we?
Not the fact that you were checking out my crotch.
We've always relegated you to the other room, right next to Lush.
Adam always saying some weird shit, bro. I see where this is going.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit right here.
Why not?
This dude's been with everybody, glazing them.
Been with
See how he's
everybody.
touching me?
Look how much higher his chair is. He looks like a totally like
That's
different
'cause I got ass.
species.
Slap me in I like my cheeks. They elevate me.
Yeah, you guys can do whatever you want over there. It's gonna be like you almost can't. Can you see Lush? Is he like casting a shadow on him?
You don't need to see him.
Yeah, exactly. This is
Where's the other black person who's supposed to be here?
The other black person, who knows? He's on the way, I guess.
We're all late. Black people are incredibly late to everything.
Black people are amazing.
We're on colored
everything.
people time.
way to reinforce stereotypes.
We're on
Brandon.
colored people time.
I'm in glazer mode. Black people, what can they not do?
Show up on time.
Anyway, I was just expressing my sadness.
I could give you a list.
I expressed my sadness about not only losing my housekeeper, but also Brian Pumper not showing up today.
Wait, your housekeeper died?
No, but for all intents and purposes,
Is she black? Did you work her to death?
Black housekeeper? You ever heard of that? Where?
About 70
Down
years
south?
ago.
Yeah,
About 70 years ago.
in LA, you don't have to say that your housekeeper's Hispanic.
Oh, so they know that.
Well, I just think, like, doesn't everybody assume that?
It's almost like if you're a white housekeeper, like how dare you? Like get the fuck out of here! Like you're
taking jobs from people that
like,
realistically probably need them more than you.
They're like it's essentially like AI
Give me a second, y'all.
taking jobs from hardworking people. Like
Yeah.
white people get the fuck out of our space.
It is kind of like that, yeah.
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 Anyway, how are you doing? Picking your ass on the highway?
What happened?
How was
Picking
the
my
highway?
ass
Yeah,
on
you
the
were on the highway?
Man, listen, the freeway was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I made it safely. So
Because, okay, while I was perusing YouTube today, I realized that you were live streaming. How many hours do you commit to doing that per week, per day?
too many. You know what? Probably about
2 hours a week?
2 hours a day.
A day, okay.
Something hit or miss. I'm not very consistent,
Okay,
but I'm becoming more consistent.
interesting.
Yeah.
There's like your thumbnail today had like a picture of Rick Ross in the middle.
That's not Rick Ross. That's Anton Daniels.
Oh.
You are racist. You think all black people
I
look
couldn't
alike?
tell if it was you or Rick Ross. Those were the two options that
You guys all look so much alike.
I'm not really saying that so much, but wait.
That was nowhere near Rick Ross. That is a very famous YouTuber
Oh, really?
that you need to be on the lookout for. Anton Daniels.
Yes. Look at right here.
No, I ain't gonna lie to you, Brendan.
Wait. Fuck.
No, I just seen it a second ago.
That's
Look at this right here.
Come on,
how? So you're blaming? I'm racist for not knowing that this is not Rick Ross.
No,
that looks nothing like Rick
It's
Ross.
on the
that
screen,
looks
right?
nothing
Okay.
like Rick Ross.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Like
It-
and that's me at the bottom right corner, so you know it's not me.
in regards to like the average person, that guy is 99% of Rick Ross. Glasses, big bushy beard. He's got a hat on. I mean, honestly, the jacket looks kind of quaint, and there's no jewelry. Those are the main things that made me think it wasn't.
No, if he would for sure be like he could do Rick Ross for Halloween.
So go ahead and say he was about 6'1", about 185 pounds. You know that same
Wait,
description.
you're
Nah.
telling me this is a guy about town?
No, this guy is the guy.
Okay.
He looked different.
He's
He
the
don't
guy.
look like Rick Ross right there. There he looks like Mr.
He's
Organic,
actually-
like-
Well, but look at this picture right there. Tell me that's not
That's
Rick
what I'm
Ross.
saying.
What are we talking about?
He's highly intelligent. He's
I'm-
rich.
Okay.
He's a successful guy. You know, he's like somebody that I really admire on YouTube space.
Okay.
And he's like, he was on Fox News.
Let's get him on here. Where's he at? Has he been
He's
on
in
here?
Detroit. He's never been on.
Okay.
Here.
Black
He's
fatigue. White people calling out black culture for racism, not dating men over snow bunnies.
Yeah.
So he's
It sounds like it's right up your alley, Brandon.
No,
mega conservative or no?
Mega, like me.
Mega. Okay.
The thing is, like, black people exist outside of like white spaces. I want to say we have our own community, and we have, you know, unique issues that we're facing.
You mean like
Most
Twitter?
of that stuff is caused by white people, though, but we discuss it amongst ourselves with the more intellectual people. The stuff that we see mostly here, these niggas are just ignorant. Nobody really takes them seriously in our circle. So, like, if I look at some gang member, I don't care how gangster y'all think he is, I'm never gonna really respect that person on a level of like, this guy's intelligent, this guy has something to add to the space of the demographic or the.
So you think you're better than Munchie B and Brick Baby?
Essentially, that's what I heard too.
I don't think that.
I know that.
I know for a fact, indisputably. And
What
the
about
reality is,
Barroway?
I like Munchie B. I like Munchie. Man, Barroway is rich, bro. That's my bro. Like, he's
How is he
successful.
rich?
He's rich to me. You know what I'm saying?
I just don't.
He has more money than
Didn't
me.
you
So
say that before? I just want to know, like,
if he has more money than me, he's rich. To me.
okay, but like, how does he make money, regardless of how much it is?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. When I say rich, I don't mean rich like
Oh my God, you're gonna say he's rich because he has a family and a girl?
he's rich because he's successful. You know what I'm saying? He's financially, he's good. He has a nice little
When
family.
you tell me that someone is rich and then you can't tell me anything about what they do, that makes me feel like they're a scam.
The reason why I
Or
don't-
you're perpetuating a scam.
Unlike
Or you're afraid to say how you really feel because he's a gang member too and fits the exact description that you just said you were better than.
No, because I don't sit up and discuss my friends' finances in public forum.
I just
like
want
y'all do.
any little nugget
He's
of
successful.
why.
He's successful.
What is he doing?
Crypto.
He's doing a lot of things that are very legal, and they're bringing him significant,
Well,
resources.
that really narrows it down. Okay, what were you saying?
I'm just saying he's a successful
Well,
guy,
I get it. You're not
and
gonna
he's very smart, as you saw when he interviewed you. down
Should
in Long
I
Beach.
ask him, or is how he's getting money so secretive that I shouldn't ask him?
I don't think it's secretive. I think that he would be the best person to speak on his financials.
Okay,
Yeah, not me.
I will ask him. Then.
But what I can do is big up my bro, give a little acknowledgement to what he has been able to
What does this hat
Bill
say right
Furson.
here?
everything420.com.
Oh, that's not your hat. Okay.
No, that's-
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Brandon, because let's pay some bills. Today's sponsor is everything420.com. Big shout out to Everything420. Basically, the Amazon for smoking gear. They've got everything from vapes to grinders to glass to edibles to flour and even shrooms, if that's your vibe. The the E420 app, rather, is so easy to use that you literally just scroll, tap, and boom, fast, discreet shipping straight from Dallas. Oh, and they have a whole $4.20 section, which is absolutely insane. So shout out to Everything 420. We are going to be demonstrating more of their products
Such a cool bong. This Rick and Morty bong is fire.
as the night goes on. Yes, for sure. So go download the app right now off your phone, E420 from the app on the App Store. And a lot of these products we're going to be experimenting with throughout the rest of today's episode. But anyway,
When you were talking about black spaces where like whites aren't like involved, are you talking about like Twitter?
No, I mean, like, it's not that whites aren't involved. Like, we have our own unique, insulated conversations about certain things.
On
Like
Twitter.
Like this black fatigue thing. It actually does include white people.
what is black fatigue?
Black fatigue, you're experiencing it right now because everybody who you depend on to make, not even depend because you depend on you, first of all, but everyone who you thought was going to be here with you to help make this thing a bigger success,
Gets locked up.
all those niggas are in jail. I know that shit irritates you. Like when you're driving down the 405 in the back of your mind, like, God damn, I gave these niggas opportunity and they like fucked it up. And every white person, I see Donnie shaking his head. Yes, I see you, Donnie. And it's nothing wrong with that. What we're starting to realize in the black community, or just now are being allowed to discuss openly, is people are tired of niggas, bro. Like gang members, any degenerate element of the black community. black people been tired of that.
Seeing that lady raise $1 million after calling the little kid the
That
N-word,
pissed you off.
Regardless of that, it just made me realize, oh, there's a lot of people out here who not only dislike black people, but are willing to put their paycheck behind it, because $1 million is a lot of goddamn money.
I mean, that's just essentially weaponizing racism. That's all it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
But the fact that there's an
that.
army of people who are willing to support her was the kind of astonishing thing to me.
It's not astonishing. It's called black fatigue. People get tired of constantly having to coddle people. So the race card, civil rights, white people gave black people a lot of leeway in you know, in apologizing for slavery and all that. But everything eventually runs its course. And now white people are like, look,
I agree with some of the shit this nigga saying, and some of the shit this nigga say sound like some house nigga Uncle Tom and shit. And nigga, you still put on baby oil, nigga.
you guys have just as much access to things as we do. There was a black president. You got a white dude in middle America making $12 an hour, emptying septic tanks. He gets to look at Rick Ross, 50 Cent, all these rich ass black dudes, but at the same time has to listen to some black guy complain about nothing. I don't have an opportunity. I can't do this. And it's your fault. The guy who's been working at Chuck E. Cheese and he's 50. I was at AutoZone the other day. There's a white guy, bro's like 65 years old, barely walking. The guy's been working there like 20 years. He's making like $18 or $19 an hour. I'm like, man, you gotta have a house. This must be like your hobby. He's like, no, dude, I'm living in like a boarding house. Like we all share a bathroom.
This was where?
This was at AutoZone.
Okay. And
And
you're just randomly shaming some guy with a day-to-day job for not having a house?
no, I took an interest in his life because if I see
No, that's exactly what he's doing. He's shaming AutoZone workers. Shout out to everybody who worked at AutoZone. Motherfucker.
someone 60 years old working at AutoZone, I don't think that's right.
How you know he ain't do some foul shit when he was younger that got him locked up?
It doesn't even matter. But what I'm saying is he's not complaining.
Uh-huh.
He's not on the internet calling everybody
That's facts, Destiny. Facts.
racist because whatever choices he made landed him where he is. Whereas you have black people, some black people with some elements of black society who are like, it doesn't matter how fucked up I am. It doesn't matter what I do. If I'm not where I want to be at a certain point, that's some white guy's fault. And you experience it. You're a culture vulture. You're this, you're that. No. A normal black person says, you know what? Adam is providing jobs for black men who otherwise would be unhireable. So they would be out here robbing me when I'm coming out of fucking Crenshaw Mall or something. So thank goodness for him, because I don't want to deal with those niggas on a day-to-day basis. So you bite the bullet for it. There are black people inside of black society who understand that. And those people, though they would probably never watch your show because it's a bit degenerate, they still would sympathize with you.
And so that's where you and Anton Daniels find common ground, because you're both sick to death of black people.
No, we find common ground because we're responsible black men with families, and we realize that this element and this reality has to be addressed for the black community to move to the position it rightfully deserves.
So
right?
the statute of limitation for systemic oppression is out the window at this point. We've passed the statute of limitation, just so we're on the same page
We
here.
passed that the day black people decided to go work in a cotton field instead of going to kill Massa and his whole family and running away to Canada.
Well, it's giving slavery was a choice.
Slavery is just like, dude, you could have did something about it. Every black slave rebellion was thwarted by another black person ratting out the rebellion. Like, hey, they gonna try to do this or that, so be ready. Nat Turner's dead because black people. Malcolm X is dead because black people. Martin Luther King is arguably dead because of black people.
That's a hot take, but you're like missing a lot of historical data that's very important.
I know 10 times the history that you know.
You
and
may.
also
You
I
may,
deal with
but
I deal with my own people on a level that makes me understand. I see exactly the context in which all that shit happened. Because look at this situation. When you got these gang members and stuff in here, and they are like, I'll behave for Adam so I can get on No Jumper. But when I get in the street, oh my God, I just can't tolerate this nigga. I gotta pull out the gun and gun him down on Slauson.
But that is kind of a gross mischaracterization when you talk about slavery being optional and things like that.
It is optional. Just kill me. I'm not gonna let you enslave me now. I'll die first. And everyone had that choice.
I mean, you're talking about chattel slavery. You're talking about transatlantic
chattel or chattel?
chattel.
Chattel.
Yeah.
You saying the
A
French
lot of
pronunciation.
black people for sure were killed and died.
Yeah.
And black people jumped off the boat when it was on its way. I mean, the thing is, black people were slaves, like Harriet Tubman said. She could have freed a lot more people if they knew they weren't free. So there was a certain mindset that was built up that made people feel like, well, this is the natural order. It's the normal way. So it was a lot of ignorance in that too. But there were people who made choices that they knew, I am impeding black freedom by doing it.
I think at this point in the podcast, we need to acknowledge what just happened, which is I feel like this is, I'm kind of looking at the chat right here, but it feels like this is kind of something that the people out there are a little bit put off by. And I think that they fuck with you, and I think you have a lot of potential as a podcast host. And I realized that we were talking about this guy, Anton Daniels, who fits into the same philosophy
Also
as
hates
you.
black people.
But I feel like, I don't know about that, but it feels like it's just that there's a likelihood, and actually you have a lot in common with Suspect in this way, which you probably don't want to hear, but in the sense that any topic is likely, or at least it's possible, that at any given moment it could turn into a 45-minute race debate, which, granted, race is a great filibuster topic. You could fill the conversation out with racial talk at any given time. Suspect's known to do it. You do it. And I feel like some percentage of the audience hates it to such an extent that it just needs to be acknowledged, because I don't think that this kind of thing is like inappropriate for a podcast, but I do feel like sometimes it just takes the space of other things to an extent where the people don't necessarily love it. I mean, we could do a poll about how they even feel, or if this is a good example of it.
Brandon, everything Brandon said is true. I mean, the reality is
some people do like it, yeah.
It's the thing people don't want to discuss until Tory Lanez is fighting for his life in a hospital bed because he just got stabbed by some Southsiders in Tehachapi prison, right?
Wasn't that debunked?
That's not debunked. What are you talking about?
Mexican element? I saw a lot of people saying that's not true.
Debunked. No. I keep telling
my
you.
understanding.
There are. Sorry, I don't want to talk too much.
No, you good. No,
you go right ahead.
What I want to know is this, Brandon, and I think that you might actually have an interesting take on this. People have always criticized me and been like, you try to act like you're black. You act like you're black.
No, you act like a Sereno.
But
you act like you're Jewish.
Day of the week. But like my thing is, I feel like it's very offensive to black people to characterize the way that I act as trying to imitate them.
Right. You act like a J-Cat, not a black guy.
I act like there's only one. You feel me? There's only one. I can't really be defined by a race or a category like that. But do you think that do you think it's disrespectful to say that Lush tried to act black? Is that disrespectful to black people?
Keep in mind also, I just want to know what happened. He passed the mic to you, and you used it as an opportunity to ask him a question.
Yeah.
At which point he will have to bloviate about race further instead of making your own statement. Yeah. Now, I think you should have phrased that as a statement about how you feel about it, instead of just being like, hey, let me ask you this question.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So you acknowledge that I've been judged unfairly, because these things get back to, I say things that make people feel like I have the authority to forgive them. Like, yes, Lush, you have been forgiven for that.
Oh, I'm not asking for forgiveness.
No, I think you're good. Well, shit, then why ask? Fuck it. Who cares what they think? Or I don't care what anyone thinks.
Obviously, we don't think you're black. And we also don't think I don't think you act like almost any of the black people I know either. That's totally honest.
That's kind of my point.
You and Bricc Baby were not so dissimilar.
This is a yarmulke with a brim. Look, I could talk about any culture, bro. We could. What do you think? It's a yarmulke.
Oh, you got the tag tucked into it?
The fuck you think?
Bro, that's like when Dejan stood up and the snacks fell out of his shirt.
Dejan?
Like, it just feels like it was supposed to be. It feels scripted.
Why did you ghettoify this man's name? It's Dejan. You call him Dejan.
That's what I always called him.
What's next? Gloctavius?
Who's that?
Tyrone?
Mustard.
I don't know. I mean, I always called him Dejan.
Dejan.
I like Dark Rainbow.
Dejanese?
Yeah, that's like giving him a little bit too much credit.
Yeah.
A rainbow is a force of nature.
Bro, put tips on you, low-key. I saw that fight video. Bro was out there.
Oh, him?
I ain't got nothing to say
I ain't
about
worried
him.
about that.
Look, No, but
I'll fuck up a Zestican.
wow. Yeah, but nah, I definitely don't need to talk about race anymore. But you know, I just believe that No Jumper and the people watch it, they're being hypocritical because it's like, give us more of the black gang shit. And then it's like, well, we don't want to make this about race. What it is you don't want anyone to make you feel uncomfortable for loving negative stereotypes being kind of like perpetuated and loving this like animosity that exists between black people.
Okay, so riddle me this. I mean, don't you feel like the side of black YouTube who basically constantly makes content about the failings of black people, and it's not just black YouTube as well, because like obviously somebody like Tim Pool, this is at least like a chunk of the content that he's doing, a lot of like right-wing commentators, etc. And if we could go to Matt Walsh's Twitter account right now and scroll down, and there's going to be a lot of tweets that do extremely well that are basically like, here's a black person doing something. This is why black people are bad. They basically can't adjust or exist in our society. We need to more or less round them up and get rid of them all. Wouldn't you say that in some way that someone like Trapper Ross or somebody who makes a habit of really like dissecting bad black behavior? Now, granted, like Ross does it under the auspice of this is hip hop content. This is about rappers.
Right.
But aren't all these people kind of doing something very similar, which is just like picking apart bad black behavior?
Well, yeah, because when you are a group of people that a lot of people look up to, you know, as far as culture, you know, music, all that, that comes with the territory. If you're successful at anything, you're going to have a legitimate pool of critics that are saying, well, look at all these negative takeaways, right?
But that makes sense with Trouble Ross because, yeah, he's picking apart rappers who achieve some degree of success, at least like most of the time. But like a lot of these conservative critics and stuff are really just picking apart like your everyday average black guy off the street. Right?
And they're also
really
not giving like nuanced takes and showing the other side and showing the positive impact as well. It's just like you're getting a brief window into this guy doing some fuck shit.
Like I saw a clip of some white kid getting the dog shit beat out of him by a bunch of black kids, and you probably already know which one I'm talking about because as soon as I saw it from like a fight account or like a sort of hip hop coded account probably, and I immediately knew like, oh, it's going to be about 5 minutes of me scrolling down my timeline before I see some conservative commentator who's basically quote tweeting this and explaining how horrible black people are and how this is like their natural state of being and we need to get rid of them in order for society to flourish, etc. And if sure enough, as I scroll down, of course, I see the end boss, Matt Walsh, and he's doing that exact act. I don't personally find it super interesting, but it does stand out to me a lot that this is just like such a common thing in terms of content creation.
The reason why that exists, and we're gonna get rid of that, and how you get rid of that is if you call out your own shit, that doesn't give anyone the space to call it out. See, white people, when the girl called the little kid an N-word, a bunch of white people jumped up, you know what I'm saying? Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
We don't fuck with. When Carmelo Anthony killed that white kid in Texas, black people were like, he's a hero. He did the right thing. See, we have just become so accustomed to doing things in spite of white people because of slavery and all that. We're at the point where any degenerate can get online, express like an anti-white sentiment in defense of a black person acting like an animal, and it's accepted. White people don't want to say anything because they don't want to be viewed as racist. Black people don't want to say anything because if you do, you're your own group turns on you and says you're a coon, you're trying to serve the white man. That's the immaturity that we have as collectively. And now the bar is being raised. We're not tolerating that shit no more. We're gonna call you guys out because what you guys do cast a negative light on us. So now we're getting judged and being victimized or just misrepresented, and it's affecting us negatively. So now we're just calling our own shit and people don't like that, but we're gonna keep on doing it. And I don't hate black people. I think black people are the greatest thing to ever walk on this planet, the original people of this planet. But we need to start acting like it now. We've been enslaved and all that shit. All right, that shit's over. Let's go out and get this chili.
But Brandon, like you made a point last week I found really interesting. You said, and you didn't use the phrase hive mind. I forget the exact phrase you used, but you essentially implied that of all cultures and of all people, black people kind of have the most collective consciousness where y'all move on accordance and share ideology.
We're monolithic.
Monolithic was the phrase you used.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So through this monolithic movement, what about all the people that are the, you know, quote unquote, the problem, the people that are perpetuating the negativity, the gang members, the degenerates, or however you want to define them? Where do they fit into that monolith?
They don't fit into it. Where do they fit in? They're the people who we constantly have to defend to make people feel like we have to defend these people so that I don't even know why we defend them, but they just are just like that little brother who's like super fucking annoying. He always says the wrong thing. You're trying to bone some chick and he comes in being goofy and cracking jokes, making the chick feel uncomfortable. And you're just like, dude, fucking chill. Like, I got you. I got it. That thing. The last thing I'm going to say about this is this. If a white guy does something to a black person, he is now the representation for all white people. Look at how white people are doing us. If a black guy does something and they try to use him to represent all black people, they'll say, we're not a monolith. All black people aren't the same. So we're hypocritical in the sense of...
Well, yeah, Young and Ace is not a reflection of Dr. Cornel West, bro.
Right, but we're
Like,
hypocritical in the sense that if Donnie does something racist, every white person at No Jumper is racist. Or all white people, period. So we view everyone else we judge everyone else in a very monolithic way, but we want to be judged individually. See, it's hypocrisy and it needs to be called out. And maybe this is not the place, but just know we know that that's going on and we're addressing it.
I mean, it's nice to hear that because obviously as a white person, we've grown up in a world in which that kind of tribalism is accepted by black people and not by white people. It's like white people are just absolutely not allowed to have any kind of pride in their skin color. And I've grown up with that as just, you know, I've always accepted that and taken that for granted,
Black as
etc.
fuck.
And it's untenable, I think. And you're seeing the reaction to that when you see, what was her name? Shiloh Hendricks? Yeah. I mean, you're seeing that with her, where it's like her getting $1 million only makes sense in a world in which Carmelo Anthony got like $1 million for basically killing someone. Now, granted, killing someone a lot worse than calling someone the N-word on a playground, but you know, I feel like she only gets $1 million in that scenario in a world in which Carmelo Anthony gets $1 million for killing an innocent white kid.
But the thing here's the thing. It's a good point, but you could be proud to be Russian. You could be proud to be Italian. You could be proud to be Greek. You know what I mean? Like, now a lot of black people in America, until I want to say a certain point, a lot of them weren't even able to trace their ancestry to specific
I mean, I would say like
nationalities.
the majority of black people still to this day, right?
I'd say now, like, there are a lot more resources and there's a lot more people have the ability to trace their ancestry.
I mean,
better than before.
Unless you meet like a Nigerian dude and you're like, oh, like he is able to trace his family lineage back by a couple generations. I would say that most black people don't really have any fucking clue. Which is way different than Europe. You go to England, but every black dude in England knows where their family's from.
So hence black pride being more like,
what else are you going to do?
Yeah, more understandable than what exactly do you have to be proud of as a collective race, as a white people, besides, oh, we colonized the world, we forced our religion and our ideologies on other people, and we slaughtered more people than anyone in history.
Well, in many,
am I wrong?
In many civilizations, those are things to be proud of, right?
It is something to be proud of. Like, the thing is, it's more nuanced than Lush is even admitting. Black people literally were used to exterminate Indians in America. That's what the Indian Wars were. We whooped Indian ass for like 12, 13, 20 years. I'm proud of that. I don't care what anyone says, because that was part of us forging, like, making a space for ourselves in this country and saying, look, we are capable, right? If you look at the situation like with the Civil War, 183,000 black soldiers fought in the Civil War. If you really hated white people, you really didn't want to be a part of them, when they gave you a gun, why didn't that 183,000 say, you know what, F this, they're fighting. Let's take this advantage to take a piece of America for ourselves and start building. Black people have always been proud to be a part of America.
Fighting against slavery.
That was us fighting.
That's the Union soldiers fighting against slavery.
Yeah, but at that point, if you wanted to be your own independent group within this continent, that was the time.
Also, like
Stop complaining. You had an opportunity.
Being proud of the Indian War, you feel me? Like, think about this, bro. What about the Alamo? There's a whole war fought because Texas, why? Wanted to do what? What did Texas want?
They wanted to
continue to own slaves. Mexico wasn't with it.
Alamo was because Mexico wanted to own. I mean, Texas wanted to own.
They wanted to keep slaves, bro. Yes.
Was Alamo against the Mexican army?
Yes, they wanted to. That was the primary reason. They succeeded from being a part of Mexico, and guess what? Hella slaves escaped to where? To Mexico.
Yeah.
So I was kind of like, damn, you're proud of something, but those same people, because indigenous people are essentially the same thing. That's a weird thing to be proud of.
If you fight and win, you should be proud.
Texas was part of Mexico, but many settlers, especially Anglo-Americans, wanted independence due to issues like centralized Mexican authority, cultural differences, and Mexico's 1830 ban on further U.S. immigration. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really say anything.
I don't know about slavery, but I'll concede that to you. The whole thing is like this: Indians, Native Americans were slaughtering each other long before they ever saw white men. The thing is, when they came up against a superior force, it went from being we're warring tribes, killing each other for land and hunting grounds, to now it's all metaphysical and the Great Spirit has bestowed this land. They just code switched. They switched up. They moved the goalposts. And thankfully for us, the white man was like, no. This, you guys are like warriors. So it was a war. They're called Indian wars, not the Indian genocide. So I'm not saying I'm glad that people were slaughtered. I'm just glad that we came out on the winning end of this situation.
You know who I guarantee is experiencing a little bit of black fatigue right now is, remember I told you how I was setting up that debate between the one white dude and the black dude? Black dude just like said he was down, and then like yesterday it was just like, nah, like I'm in this other state. I'm like, I'm not there.
Because he's scared.
I mean, I don't know if he's scared, but anyway,
he's scared.
Are you or anyone that you want to bring, are you interested in doing this debate tomorrow? Because this guy is, otherwise he flew in for no reason.
We could do the debate.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's do it tomorrow.
I just feel like you're going to agree with him on a lot of
there's
things.
no way.
There's a lot they want around.
There's no way a white person can complain about the way black people are behaving.
Okay,
essentially.
4 p.m.
Wednesday, right? Tomorrow.
All
right,
Down?
that's fine.
Sick.
So, but the whole thing I'm saying is like, everyone should be proud of who they are. That makes things better for everyone. Because when you got one group that's like, I have to like walk on eggshells around this other group, eventually, like you said, it's untenable, it's unsustainable, and then you get situations like Shiloh Hendrix. So just do what you want to do, because I don't think most white people really care about like racism. They're not going to be like, let me go start using the N-word, right? They're more like, let's talk about what's that thing with the paddle?
Corporal punishment.
No, with the ball.
With the ball that bounces back and forth?
Pickleball?
I've never been able to do
pickleball. White
pickleball.
people,
Okay, that's its own thing.
Pickleball and all that shit. That's what they care about. It's just time for our society, and I'm not even going to say move past slavery, but it's like your spouse bringing up some old shit in a new argument, right? Hey, we got past that. Why you keep on bringing that up? It doesn't help you.
Oh, you must know my girlfriend.
Right. Yeah, it's a very feminine thing, and that is kind of a sign that a lot of black men are raised by single mothers, because I would feel humiliated that the only way I can contest something you're saying or a point you're making is by bringing up racism. That means that I'm not doing what I need to do to make sure I'm abreast or enlightened or educated on the situation to truly debate with you. But a lot of men take pride in that. People like Cornel West, people like Rashad Ritchie, people like that jerk who you like, Van Lathan. These guys are highly educated.
Van Lathan so
because
much?
He's just a simp, and he's just a freaking what's a good word?
Send this to Van Lathan. We need a response.
He's a freaking beta male, and he's like a cuck. Like, he's highly educated. He makes a lot of money. But if you are beating him on a point, he will start bringing up race. He will always round it back to race, because they feel like that's their ace in the hole. Look, but racism. No, man, be a man. Debate this. Be like Larry Elder or something. He's going to educate your ass, and you're going to leave like, damn, I didn't even know about that. And that's what makes everybody better, raising the bar consistently. Like there's people in the audience who hate me. They don't even realize how much education they're receiving right now.
No, I get,
and they'll realize it later on.
Maybe Van Lathan probably is going to be educated
Van
by this
Lathan would have
conversation.
been reduced this down to race, and you're a coon and you're Uncle Tom. It would have the conversation would have never been allowed to breathe.
well, you're I know that what you want is greatness for your people, right? It's clear that's what you're like. It's clearly your agenda. Although I think some of the way you go about expressing it, there's some casualties unnecessarily.
People always accuse me of basically using Flacco to say the things that I want to say, but feel like I can't due to my skin color. I would say that I basically say almost everything that I want to say, regardless of being white. And that at this point in time, even within hip hop, doesn't really feel like it's that controversial for a white guy to say like, oh, well, maybe in this specific situation, racism is not the explanation for this social dynamic. If they were saying that about Flacco, for sure, they're going to be saying it about you. But that being said, I think Brandon, like as some people don't like him, I think you're bringing something very important to this podcast. We need this kind of viewpoint. And what really pains me is that we didn't get to see Brandon and Bricc Baby together on this podcast, because Bricc Baby, I think, has not necessarily considered a lot of these things. He's very much like inundated in his own culture. And I would like to see him confronted by a lot of these ideas and see how he was able to deal with them.
Those people.
Hold on, Bricc grew up in a very Afrocentric household and like has read a lot and is way more educated than he presents.
I don't think he's a dummy by any means.
But most
beyond not being a dummy, like he's privy to a lot of the ideology and conversations.
Just so
that
people know,
Brandon
Conrad is close. Anyway, do you think that?
Well, Bricc Baby, you know, the thing with that is they have to talk in a way that defends and excuses the degenerate behavior that they've been a part of.
Right.
So he can't allow someone to like put a mirror up against what he's doing. He knows everything I know. He knows exactly where I'm going with it. He's a smart dude. But look at his actions. So the reason why a lot of black people can't accept or admit what I'm saying is because then that requires change on their part. And they're not ready to change. It's like someone who gives their life to God, right? They're going to avoid that religious conversation completely or make some bull crap up like, I don't mess with God. He don't mess, I stay out of God's house. He stays out of mine. Some cliche statement.
I mean, the thing with Bricc Baby is that, okay, he's a drug addict. He doesn't like it. Like, he might be indulging in it right now, but he knows that this isn't ultimately like how he wants to live his life. He knows that if he had a choice, he would make sure that his kids didn't become addicted to drugs in the way that he has. Even with the gang shit, if you had asked a 17-year-old Bricc Baby how he felt about it, he would have been wholeheartedly enthusiastic about it. As he's gotten older, I think he realizes how much of it is bullshit because of the fact that, you know, even the situation he's in right now, where he, you know, is getting money from somebody like me or from academics, he's not getting money from people from his fucking neighborhood, you know? And like, he understands the shortcomings of gangbanging, et cetera. But even like, you know, violence, carrying guns. Bricc Baby, like a big part of why he's locked up is basically because he had a bunch of guns in his house. I mean, if Bricc Baby was able to just live in a world in which he didn't have to carry a firearm, I'm sure he would have been happy to. This is a guy who realistically, even as a felon, knowing that he could get into the exact trouble that he's in right now, was still moving around a certain way because the harsh reality of how he's living is that people want to kill him. He feels like he needs a gun on him. I don't even know. Reading that paperwork, you start seeing situations that I didn't even know about of like, whoa, like, yeah, I guess you really did need to have a gun on you because look at all this crazy shit.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people are going to make assumptions when they see Bricc Baby just based on the face tats, just based on his appearance.
Perked out demeanor.
Perked out demeanor. And going to assume that he's a lot more ignorant than he really is. And he plays into that. But like, Brick's extremely well educated. And I think would be able to, I would like to see the Bricc Brandon interaction as well for that reason. I also don't think that like you could really put all gang members or all of these guys under the same umbrella.
Right, because he's not putting Viral Way in the same category, even though they're basically from a similar origin story, 100%,
right? No, because he's afraid to. He don't want to put Viral because that's his homeboy.
Oh yeah, you trying to?
You feel me?
Call him afraid. I like that. Get him out of his box.
He is afraid.
I talk to them all the time. On the show, we had a big blow up about me bringing up DW Flame. Oh, don't talk about. I told them the same way. Look, I talk however the fuck I want to talk. You can't make me not talk about somebody. The thing with Our Way and all these guys is I talk to them outside of podcasting. I know them, right? I know that they are from Insane or whatever, right? But they even can see where certain things are not conducive to, like, you know, prosperity. So they will say it before I say it. Hey, man, that shit's out, this or that. They're from where they're from. I accept that, right? But they're not out here gangbanging. They're not out here bringing guns up to No Jumper. They're not out here talking about, oh, we got to put Kill Squad in the street. So be from the hood. That's fine, because that's for life. But are you over here reinforcing negative stereotypes? I know dudes who are real killers. They working for the city of Long Beach now. They working for the city of LA, Water and Power or whatever, making $150,000 a year on overtime, right?
Hey, you was from the set though at one point.
I technically am still from 20s.
Yeah.
Because you just ain't gonna
You're their ops now.
But that's the thing. They're from a different, my dad is from Insane though.
Yeah.
So that's the whole thing. It's like you start to kind of see the arbitrary nature of it and you say, this isn't a game I want to keep entertaining, because it's not really like DPs, all that stuff. That only happens to certain people. There's certain people who could snitch and all that and walk around LA and no one's gonna touch them.
Selective politics.
Selective politicking. So why would you, once you mature, why would you still want to be involved in that? Because it's just, who can we prey on? Who can we hold accountable for something that we're not gonna hold everybody accountable for? Like even Dodie Six. Dodie Six grew up with those guys. They know him. They know he ain't got no killers to come back him up like that. So they look at him and say, he's an easy mark out. He's an easy guy who we can enforce all this arbitrary gang shit on and make a name for our hood, bring ourselves publicity. There's a guy from wherever he's from, he could do anything and they won't touch him. I promise you. That's why when you were saying like 4 Extras was beefing with X4, hell no. I knew that wasn't true. And they gonna
that's
DP.
100% true.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, what I'm saying is like, not like that, like they're having a disagreement, but like, they're gonna do something to each other. Like,
No, that's for sure. Yeah.
they're
That already happened.
they're like homies though. Like,
Yeah, but not really.
Bro,
okay, well,
bro, you've never had
everyone's still existing.
Could it be fixed at some point? Sure,
one
maybe. From what I've heard, it's
bad.
going to take a lot.
Yeah,
no
it's
one
bad.
got killed though. No one's like, I'm hunting this dude down. That's what I'm talking about. In the sense of there's a mutual respect there to where like, I'm not actively gonna go look for this guy.
You ain't never heard of homies killing each other?
I have, but I just understand that those guys both have a lot of respect, and it's usually in gang politics. 2 guys who carry a lot of weight and have respect, they will rather just say, we're gonna just not interact with each other, versus like basically creating a rift and saying like, well, I'm looking for him, he's looking for me.
I
That
can't
might happen
imagine
back
how
in the
that would
day.
actually play out with them.
That's why you can't imagine it.
Well, I'm just saying, I've seen, I just know a lot more about that situation that hasn't made its way to the internet. It got real messy.
You got all these you got all these killers. I'm a gangster, I'm hood, these niggas know exactly where to find each other on a daily basis.
That's part of the problem, for sure.
If you were that much of a killer, why don't you just go like they did in the OS? Hey, I challenge you to a duel. We going at it.
You know why? There's a reason why.
Nobody does that. Yeah.
The main reason why is because if I'm beefing with you publicly, right? And I'm like, it's up, like Brandon did this, blah, 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 blah. I get smoked. You feel me? Who they gonna come talk to first?
Yeah.
You feel me? They going right to your crib, player. You feel me? So that's why, like, that public beeping shit, you have to move a certain way if you really, especially in the public eye.
But even if, they're gang members, they're not like Navy Black Ops. Like, you can get them and no one knows what happens. What I'm telling you is, it's like bullies at school. Did you notice that all the bullies at your school usually got along with each other? You never really saw them getting into it.
Yeah.
Because they all understand, you're going to be the bully in your area. I'm going to be the bully in my area. You're going to be the bully in this area. And what you will encounter, which is what I learned, different dudes from different hoods be hanging out with each other.
Yeah,
like the top dogs, you'll catch them all in one room. Why? Because they all have a greater understanding of how to manipulate these little pawns underneath them. So they're just like, I know what he's doing. I know what time this guy's on. So I don't need to go and exact revenge against him because he's controlling his element, I'm controlling mine, and that helps us all come up.
Oh, you one of those Black Panthers are a psyop guy, aren't you? You believe the Black Panthers is a psyop?
I don't believe they're a psyop.
Oh, don't crack that can of worms
Yeah,
open. Okay.
No, but the reason why because like, do you believe in like the original Cripping
No, I don't even believe in that.
community revolutionaries? And
They should have been originally starting like a political party or something if they really
did,
want
though.
to make something happen.
Okay, so I feel like we are
We've exhausted this
we've gotten
topic.
a little all over the place here, which I think was good. I think it was good we ironed out some stuff there, but let's try to hit some topics and everything because you know, I think it would be interesting. I guess I'll just throw this out there first. You and Sharp,
oh, Sharp's a motherfucking bitch.
how did this get amplified to such a degree that you're talking about flying out there to fight him?
No, it's
And
not.
I do feel like talking about Sharp is way below us at this point in the history of the podcast. It's kind of like me talking about TRL. It's just like at a certain point when somebody's content is getting that much less views than yours, at a certain point you kind of just got to leave them alone. But you guys have been going back and forth, and I'm curious.
Ain't no back and forth. He's terrified at the prospect of me beating shit down his leg.
Wait,
And, like,
what is beating shit down his leg?
Well,
Like his dick?
Well, you're right though. He does prefer piss than shit, right? You know, I should
Okay,
bring him
okay.
a bottle of piss.
But didn't he say that he was going to fly you to Vegas to fight?
He says a lot of things, but if you can't afford rent in the greater Los Angeles municipality and you just lost your rent-a-center, repoed all your furniture, you now live in a studio apartment in Las Vegas, which costs less than me using my washing machine where I live at. You feel me? I don't even think you have the financial capabilities to fly me anywhere.
But how did you guys start going back and forth?
Well, I mean, I basically let him. Basically, anybody, Adam, that's I've ever gone back and forth with, they started it. You feel me? I'm a peaceful, loving person. I don't start shit. But guess what? I'm also on my bully shit. Sharp a bitch, and he getting marked out. And he's getting marked out for several reasons.
Whoa.
One, the way that he abuses women. You feel me? His way, the manipulating young women, the way he fetishizes. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that one clip where he had, where he was interviewing the one midget chick, and he was like, "Oh, you got your little panties on. He didn't say panties. You got Dora the Explorer undies on." He's talking about. He's fetishizing little girls, telling a midget she got Dora the Explorer undies. He used the word undies. All right. Then let's talk about how not only did he sexually harass every single woman that set foot in this office, but now he's making it a thing that he wants Sydney, who made the pimp cup, like, I'm gonna get it back for us. Like that wasn't fucked up. Shorty showed me a lot of love because she got a secret Santa assignment to get you a gift and went on Etsy.
She was required to get you that gift.
She thought
she had to do something.
She thought since you're like this walking embodiment of a LARPer, this stereotype of a pimp that you try to embody, she's like, oh, wouldn't it be funny? Kind of like, you know how Lil Jon has a pimp cup? Maybe this retard who pretends to be a pimp would like to have a pimp cup too. Right. And she bought it on Etsy, and he feels like, hey, shorty, I'm gonna do this for both of us. And now he's trying to lure her into his orbit of seediness. Although shorty don't follow him, she was creeped out by him that day and has not said a word to him since then. Now he's trying to bring her into it the same way he sexually harassed various mods. I mean, I could go on and on. I'm stalling Sharp out, but not physically, because when I see him, I'm fucking him up so bad. There's no reality in which I don't beat the shit out of Sharp. Matter of fact, I got 50 bands on it. I'll up 50 bands right now. I got 50 bands on it. Matter of fact, if Sharp beats my ass, I will not only quit No Jumper, I'll erase all of my music from digital streaming platforms and delete my YouTube channel.
Well, I don't know if you want to do that.
No, because Sharp is a pussy. He won't fight anybody.
Can you get this guy some boxing lessons?
I look at Sharp. I feel like he might have denser muscle tissue than you. No,
that's cool.
I don't think you should be that sure about you winning that battle.
But here's why I know, because I looked into his soul and I saw a bitch.
I think Sharp doesn't fight because you guys talked about on another episode. He's like always was drunk when he was coming in here.
But that usually makes people fight more.
No, but some people, they know when they're drunk, they're not shit in a fight. So some people will just like tolerate a lot of shit because they're like, even if I jump up and fight this person, I'm probably gonna lose because I'm drunk off my ass.
Well,
I think that's more his thing.
The thing about Sharp is like, can you imagine a scenario in which anyone could have worse cardio?
Oh, yeah,
Drink
exactly.
yourself to death every day for like the past 20, 30 years. You smoke so many cigarettes. You probably smoke like 4 cigarettes an hour. You're probably blasting through 2 or 3 packs in a day. And then you probably, I would assume, have never exercised. You've never gotten your heart rate up. Like, I mean, that is a man who could really drop dead at any given time. I feel like if I was going to fight him as a person who's capable of running around the block, I for sure would give that boy some laps until I was ready to knock his ass out, because he's going to get he's like what the 100 guys fighting the gorilla. Well, he's probably got gorilla cardio.
If I was him, I would make sure I guard my kidney, you feel me, which is severely debilitated by the copious amount of alcohol. He's essentially a human life support system for poison at this point. Like, he is a human life support, and I use the word human generously with that white boy. You do know that
in a push.
With Sharp, that white bitch, white bitch.
Well,
Sharp.
he is half black.
No, he's white.
No, okay.
He's 100% white.
You do know that the #1 cause of new kidney failure cases is the use of methamphetamines.
Yeah,
which he tested clean for.
I haven't taken meth.
It only stays in your system for 3 days. We know the trick Lush pool.
No, I'll take another drug test because I'm not doing meth, and it wouldn't even matter.
Drug test on a podcast.
We're not,
I don't care. Like it don't matter. Here's the thing. Let's use ultra self-awareness for a second, right?
Of course.
Lush has a big need to prove himself, right?
Some might say that.
Lush is willing to go to great lengths to prove himself.
Oh, well, yeah.
But what are you trying to prove by beating up Sharp, though?
Well, I'm just saying, Lush goes to great lengths to prove himself, right? And Sharp is a guy who avoids these type of confrontations at all costs because he's embarrassed at the potential of him getting his ass beat. The thought of him taking an L to me is so terrifying to him, whereas to me, it wouldn't even matter. You feel me? He could rip the dentures out of my mouth, throw them on the ground and stomp on them, and I'll still be Lush one. I'll still be more important. I'll still be more legendary than him, and I won't give a fuck. But he's terrified at the thought of a public altar. So why don't we do this, Sharp? Fight me. I'll fight you whenever. And if you run into any of my people, they gonna do whatever they do to you. It's on site. It's up. But 50 bands on a fight. We could do it. Like, I don't want gloves because I want to feel the curvature of his cheek around my fist when his fucking jaw breaks. You know, I put his bitch ass phone number on my Instagram story, by the way. If you guys want to prank call a bunch of cocaine bots to check.
So
yeah, Sharp the bitch. No, I put his bitch ass phone number because he's a bitch.
Doxing as a form of revenge seems like maybe not the best idea.
No, I just thought it'd be funny.
I'm styling.
You know, so this fool. I'm styling. This fool's sending my girl's like, babe, like someone like your phone's going off. I'm like, damn, who's calling me at 6:45 in the morning? It's Sharp. Hours after I said, drop ski, brother, drop low. I will drive to Vegas. You ain't got to spend your last money. I will drive to Vegas right now, beat the living shit out of you and be home in time for the No Jumper show. And his pussy ass didn't respond till the wee hours of the morning when normal people are asleep, and crackheads that are addicted to fucking Bel Air champagne wake up.
You'll be drinking Bel Air.
Yeah.
Somebody has to drink it. It's in the store.
I've never seen anybody drinking it before him. I used to get it for free in the mail. Got a few cases of it, but
except for the guy that looks like the dude that Brandon looks up to on YouTube. Rose. But with that being said,
I look up to him now.
I thought you said you admired him greatly.
Yeah.
I thought it was Rick Ross.
Yeah, I did.
And then I briefly thought maybe it was him.
Maybe you should just destroy Sharp in the booth. That's
I've already. But to me, I mean, like I've rapped. He gets dissed on every song. I talked about how his mother molested him. Like,
why do you think that?
I mean, because this is why he has this severe hatred against women. You feel me? Like he has this hatred against women, and it's very common for like a lot of pimps used to get sent by their aunties. You feel me? They used to get hoed. So Sharp started his career being a hoe. Sharp was on the blade, getting fingered, being. He put on some nice little Dorothy's Flora undies, and he got fingered, like the bitch that he is. Whoa. And then he tried to manipulate women who have suffered sexual abuse. So all of Sharp's fans men and women are all in this thing that I want to call victim gang. So if you're a fan of the Sharp Tank, you're repping victim gang, and you are now all in this emotional support group for the abuse you endured, and it's kind of like you're trauma bonding over what Sharp put you through. Now, someone may ask, Blush, you're friends with some pimps. You fuck with Almighty Suspect.
For sure saw that on the Reddit.
I fuck with realism. I fuck with people that don't need to manipulate. When I think of a pimp, I think of somebody like my homeboy Free Lil C, someone that girls gravitate to. Women like to be around them. They want to be in their presence. Not someone that is literally a scavenger looking for the lowest common denominator of women that have been abused and gone through like unspeakable things, and then try to manipulate them to curry favor with them in order to profit off of their trauma, which is what a bitch like Sharp does. That's not realism. That's not real game. That's guerrilla pimping. That's actually a violation of the rules of pimping.
Gorilla pimping is where you beat their ass as well.
Right.
Okay.
And that's why he's so adverse to the quote unquote digital pivot. That's why he, although he would never disrespect Sauce Walker to his face, you feel me? This is why he had a problem with what Sauce Walker is doing. This is why he was tripping on Big Church, who makes a significantly amount more revenue off the pussy than Sharp does. Because why? Because they're doing things, they're helping women earn money in a way that's safe for them. It doesn't put them in danger. Whereas Sharp would rather drug addicted welfare moms with STDs. He would like to put them on the blade to potentially get abused and to get hurt and to sell their level.
But you're this is the thing. First of all, you're saying Suspect is a pimp, right? You have to put Fel before that. He's a failed rapper, failed pimp, failed gang member. I mean, and soon to be a failed podcaster, right? So he's just an expert at failing. But you're a hypocrite because you talk about all this shit when it comes to Sharp. Well, if Suspect was a pimp, he would be operating in that same lane. Stop. You're being arbitrary right now because pimping women is exploitation of women. So when you're like, I'm doing this for the hoes that Sharp was exploiting and yelling at, I would say at least Sharp is honest about who he is. He's not trying to hide. He's not like Suspect who was interested in a romantic relationship with Jalise, failed at that, and then basically tapped into that same animosity to like curse that poor girl out and expose her business.
I don't believe we have proof of that, for the record.
So no, you are a hypocrite. You are a hypocrite.
I'm not even
and I'm tired of your hypocrisy because that shit's like traveling over here by osmosis onto me. And so that's why I keep inching a little bit,
here's the thing.
Further from you every second. If you condemn Sharp, you must condemn Suspect. If you don't condemn Suspect, you just need to shut the fuck up.
No, but there's a big difference. There's a big difference.
There's no difference.
There's a big difference.
Do you think
there's a big difference?
Do you think the police are going to say like this? This dude is pimping and pandering. He's going to get a mandatory 8 years. This dude is pimping and pandering.
Of course they're going to give Suspect a harder time. He's a black man.
Doesn't like him.
He's a black man. Sharp's a white boy. Of course the judicial system is going to be a lot more generous towards him. He's white. He has white privilege. Suspect is a black man.
He's Mexican. There's more Mexicans
no,
than
Sharp's
Jello.
not Mexican.
What is he?
Sharp's not Mexican.
What is he?
He's black and white, right?
He's white. He looks like...
Isn't his dad full black?
No, full black. His dad looks whiter than Donnie.
Oh, so you're a racist?
He might be like... He might have like 1/10. I'd love to see Sharp
one drop rule, baby, slavery. You got one drop. Did you just poke me in the shoulder? Dude, you are absolute... Listen, man, what are you going to do? What are you going to bring out a whip next and fucking start...
Listen.
That would be crazy.
I'm sensitive about my backside around you guys, so don't be touching my back.
All right, I'll make sure to poke your chest like Travis Ford did to me.
Listen, hey, Travis Ford, by the way, I defended him about coming. This dude just sat there like, bro, I defended you, and you got up in this bitch like you sped, bro. Like talk, bro.
That's
like,
my favorite thing is people who want to be a part of the
don't
channel,
say anything.
and then they get a chance on the channel.
I'm really mad at
No
Bro
offense to him because when you got me, Rainwater, and Wack, it's going to be hard to get a word in.
No, full offense to this.
Rogan's mad at you.
You are
mad at you.
Listen, man, you are in a room that you have fought to get into. I don't care if you got to be like, Wack, shut the fuck up and say something because they get to be here every day. You don't. And you basically damn near got humiliated for that opportunity. Bro, you got to do better. Bro Rogan, I'm pissed off at him because I know Bro Rogan's ability.
He mad at you.
And when he was in there with stuttering ass Flacco and Trap Lord Ross, that was Bro Rogan's time to really just take
You
control.
don't think he held it down?
I think he didn't do enough. Like,
Was he starstruck by Trap Lord Ross a little bit?
Man, no one's starstruck by that fool. What I'm saying is, Bro Rogan.
Trap
Bro
Lord Ross
Rogan
will
is my
beat your
bro.
ass.
Bro Rogan is who?
Trap Lord Ross will beat your ass.
Bro Rogan is my bro. Like, I like him a lot, and I know what he can do. And I just felt like if I'm sitting listening to a pod, why do I have to listen to Flacco talk to Trap Lord Ross? I don't like British accents. I think the shit's overdone. And
You and Suspect have that in common.
Flacco is like, he's my brother, but he be stuttering a lot. So it's like, you need breaks from that. And I just feel like Bro Rogan should have stepped up and be like, I'm going Bro Rogan this motherfucker. Like, take control of this conversation and be more like a mediator. So the whole thing is like, I got a professional issue with Bro Rogan because he's my bro and he's a professional. Travis Ford, I'm just like, come on, man, you got to give us some of that charisma that you selling us through the rap songs.
You blowing a big weed cloud on him while he's in the middle of his monologue is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. You piece of shit. If he took off on you, I wouldn't be that surprised.
Hey, but
Blowing at me, I like it.
Hey, I'm from where you got to keep a thumper, player. Just worry about that. That's all you need to know.
Van Nuys, motherfucker.
Van Nuys.
Nah,
Hey, sounds like Van Nuys.
that's way too low class.
Hey, bro.
What up?
You from West
My
LA.
boy,
You from West.
Conrad from the Hab is
Hey,
here.
how you doing, man?
Hey, we talking about a lot of gangster shit, and we didn't have no goddamn gangster representation.
Besides,
Besides Lush,
Yes, besides Lush.
Hey, hold on. Hey, say all that shit about gang members of Conrad. You was just popping.
Yeah, he was saying that the Crips are no good.
You was just popping all this shit about gang members. Say it to Conrad.
What do you want me to say?
He said that gang members are making all black people look bad.
He'll even admit that. He know it's true. Come on, this is not conversation.
He said the original.
Maybe you can't say it.
The original definition of Crip, community revolutionary in progress, is he don't believe in that.
That shit been gone a long time ago.
I like the tennis, by the way. The tennis going crazy.
We really threw you in the trick bag with this one. You show up and they're just in the middle.
Free Bricc, baby.
Yeah,
Free Bricc.
brother, man. Free Bricc.
Don't hug his shoulder. God,
I love him.
that's good.
I'm good.
I don't know, bro. I ain't got no opinion on that shit, bro. I don't know. Shit, that's a whole lot of motherfuckers fucking up the community, bro.
Mostly gang members.
Making black people before it's making black people look bad. I think that to be 100%, I think that every race has a culture of destruction. You feel me? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like that, nigga. We don't make the world, we don't make the rules.
He's 100% right.
So
every culture has a culture of destruction. I mean, I feel like every race has like at least some percentage. I mean, if you want to talk about white people, it makes me think about like going to Florida as a kid, and like I knew some people who knew some people in a trailer park, and we show up to the trailer park and all the bitches are pregnant and they all smoking cigarettes. Yeah. I'm from a white culture. I ain't never seen that shit before, and I'm gonna be real with you, I ain't really seen it since. There's a lot of degenerate behavior from low-class people of all races, but I wouldn't say that that is the majority of white people, nor is the worst shit that we're going to talk about with black people. You're not going to be able to say that about the majority of black people.
Hold on. This is the most important point that could be made in this whole conversation.
You got with white people, bro. White people, bro, got a bunch of shit where y'all look crazy. First of all,
duh.
You know
what the fuck?
Like y'all got.
You talking about Shiloh Hendrix?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
The white girl who was calling the black kid an N-word on the playground. No, you didn't see that one?
Yeah, it's a good one. Like that sounds.
No, why? You ain't seen that, fool?
No, I ain't seen.
Oh, bro,
that's a good one.
I ain't seen that.
No, you need to watch it.
A lot of people are really mad at me for putting it on my story with Happy Mother's Day over, which I thought was pretty funny. I was like, that's a mom.
Here's the thing. Everybody got crazy shit, right? But black people, we take things and we take it to the extreme. Like, you've been to White Baptist Church, right? They might sing some songs, sway, clapping. One of them might get a little bit into it and freaking go a little crazy on one or two notes. They gave that to black people.
Yeah.
Black people start falling down all in the aisles. The singing, the music is amazing.
Did black people invent that, or was that a white thing first?
White people did it, but black people took that shit to the next level.
Wait, whoa.
Hold on, wait. No, you talked.
White people,
you talked.
Get 'em.
You didn't call the nigga out. here's the thing. So we do extras on everything. So when you talk about the white trailer park, okay, we understand that there's a trailer park, white people, the white people who live up in the Catskill Mountains and all that.
So Whitakers.
The Appalachians.
The Hatfields and the McCoys, right?
Yeah.
Everything white people do, you're going to make it home for dinner. You know what I'm saying? If you,
Oh, but that's
we
not
do be doing
necessary.
fat
but wait, let me say this. Let me say
Now
this.
you're
Okay.
bugging. Now you're
Wait,
bugging.
let me see. No,
Now-
listen. Name one white community that had 85 people shot in one weekend in the past
You
100
just
years.
saying shot.
That might be
Like, you
tough.
just saying shot, and it's like, all right, cool. I understand you saying gun violence, but we could talk about drugs. We could talk about suicide.
Mhm.
We could talk about, like, bro, it's a whole lot going on in different communities. That's just like at an all-time high that they not talking about, bro. That's crazier than some goddamn gangs.
So there's making it home
wait,
safe,
no,
and then there's 85 people
No,
shot, and there's no
wait,
in between.
wait, no,
according to Brandon's
no.
logic.
And then
Let's just dissect this for what it is.
85 people shot, and how long?
And
In a week, one weekend.
Oh, but
That
white
ain't-
people
what
don't
is
have to
that,
worry
some
That
about
was
it.
in Chicago. And this
okay.
shit keep. Wait, hold
Correct.
on, Lush. Let me say this, Lush.
You're
Here's the
Last
thing.
time I heard that shit happen, a white man did it.
Even with the white mass shooters,
always a
you don't
white
have
man that did
85
it.
wait,
shot,
It's like,
85
yeah,
people.
Mass
Nigga,
shooting.
that's some
People
white
think that
man
mass
shit.
shootings are like a large percentage of shootings in
It's
America. That's like 1%.
It's tiny.
Very small.
Black
Most
people are
shootings are
killing more
gang-related.
black people in a year than any mass shooting is killing. But what I'm saying is this. Yes, you might have the drugs. You might have the suicide. But most of that shit is self-inflicted.
Yeah.
You're doing that to yourself. Now, there
Okay.
might be a residual impact. What the shit black people do, that there ain't no, you could come back from being a drug addict. You could come back from suicidal thoughts, go talk to somebody, or kill yourself, which is what you want to do, and that's your choice.
Right.
It's your body. The things black people do, they create victims that have nothing to do with what's going on.
If that- okay,
the
hold on, hold on.
Like the dude who shot at a guy, missed him, hit a 61-year-old man, and he died.
I
So-
mean, it is. There's not that many like white problems of that sort. Like, like when we talk about white gangs, it's like a joke. People laugh at me if I even bring it up because it exists in such a tiny percentage of the United States.
Hold on. What's the last two words you said? United States. So let's look at countries like Russia.
no, we're not going out because
What do
we're
you
talking
mean?
about
Why?
this right here.
Why all of a sudden?
Only in America.
We talk
No,
about
no,
only in
but
the-
you're moving the goalposts.
No, I'm
'Cause
not.
We're talking about issues that are particular to a race. So
This
when you
shit
say,
don't even happen
But
in
I don't
Africa.
feel like Russia has the kind of honor culture that ends up with these sort of like death cult things that we have in America's inner cities.
There's definitely incidents of mass murdering in all throughout Eastern Europe.
But I feel like mass murdering is less interesting to us when we have this conversation because those situations are always going to be outliers in comparison to like gang members going back and forth killing each other over disrespect, which seems like it's a real problem.
Dude, like and that literally exists. There's gangs in third world countries. You don't think that there's probably fucking GDs and
I don't
Crips in the
think
Czech Republic. I watch.
That gang banging and gang shit is cool and shit, but I don't think that it's the craziest thing happening in the world.
I don't think it's
amongst black people and all that. I think that shit is like small when it comes to it's shit going on, bro. It's wars. It's other shit going on in other countries that you don't even know about. Like you trying to make it a United States thing.
Yeah, you just moved the goalpost with that though, right? Don't get confused.
Let me take a super quick break here. I just want to tell y'all that I want y'all to check out what I got right here from my E420 app. We're actually going to do an unboxing right now to show you guys something that we're very excited about. Lush is probably going to smoke something, hopefully weed, hopefully not anything else out of this.
Don't threaten me with
tonight. There it is. Look at these. We have all these little character pipes here and everything. These are pretty exciting. And we have King Palm mini blunts for only $4.20. I don't even know if these are them. This Juicy J's. Okay. Anyway, these and these new flowers that they dropped also hit hard and are super smooth. It's like they pulled the best smoking gear off the internet and put it in one place. So everybody go to everything420.com or hit up the E420 app in the App Store, and you can also partake in all this good stuff that we have right here. Okay, let's get back to that.
And honestly, just real quick, this is rubber. So most like dab rigs, like anything that's a dab rig, is super dangerous because they're expensive as fuck. And if you drop it, it's a wrap because they're made of glass. But this one has a rubber thing.
holding it like that.
He's like worshiping
I'm
it.
trying to turn you on, bro.
I'm
trying to turn you on,
and you
bro.
can tell by the texture of the bag that this animal died for natural causes.
He likes smoking shit.
I do enjoy smoking shit.
Yeah, man, that's the.
Go ahead.
You got that in this man.
You're gonna get loose cannon high while you're in here today because you don't normally be around this shit.
I think it already happened.
Listen, man, I'm getting blamed for the racial topics, and y'all brought that shit up. What I'm gonna tell you is every gang member know about gang banging. If this shit wasn't the worst shit, it's the worst shit happening to us. And that's
in
what
America,
and that's what you have to focus
say your
on.
goalpost.
I don't give a fuck about a
You don't
Russian.
care about a
Wait a
complexion.
minute. I don't care about a Russian. I don't care about what's happening in East India. What I do know is this: if there was a situation in any country other than America where 85 people died in one weekend, people are consistently getting shot. This city has become synonymous with murder, right? That the authorities in that country will go and snuff out that criminal element because they're going to say, look, you're killing taxpayers. You're killing the people who give us the authority to rule over everybody. Only in America, only in Democrat-run areas is everything violence, murder, all that. Wait.
You mean major metropolitan areas?
Those
we
are
can't just let them rant.
Let me
and
finish.
just,
Let me finish. That is where blatant savagery is dismissed as being caused by slavery. If it's caused by slavery, we should be doing this to white people.
It's not just.
How you gonna tell me you beat me? Your ancestors, your Jewish ancestors enslaved us. Why am I killing him over that?
My ancestors enslaved you.
Nah, Jewish people were complicit in the slave trade. But what I'm telling you is
Italian side didn't do shit.
Wait, let me finish. Well, your Italian side. Let me think. Benito Mussolini. He didn't like black people.
My great grandfather got shot by Mussolini.
Okay, so that's good. But what I'm saying is, if you did something to me, Adam, 200-300 years ago, why am I killing him for that? Right. I should be killing 85 of you in a weekend.
You know what?
That's where the argument falls in on this.
I've been watching. Think that's why people gangbang because of what happened 300.
I don't
know.
think so.
That stuff as an excuse, right?
No.
For why?
No, that has us gangbanging.
Look,
because income inequality, they take all the broke ass people, they put them in one area, and then those people inevitably end up killing each other. And because of our histories of race in this country, the people that end up in the poor areas, the people who end up in O Block are largely black.
It's almost like it's a cliche. It's almost like the tone of his voice would imply that it's not true, but it's the fact that it's so fucking obvious, and that's 1000% the fact. So how is that not an excuse, bro? Like, what do you mean?
Like what y'all like making it to be. It's not like it's just a bunch of people from somewhere that's together. You might be like a loner kid. Right. You might be like one of those kids that like couldn't hang out.
He's from a hood.
You feel me? Like you probably like was one of those kids that just was like, always like to be by yourself and the outsider. We're like a family of people like that just grew up together, and
sometimes you kill. Some people are smoking up.
It's the tribalism aspect. Tribalism
don't have nothing to do with that.
I agree with you that like 95% of gang life is nonviolent, but then it is peppered with acts of extreme violence, right? And that's what people take issue with.
And if we're talking about a historical context,
I think that some gangs and gang shit get out of hand when it's a group of people, and shit get kind of out of hand. It can go a lot of different ways when it comes to a group of people. You feel me? Like that's just how I see it. Like when it comes to a group of people, you know what I mean? Like it could be if it's 20 and you and your guys out somewhere at a bar, y'all fuck around gonna have a bar fight.
Right.
When y'all run into some other dudes, 20.
Yeah, we act like white boys aren't catching fades over fucking like baseball games.
Everybody
they're just catching fades, and then they don't hunt each other down and kill each other after.
Not necessarily. This is not mutually exclusive. It's not you. Okay, so black and brown people, and then what about the Asians? So it's just white people that don't do it.
I'm not saying they all do it, but there is
they do.
A lot of the roots of the most deadly gang conflicts in urban areas are literally like everybody goes to a party, one guy bumps into another one. fast forward 20 years, there's like 100 dead bodies as a result of this.
Exactly. I'm just trying to say that it's not mutually exclusive to the black race or like.
If you can look, man, listen, you can read books like Monster by Monster Cody Scott and shit. They can pinpoint the day, hour, time, party where like 90% of this shit. So if you know that if this beef happened between two dudes who you never met, got no connection to, why are you fighting their family's blood feud for them for 30, 40,
No,
50? Wait a minute. Let me make this point.
Yep.
If you go to slavery, right? You had slavery, which led to like Jim Crow, which led to like segregation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All that is good. But if that is the cause of why you're doing what you're doing, why aren't you killing white people? They're the people who did it to you. Why would you want to aggress upon each other for something?
You're being racist. That's all.
See,
No, but I'm
being racist.
That's a race. That's like a race thing.
I've agreed with him the whole time.
That's like a race thing. It sounds like it sounds like you have like a, you know what I mean? So like motherfuckers ain't on that. Like that's what it is. Like motherfuckers ain't on that. Like.
Because it's not about like defeating the root of the problem of who disrespected your grandparents or enslaved your great grandparents or whatever. It's about settling tit for tat disputes within the community with people that you have issues with. Like that ends up being the thing that gets addressed with deadly violence
by killing him.
Yeah,
because and killing nobody not gonna make nothing right. I mean, so nobody it shouldn't be like, oh yeah, well since you're doing this, just do that. No, motherfuckers just need to cut it out. Period.
And it's that simple.
You need to cut it out, period, bro. Not like, all right, we need to go over here and do that. No.
In a perfect world, the culture as a whole would be able to come together and say, hey, all this shit is so wrong that we need to shun it. However, we don't really see anything like that. In actuality, we see somebody like Nicki Minaj who acts like it's ridiculous that drill songs are being banned from the radio because, oh, well, they don't punish, Hank Williams when he's singing, I killed a man in Vegas or whatever, which is like the absolute dumbest argument in the history of mankind because these dudes are literally writing songs about killing each other back to back the day after they kill each other, which is a lot different than like a song that's a storytelling song about a fake body that never actually happened, because the rapping about fake bodies that never actually happened was largely what was going on in gangster rap for like all of the 90s. Now we have a lot of exceptions.
Okay, so
Tupac ain't never killed nobody. Ice Cube never killed no fucking body.
But that's like saying Hot Boy by Bobby Shmurda should have been banned from the radio from the jump.
Bobby Shmurda ain't killing nobody.
There's specific bodies and killers.
Oh, well, that's why what's in
that record.
I mean, do you think that the radio in Chicago should be platforming or should be playing King Von's music? I mean, really, if there's any conscience available to these radio stations, I don't know how they could possibly justify
I think that like specific words and phrases being censored, absolutely.
Sure,
like, why don't y'all just sit back and imagine this a little bit one time? How the fuck would the world be?
Better. It would be better.
Without.
I feel like he's not even close to done that sentence.
No, like, look, how the world would be without rap.
Yeah,
the way it is.
Yeah.
And
probably a lot less violence. Let's be totally real.
I mean,
I hate to say it because this is really kind of how I make my living, but it feels like without rap, the world would be probably
how would
better,
you be
right?
sitting here peacefully doing this podcast without violence behind it?
And I totally agree with that, and I can acknowledge that this is something that I'm interested in
Violence
that I don't think is necessarily good for society.
America.
But don't you think, like, when you look at the drill music thing, I mean, right there, look at all these dead people that really would not be dead if it wasn't for people promoting warfare in this music. I would be just sitting here lying my ass off if I didn't acknowledge that.
But that's not necessarily true, because if you look at the 90s, there's actually a higher murder rate in Chicago.
That's a lie.
That's not true.
That's a lie.
That's not,
The murder rate has been dropping significantly for like 20, 30 years.
Y'all ever seen
Dead
that?
bodies?
They're not reporting.
Anymore?
No,
Bro,
they're reporting
people got
more now.
murdered and they were saying it was COVID. Even now in LA,
Bro.
the crime rate in LA. Wait, let me say this.
But the
crime
murder rate is dropping so ridiculously.
The crime
I feel
rate,
like drill and like gang warfare is like the exception to that.
all it
I was
is,
about to make a solid point. A lot of the murders that was happening, they were blaming it on COVID. A lot of people died and they were like, oh yeah, it was COVID. Nah, everybody didn't die from COVID. We all know that shit was a hoax.
I think that y'all think that gang violence is what the most people die from in the world.
Obviously,
No.
In inner cities, I think that
Yeah,
for sure, like a young person losing their life is probably mostly due to gun-based warfare.
No, that's not it.
What?
Abortion.
Okay.
I mean, that's another. Yeah,
Most of us wouldn't really consider that.
I just want to say this point. You contribute this stuff to
And that's
typical liberal-minded guy. Oh, it's poor people around poor people, and then poor. You're equating poor to violence.
that's why they were
But
trying to ban abortion. Man, you know that it's like 300-some thousand abortions in America every year. It's crazy.
Reality in history, the poor people were the most peaceful people because they didn't have much. So they really were kind of like, I'm trying to survive, so I don't got time to aggress against anybody.
So what happened?
What happened was you removed black fathers from homes. You deconstructed the nuclear black family, which created a situation that your word became untenable for black mothers, right? You all them welfare and all these things and said, you can't get this if there's a man living with you. The black man, obviously, the black unemployment rate forever has been like 25, 30%. So he's struggling to survive. He's like, I can barely take care of myself, let alone my family. And I can't work with my woman to make things work because now she's saying, you got to go so I can feed the kids. The destruction of the black family led directly to the destruction of the black community. This is already documented. So it ain't about being poor because in 1940, 1 in 3 black families owned a home. 1 in 5 black families had a car, a luxury vehicle. We had our own economy.
Right.
But once Martin Luther King came in and said, hey guys, let's go hang out with white people. Let's get beat up so we can eat a sandwich next to Adam 24. That led directly to the destruction of the black economy.
So he just pretty
And
much
our
said the
economy
civil
died.
rights movement.
Our economy died so
was a
that
bad
we could
thing.
join into the white economy. And once that happened, we begin to be outpaced because now you can be segregated against if what you're participating in is not your own. Like if you fire me, I don't even work here. But say I worked here and you fire me, right?
What he's saying is true.
If you fire me and I work here, I got my own YouTube channel to go back to. But if I forfeit my YouTube channel, let it die, right? And you fire me, I live in fear every day that you're going to get rid of me because I don't have nothing to fall back on. And that's what happened with black people during desegregation. We gave up our own baseball league. That was awesome.
If this was pre-YouTube, if this was 20 years ago, then you, like, let's say this was a radio station and you work at the radio station, you get fired, you're fucked.
We don't actually live in a time now where somebody got power over your success.
Boom.
We don't live.
We agree with you.
We're
I
not
agree
there
with
now.
you.
We're not in that. That's not the situation. People that put themselves in those situations and mentally there, that's on them. You know what I mean? But the real world, actually, where we at, your success doesn't have anything to do with nobody.
Didn't I tell you? I told you. I said all the gang members, if you get them in a room, they will eventually arrive at what he just said. One thing about gang members, they are capable of taking extreme accountability. I've never talked to a gang member who went to jail and was like, nah, man, that was all the system and all this stuff. Most of them dudes just be like, man, I was fucking up. You know what I'm saying? I got caught, whatever. This dude snitched on me, whatever. That's fine. But a lot of, like, people think gang members and police officers have animosity. Most gang members understand that police officers are just doing the job they're paid to do. And I'm doing the shit I'm doing.
You really think most? I don't feel like that's the tone that I get from most gang members I talk to with the cops.
No, talk to them. Even dudes who've been in prison. You know, the guards give you respect. You give them respect. They understand that. But the thing is, you got people like Lush.
There's accountability there.
We do know that.
You got people like Lush, he's associated with the culture, but he really, basically, you're engaged in a soft form of racism because you don't believe that black.
I love you holding his shoulder, Sam.
I knew this was
No, but
coming.
this is what you're doing.
Waiting for
You're
this.
trying to remove accountability from black people when black people know good and damn well what we're doing that makes our community the way it is. You got to let people stand in their accountability until they say, you know what? Like he said, no one's got a glass ceiling over you anymore.
Look, there's a difference between, I agree, people should be held accountable, and black people are definitely responsible for.
No, shut your just sat here talking about slavery.
Hold on. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to not take into account the conditions that people were put into, and I'm never going to stop looking at it that way. No matter what you say.
You ain't about to 360 deal me on this podcast, bro. You trying to move the fucking goalpost?
No, I'm not. You move the goalpost. First, hold on, real quick.
The thing about though, when it comes to gangs, bro, like gangs are going to be. There always was, and they're going to be.
And they're not mutually exclusive to race.
Yes, they was,
Look
bro.
at gangs in New York.
Just was not called what they were called.
Okay,
You know what I mean? They just was not in place. These particular people, these particular black folks was not in this district at a point in time. So they didn't represent this district. You know what I mean? But these black folks, they represented each other as a whole everywhere they went. No matter what it was through generations. These black people stayed together and they can represented whatever they represented as a whole wherever they went, bro. That's
Before you make this point,
fuck no. Fuck no.
Do I have your permission to just drop a huge jewel on this situation?
Yeah, I'm gonna listen on my phone while I go take a piss.
Okay, cool. Well, listen. Gang stuff always evolves. White people start the first gangs in America.
Correct.
But those gangs evolved, so they became the police department.
Look,
Stop waiting.
There's a difference between accountability and oppression.
You need to listen to this.
All right.
The white gangs evolved into the I'm gonna keep saying a lot. The white gangs evolved into the police department. The unions. All these things, they turn from illegal criminal organizations to technically legal organizations.
They turned into construction companies, the union, all that. Yeah, mafia shit.
Where organized crime eventually came to legal crime. Now, black gangs, I'm
Italian
have
and
to
Jewish. I know all about it.
So you know all about it.
I know all about it.
So black gangs have to do that same evolution, whether we like it or not. If we don't, we get stuck in
and like I don't see how are black people being stifled in this instance by
let me explain it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so black people are in a perpetual loop right now because we have a culture that basically ostracizes us for trying to move the gang shit into a legal category. So like even
the political parties already did that.
So even no, they have.
Yes, they have.
Even dudes like 600, right? Like let's say 600.
Okay.
This guy is a Crip, but now whatever he's doing is technically legal, right? He's kind of like, I'm a law enforcement.
He has immunity because of law enforcement.
Whatever. But
what you're implying.
But what I'm telling you is,
so you're calling 600 a cop.
No, I'm not. What you're saying is what you're seeing play out between Big U and 600, which I understand is trolling. That is the natural evolution. Big U represents the old way. 600 and other dudes like Whack represent the evolution of that. We're not just in petty gang crime. We're evolving this into like legitimate, very lucrative legal business dealings. Big U was still engaged in low-level extortion. And so now you're seeing a changing of the guard with the end of like the snitching culture, the no snitching, all that's dying.
You feel like it's the last days?
It's the last days. Everyone's trying to move their shit to a more legal. That happened with white people. That happened with the Italian mob. There came a time when this was no longer your word tenable. So they had to move it for the survival of their communities and culture. They had to make illegal into legal.
So there's not already a lot of affluent black people in communities making a lot of money off of
but most of those people didn't come from the gang culture.
Correct.
Like if you look at Al Capone, them even at one point they said, man, we gotta like start casinos and shit because we gotta go legit because this shit's catching up to us and we can't outrun it. Bank robbers, Babyface Nelson, you know these guys, they're white like you, all those dudes, they eventually said, damn, what did they do? The mobsters separated from the bank robbers.
White like you. He called that nigga Machine Gun Kelly Babyface Nelson.
Even though they were all in league, but the mobsters realized this bank robbery shit is dying. They're not tolerating this. So they moved on to the point where they said, go watch the movie. What's the movie with Johnny Depp? The one with they were robbing
Pirates of the Caribbean.
No, shut up. The one where they're robbing the banks. No, Public Enemy, right? If you look at that movie, there's a scene in the movie where What's the guy's name who was robbing the banks? The main one.
I don't know.
Dillinger,
Johnny Dillinger.
John Dillinger, when he would rob a bank, he had all these safe houses he would go to that were run by the mob. They protected him. There's a scene in the movie where he tries to go to a safe house. They said, you can't stay here. He said, why? Well, this guy said you can't stay here. He goes to meet with one of the head guys in the mob. The mob guy said this. He said, when you rob a bank and you bring us money, we're making like $600,000 per robbery. He said, you see phones, a legal phone service, operating service. He said, these phones are making what you make in every bank robbery in an hour. You can't stay anymore. They separated from the criminal element to go the legal route. And black people, even gang members, they have to separate from that. And I'm telling you it's possible because in Long Beach, that's exactly what happened in my city. These guys were killers. Now they're working for the water department, the refuse department, chief investigator of the refuse department, stuff like that. Because why? They took the illegal shit and they separated and went legal. That's the evolution of gangs, but we're just dealing with the bloody last days of it. That's it.
I mean, I think, but here's the thing. You seem to feel like it's a political issue at the end of the day. You have a lot of hatred towards any type of liberalism, right? No. But like that seems to be like the main thing that a lot of your points like hinge upon is being conservative and like holding this high standard, pull yourself up by your bootstrap mentality. You want to apply the same mentality to the black community that you see the white people doing, and you think that's going to make you more successful.
You know nothing about black people. Black people are naturally culturally conservative.
Black people. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about
are
you
the first
and your talking
conservatives.
Points.
We started the Republican Party.
Right.
Don't you ever forget that.
Abraham Lincoln
Don't
was
you
a
ever forget
conservative.
that.
I understand that.
We are conservative by nature.
So like I said, all of your points are hinging upon a political ideology.
So what I'm doing is returning us back to our original form versus the degenerate, chaotic form that we've morphed into. So if you look at me and say Brandon's a coon, no, you're a coon because you don't even know enough about your history to understand that everything I'm saying is what helped black people survive when they came out of slavery. We came out of slavery with nothing. In 10 years, we had burgeoning communities, our own banks, all that. How? Because we had the mindset that I embody
today.
today.
Fucked that shit up? White people.
No.
Who fucked up Black Wall Street?
Black people love giving shit away for white acceptance. Martin Luther King fucked that shit up. I'll be real with you. He told black people, I have a dream that I'll be judged by the content of my character, not the color of my skin. Look, Martin, here's the thing. Your people. Go ahead.
What point are we making? Like, what is it?
So many.
What is
We're potting.
We be potted.
What is it all like? That's what I want to know. Like, what you actually trying to say? For is you're saying black people give away what our intelligence for white acceptance?
You're a rapper.
And what? Yeah.
You're a rapper.
All right.
Where you are today would be totally different if you didn't have rappers in the 90s who had so little faith in their own talent that they were willing to sell that shit for pennies on the dollar to a white guy. And now white Jewish people like him control hip hop.
But that's not them not having
faith in you. And now that's why you see artists now. Wait a minute.
That's them not understanding.
Wait a minute. Listen.
The industry.
No.
At that time, if you wanted to have success as a rapper, you basically had no choice but to work with labels.
No,
right?
because
they got flu flams.
No, you had
flu flams.
You had dudes like E40. You had dudes like Master P. You've always had independent artists.
But I'm saying those were kind of like right before the internet started to take hold of information. Those were kind of people who were able to latch onto a business model that didn't necessarily rely on the major labels. Even though both of those people definitely did business with the major labels.
Those were people
very
who
favorable business with the unprecedented
and real
examples.
exceptions to the rule. Right?
Those were
very
people,
much so.
No, those were people who knew their worth. And now you see rap has evolved to where most of the artists are now going the independent route. We're just learning and we're evolving. But what I'm telling you is, if we have faith in what we do, you have enough historical reference to know that black people are capable of incredible things. Had you taken those dudes and let's take them to Africa and see all these big ass skyscrapers and show them what black people really can do with no one else around, that might change their mindset when it comes to, man, I'm gonna just sign this deal for like $50,000 because I gotta put food on the table. You had to do like Snoop Dogg who was willing to sell a song to Master P for $5,000. And then he said, five, give me five. He said, I meant 5,000. Master P turned around and gave Cut $50,000. Like, showed him, hey, this is what money really could look like.
But didn't Snoop basically sign with Master P because he needed a way out of the death row situation? And Master P was basically willing to bankroll it?
Yeah, and he made more money than ever once he signed with Master P. Because Master P was what? Mogul. Yeah. So he was able to show Snoop, this is what you would be making if you had some confidence in yourself. So Master P had more faith in Snoop and confidence in him than Snoop had in himself.
Well, yeah, he was also used to getting fucked in all his deals that he had signed.
But why? Because you only get fucked because you don't believe in your shit as much. Like, you could be like this, but then when it comes time, like, the deal gets on the table, you're like, damn, if I say no to this, ain't no guarantee that something else
that comes down to education, because these dudes they're signing deals that they didn't even understand what they meant. They're not even having lawyers look them over.
And why are you doing that? Because you broke. You see some zeros. You like,
yeah, but it's not that. But it's not them having a lack of confidence in their abilities. They were like, we're the dopest people from where we're from. Everybody around likes our music.
But the thing too. Now the way the game is, it's so easy to create music and put it out. There's too many artists for you to not have failing artists.
Well,
what the fuck, nigga? Everybody ain't about to be successful.
No, for sure.
To work for everybody. Niggas is practicing. Like, you feel me? It ain't fairly do nothing for everybody. So you just gonna have that.
It's a meritocracy.
You know what I mean? Like, it's impossible for everybody to be successful on rap.
Well,
I just want to know where you draw the line with your separatism. Like,
Almighty Suspect had to fail at rapping so Conrad from the apps could be a success, and that's what makes everything beautiful. That's what raises the bar for rap music. That's what raises the bar for everything, is because that competition. Understanding, dang, it's a lot of people out here, you know, that's after it. So let me be better. Now every Negro with a damn bandana wrapped around his head think he a rapper. Some back in the 90s and shit, when it was real competition, some of these dudes like, man, look, I might be able to tell a rhyme or two, but I ain't nowhere on the level of this person.
Well, that person. Now
it's so watered down.
In the 90s, if they had access to the internet the way that they do now, there would have been 5 million fucking random ass rappers just like there is now. Yeah,
1,000%.
Because everybody has, because the internet has no vetting system.
The internet is the vetting system.
Shot a hard one at you, Suspect. You got to get back at, bro. I'm definitely finna edit this up. The nigga said Suspect had to be a failing rapper so Conrad from the Abs could make it. That's crazy. But when you think about it, Conrad got that bottle back. Mentors and Adventurers, that shit platinum. That's a platinum hit. Like, bro could go around the world with just that one song.
Popularization of prosumer audio technology during the early 2000s.
Excuse me, he's probably been around the world off that one song.
And the internet blowing up and social media allowed there to be this influx of independent artists.
Terrible artists, most of them. Listen, it's the basic laws of economics, supply and demand. If supply is high and demand is low, guess what? The prices drop. That's it. And that's what's going on with rap music. It's so much supply, there's not enough demand for it all. So there's no money in it anymore.
But the good shit's rising to the top, I feel like, in a way. Like right now, the cream is gonna rise to the top. The most well-produced music, the artists that have the biggest massive heat. They're actually like, there's so many different options for whatever it is. You got your Doechis, you got your Playboy Cardis, you got Boss Man D-Lo, and you got everything in between, bro. There's like an infinite amount of artists you could latch onto. All races are represented, all subcultures, all subgenres, all regions.
But it feels like music has been so demystified that it's almost impossible for anything to stand out at this point.
Well, I mean, to a degree, but there's still like, this is coming from the perspective of us now being around for so long, and like the veil of deception of, you know, we've actually even tried to rap ourselves at a certain point, you feel me? Like back then, like rapping meant a lot more because people didn't have access to the fucking studios to even get a chance to record a song. You're doing it on 2-inch tape reels that cost thousands of dollars. Even if you're doing some indie shit and it's like the Neighborhood Dope Man or whatever gang is funding the operation, that's still like, it's now anybody can rap. So I feel like that could be a bad thing, but it also creates way more voices and way more opportunities.
Okay, let me do this thing real quick, and then we're going to bring up another topic. So I just wanted to let you guys know the E420 app is saving people money and upgrading their setup so that smoking doesn't have to be expensive. They've got deals going on all month right now. It's actually high quality, good stuff. This is literally the Amazon of smoking needs with mystery boxes to keep things interesting. So go check out those as well. I personally recommend the edibles mystery box for your next party. And again, download the E420 app. It's super easy to use. You don't even have to get off your couch. So again, everything 420 are the sponsor of this episode, and we're super, super thankful to them. So make sure you hit up the E420 app and grab your gear. Don't be the last one to level up. Okay. So, all right, I think we would be, well, really, I'm supposed to call Jin Lee at some point here too. But I think in general, we would kind of be failing ourselves if we didn't mention like the biggest story of the week, the Tory Lanez thing. We can get to that, but from everything I'm seeing, it doesn't seem like it's going terribly well for the prosecution.
No, Diddy's getting off. He's beating the case 100%.
I don't think he's going to beat everything.
No, I'm not saying.
Gonna be,
and I'll tell you, I mean, it all came down to that CNN evidence being like, because that's literally what their entire case hinged upon. The testimony that's going on, male escorts, blah, 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 blah. Nobody gives a fuck about that. And maybe he might get some sharp rob sex trafficking charges. You feel me? Like he might, which is really unsubstantiated, even per the testimony that they're trying to use against him. But the main evidence is out the window. Diddy is going to walk home a free man. I thought he was cooked prior to that, but the feds and the prosecution are doing such a piss poor job, if I'm being honest. It's like, damn, like there's literally 2C being found and fucking ketamine laced
baby. Poor job because a lot of this shit was made up, and a lot of it was consensual. And a lot of people was doing that shit because they wanted to. So a lot of people who turned their back on Diddy gonna change the cool. That man about to get out with a vengeance.
The oil, and you still can't convict this man.
They did a great job at painting this picture of him as a monster, but as time goes by, it's slowly starting to look like, oh, maybe you're a violent abuser. Okay, sure.
He's for sure a janky dude.
Well, how does that constitute a RICO? How does that warrant this scale of charges? That being said, I mean, I do think that there's probably some stuff with the prostitution and the drug trafficking, et cetera, that he's not going to be able to get away from. But it's not looking like the slam dunk case that it was originally purported to be.
And it just goes to show you like the way that they try to slander people, especially like prominent people, and the fact that this is one of the most successful black moguls in the entertainment industry on the heels of like the Cosby and Me Too shit is kind of like, damn, I felt like my childhood was attacked. And at the same time, we know Diddy is janky, Diddy's a freaky frog, Diddy be doing some wild ass shit. He probably needs to be held accountable for. We can't be letting Diddy run rampant to the degree he was, but he's about to beat this motherfucking case. Why? Because y'all are inept. And how? I think CNN might have got paid off. The increasingly
that nigga's a freaky frog.
Relevance of major news outlets due to the popularization of non-mainstream media such as No Jumper is pretty evident that they're going to be doing cash grabs, like accepting under the table bribes from Diddy to mysteriously lose some of the most vital footage of all time when they're supposed to be like one of their main purposes is being an archivist, right? They have an archive of all these historical news events, yet they lose the footage of Diddy abusing Cassie, the original footage that is. They only have the altered content. Which intern needs to get fired? Now that intern needs like a fucking 3-pronged dildo in the ass that spins around like people like Sharp enjoy. You feel me?
I mean, I feel like the most damning thing that I've seen is just the
that nigga said like people like Sharp enjoy. Look at everybody's face. Oh man. The shots is being thrown. Bow, bow. Sharp. You can't let this nigga Lush talk to you like this, bro.
Male escort whose testimony basically purported to Cassie being a willing participant in so much of this. And when I'm even having this conversation with random people and they're like, oh, he was doing Cassie so bad. I'm like, bruh, she stuck around that relationship for 10 years. Like at a certain point, it's hard for me to imagine that she was not, to some extent, a willing participant.
Is that one
Aggressive
of his
was the word
main
used.
charges for the domestic on her, right?
Correct.
I mean, that's part of it. But
That's
what are the actual charges, though? I don't think. Why is him beating his wife rising to that level?
That is literally the main evidence that the entire prosecution was like hinging upon was that footage for some reason.
Him beating up his girl.
Yeah, literally the footage of
And
him.
then
That nigga should be out of jail. People beat up their girl, domestic violence, worse than that situation. I mean, knock the sense out of motherfuckers. And y'all get him motherfuckers 2-3 years in regular court. Why is this man in federal court behind this shit?
what else?
So they said because that's lost now, it's inadmissible because it got edited by CNN.
So that case is already thrown out.
That evidence is gone.
So what's the other charge?
Okay, racketeering and conspiracy. Combs was accused of leading a criminal enterprise that engaged in a pattern of illegal activities, including sex trafficking, forced labor, and other offenses. Prosecutors allege that this enterprise used Combs' business empire to enrich himself and associates who were loyal and willing to conceal his crimes. If convicted, this charge carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. And then in addition to that, specifically, Combs was charged with sex trafficking, alleging that he used force, fraud, and coercion to compel individuals into commercial sex acts. This indictment refers to multiple victims, with Cassandra, aka Cassie, being one of the identified victims. This charge carries a mandatory prison sentence of 15 years and a maximum of life in prison, and then also transportation for the purpose of prostitution. So basically, like, in our minds, him basically treating Cassie horribly and is one of the main things that has him on the chopping block. When you actually look at this, it's trafficking drugs, employing people to traffic drugs, employing people to help you traffic in prostitutes, etc. All
And
things
just
that
calling
we don't
bitches
think
and
there's
drugs to
anything
the
wrong
house.
with. We don't give a fuck. If he's carrying Molly all over the world and he's employing people to bring Molly and Tusi and all these crazy drugs,
Great guys.
none of us view that as immoral. And then in addition to the prostitution thing, I mean, Conrad, Lush, I know that we've all dibbled and dabbled, at least to some extent. I mean, myself personally, I haven't really paid for most of it, but dealt with a lot of prostitutes. I mean, none of us think that that's abhorrent. But, I mean, it does seem like he's probably fucked when it comes to those things.
The thing is, basically, what they're trying to convict Diddy of is what you do on Plug Talk just without cameras. So
there's no coercion and there's no
Power
there's no misleading of, like, everyone who does Plug Talk knows exactly what they're doing.
But we know that because why? The camera's on it.
If y'all go back into the beginning of the podcast, when Trap was on here with me, shout out 7-1 Trap. I said the same thing. Adam, you're doing the same thing that Diddy was doing.
Now let's take the camera away. Everybody who goes on Plug Talk could come with an accusation. It's just accusation against you of all those things. I was brought to no jumper, this, whatever. That's the only difference here. He's a freaky motherfucker like you, a freaky ass nigga.
Yep.
I don't think I've risen to his
You a freaky ass nigga too.
Listen to what I'm saying.
There's
But the
levels of
difference
freakiness.
is you're recording it. You're putting all you're framing it in a legal. You're making sure you got all your T's crossed, I's dotted legally.
But let's say Plug Talk was a little different. Let's say we were traveling all over the country, and some of the people who worked for me, I was saying, hey, you got to swallow this balloon full of Molly tablets and whatnot so that we can have this when we get to Ibiza or whatever.
Right.
Now we're talking. Now that's a criminal enterprise.
Now what if,
They trying to say that it was going like that, like they was making people swallowing and shit.
Now,
Like,
I don't know if that was their transportation mechanism.
now say someone was doing that and you had no
niggas was
idea.
just flying with shit because we.
I mean, think about it.
Got shit.
He was doing these freak offs on such an extreme scale that at some point he can't be the only one transporting the Molly. It also, like, if I were to tell one of the girls from Plug Talk, hey, we got, like, let's say we were more into drugs, hey, I need y'all to bring these pills with us when we go to this place, boom. They now have information on me that could easily bury me. Much like what's happening.
If you have 100 people coming to a party, you can't be responsible or know who's bringing what. But which person gonna get on the stand and say, well, yeah, I brought my own crack to smoke. Everyone's trying to make themselves look like an angel to make him look more like a villain.
For sure.
So if someone comes with you and they got a freaking balloon full of Molly in their purse, later on they say, I'm broke as fuck, now I'm gonna try to go against Adam. They're gonna say that you brought the Molly. and you made them take it.
But
to
this
make
is
you
just-
look like even though we all know these people are active drug users, people have literally admitted to going to Diddy parties. Why? Because they want pink cocaine. They show up to use it. And that's why people go to celebrity parties for free shit. Free drugs.
You're not wrong.
Free. Am I wrong?
And really, from my perspective, him having people bring large quantities of drugs to the various locations that they're going to, that's so much safer than like, hey, we're in Houston. Somebody go out into the streets and find somebody who sells Molly and Coke and whatnot. Bringing your own assures a greater level of quality.
No, buddy.
From the perspective of the Fed,
I wouldn't take them chances. He's been doing it for 30 years. That nigga, whatever he was doing, that nigga had it down packed to a science. And shit, everybody was a willing participant. Like they said, like, imagine like, oh yeah, I'm being invited to a Diddy party. You know, you about to eat for free, drink for free, do some drugs for free, and possibly get your freak on. Them people was there.
this is a drug trafficking ring. Yeah.
Right. But here's the thing, though, and this is why the feds had such a slam dunk of
power.
Yeah, but they had such a slam dunk case that they completely dropped the ball on. And there are things about because like
the freaking shit Diddy down with did with motherfucking hands up. No. I'm just saying, man.
I'm not gonna lie. There are things as far as the way Diddy did allegedly play off of power dynamics by so many people. I do feel like there's no coincidence that so many of his artists wind up dropping.
Nigga told Adam, nigga, plug talk is the same thing as a Diddy party, nigga.
Dead or marred in huge controversy.
You doing it with your wife.
He's in legal disputes and or broke as fuck. He's also one of these quote unquote Jews that fucking winds up signing people to the worst deals in music industry history. Bad Boy Records. Prior to that, when he was working with Mary J. Blige and all that shit at Uptown Records, he was already learning the game janky. Come on, bro.
He's not signing nobody to nothing. You signing yourself to that because you write your own signature. Let me tell you this.
That's moving the goalposts.
Listen, when I called Cap on the Diddy bad contract shit was when the Locks, one of my favorite rap groups, was on 97 or whatever. Hot 97.
Jadakiss wanted to push a refrigerator off the roof onto him.
They were talking shit on Diddy. Bad. Right. He robbed us. He this and that. Diddy called the fucking radio station and was like, tell me how I robbed you. Tell me what I did. These niggas were speechless. They couldn't even tell
because these are dudes in their early 20s that signed deals when they were fucking 17. Had no clue. They really nowadays, like Lil Pump, when he signed a deal of that magnitude, he was able to get free from it. Because why? Because you're not even supposed to be that age signing contract.
They probably had to get their parents to sign it.
If you make an accusation, you should know what you're accusing this person of doing. If you can't articulate what he did to you, why are you running around on radio stations talking about it? He never took advantage of them. He did.
No, he didn't take advantage of them. When you 16, 17 years old, and somebody say, "Well, how much money you want to sign this deal?" You say, "Well, we just want give us 30,000, 50,000, 100,000." And he said, okay, here. That's what you asked for. And that's why they were speechless. Because they was going to say, well, we were young and you asked us what we want and that's what you gave us. We just want a car. We just want this, that, and this. And just make sure we got studio time. And like, they could have asked for the simplest things. They were young, bro, and dumb. And shit. Hopefully not full of cum. And that's what they asked for. And that's why they were speechless. And they said, you robbed me because you knew I was worth a lot more and you could have just offered me what I was worth. But instead, you gave me a choice, which they could have said, we want $1 million each. And just see how he reacted. But when you don't believe in yourself, like he said in the beginning, then it is what it is.
What he did, what is done in capitalism. He saw an area where he could make a lot of money with little overhead, and he exploited it. These guys.
But you were just
weren't
applauding Master
they
P for
weren't
giving ownership to artists and like
Diddy is not Master P.
But you're using the exact argument that you
Master
used
P
against
was
yourself
going.
earlier,
Listen, Master P was making nobody artists into millionaires, and then going out getting established artists and making them even richer. Diddy didn't learn from the same people Master P learned from. Also, Diddy wasn't selling cocaine simultaneously while selling records, so he didn't have that safety net of money. Diddy was operating based on the rules of the music business as they are done in New York City.
But I think I've seen Jadakiss and the other members of the Locks like be pretty transparent and open about the fact that they really didn't understand the music business when they were going on this huge crusade against Bad Boy.
Boom.
Correct.
And let's be real,
They were young.
we probably wouldn't revere Jadakiss and Styles P and these guys on the same level if they hadn't had a machine like Bad Boy promoting the fuck out of them and making them huge stars. They could have easily been also rans like so many other people from the New York hip hop scene at that time who didn't really become as anywhere near as famous. Like now the game is you get signed to a label, you allow the label to invest millions of dollars into blowing you the fuck up, and then at some point you separate from them and you use that fame that they basically embedded into you to go have an independent hustle.
Correct.
These people, listen, these people claim, their claim to fame is, I'm a hustler, I'm a gangster, I moved all this weight. What's the Jadakiss line? We weigh
The whale.
we
So
weigh
much
the
comes
shit
from
with
weight,
the-
with the
we
same
use a
scale we
scale to
use
weigh
a
the
whale
weight.
with.
So you're a hustler, you're a drug kingpin, but you ain't reading contracts, dummy. You're nothing you
But
claim to be.
they were
Wait a
like
minute.
they were a lot younger at that
Wait,
time.
man,
though.
no.
You're talking about
bro,
like,
they was rapping about this shit when they was young.
they were like Biggie, like Jada and them were like proteges.
You know who's
feel me?
I'm just gonna totally disregard what you just said. Listen,
Why?
because it's not making sense. Listen
How?
to what I'm telling
What
you.
doesn't make sense
You know
about that?
who's a real hustler? What's the dude's name from the Clips?
Pusha T.
Pusha T.
Right.
That motherfucker's a boss. And you ain't never heard
He's
him
also
arguing
like, but
about-
he's like in his 50s,
and you've
bro.
never
And he
heard
signed,
him.
hold on, signed.
See what I'm saying? He be going on tangents.
No, signed one of the most notoriously worst deals in hip hop history.
But you-
and I'm sorry to the fans, but the Crackers wasn't playing fair at job.
But you will never.
Do you not remember that?
But you will never hear him complaining about a contract.
But he
Ever.
literally
There was a
Because
whole
he was in-
movement by the
yeah,
Clips to try
he
to
was
get
in
free
limbo
from
for
Jive.
that.
Yeah.
That's why he
they
did
wanted to get free from them, but they never were like, these dudes extorted us, these dudes signed us to a bad deal. They were just like, we signed a fucked up deal, and now we want to get out.
But this is also
That's like Dave Chappelle.
But
this is
claiming
years
that you
later.
were victimized by the label is very much a PR tactic that is pretty compelling to the fans.
But they
Don't you think?
never,
Yeah,
but
they just
they
wanted to get
never
out their
played
deal.
the victim. They just said we don't want to be. It's the same thing with Dave Chappelle. Chappelle admitted, I signed a fucked up deal, but I'm gonna use the court of public opinion to pressure Comedy Central to let me go.
Puffy was kind of being a
that's
dick, though,
different from
Brandon.
saying-
You know that.
No, listen.
Puffy
that
was
has
being
nothing
a
to-
dick, bro.
Listen,
He's a weirdo.
He was a very
That's-
weird guy. How could you like defend his actions to this?
But
like,
also, the Locks were like objectively pretty popular by today's standards. Like their albums did fairly
were lit.
well, but at that time, it was considered a failure because you're being compared to Jay-Z and Biggie.
and you're not making money.
But really, then they went from being Biggie's understudies to DMX's understudies, being a part of Rough Riders. Even though to me,
That really didn't work out for them either, did it?
well, that was the next deal they had.
You can't be the
they
drug-
left Bad Boy and went to Rough Riders. But here's the thing, I'm like literally a bigger Jada fan than I am RIP a DMX fan. So like,
You
I'm not,
sound crazy.
no, not
anyway.
I'll
really.
take Jada over DMX.
yeah,
I'm taking DMX over.
I like lyrics, bro. I like bars. I like
X
punches.
got lyrics.
I'm not saying he don't, but Jada's like a master at that.
Man,
crap. He's
listen,
one of the
Jada got bars for sure. He's a great rapper. But X, listen, man, Jay-Z tells a story on YouTube where he was like, bro, DMX made me raise my game.
Yeah, they battled for an hour and a
performances.
half straight.
You will never go to a Jadakiss concert, and in one moment, all the women are cheering. The next moment, all the men are cheering. And then by the time the show is
X was
over,
a bigger
everyone's crying.
star. X was a bigger
X
star.
just had a
objectively.
connection with people. And that's what matters most. That's why the Locks didn't make no money. And X made a ton of money and blew it because he's a drug addict. Well, he's dead, rest in peace. Listen, that man had a spiritual connection with people. Same thing like Tupac. Tupac isn't
This
even
is
the
like the
best lyricist.
simple-minded people that don't understand lyricism to the highest degree.
No.
He always he had a great passion.
No.
Nah, Jada got more bars,
No.
so he harder, bro. It's that simple. Every single time Jada spit, it's fire. It don't matter. He can rhyme on a Dirty South beat. He can rhyme shit still relevant to the youngins. He's like he masters his craft. Goes on stage, masters a ceremony every time. Jada way harder, bro. Anybody that really understands the intangibles and the craft of lyricism knows that Jada's above DMX. It's not even a question,
You do
bro.
realize that at one point the Locks was under DMX, right?
I do realize
so
that.
you can say all that, he's better, he's this. Everything is about connecting with people in a way that they relate to. Even this show, there's something about this show that connects with certain people. You could say this ain't the best podcast ever, Joe Rogan's better, but motherfuckers ain't watching Joe
Real
Rogan.
street dudes
They're
like me
watching
relate to
No
Jadakiss, dog.
Jumper because not we, but people here connect with them in a certain way. In the crowd, in the audience, you got some people who I connect with just because off of me being me. And X did more of that than the Locks. He had more people connected to. So the court of public opinion rules that X is the better.
He was a bigger
better.
star at his peak, but I just prefer Jadakiss.
No, that's your personal.
Yeah, it's my personal
white
opinion.
preference. And I
would say more white people
because
fuck with
you
DMX.
would.
If
For
we're
sure.
being honest. It's like
No, I said personal. I'm not blaming for.
But he said
Y'all in the comments, let me know. X or Jadakiss. But that never been a question to me. Like X is, yeah, I'm slipping, I'm falling. Okay, like, yeah, dude, different, bro. The dog, RIP the dog, man. It's my brother, Robert Steele. Dogs, nigga, what? That nigga there, man. X was a different breed, bro.
personal
You're
white.
not-
So
yeah,
I'm saying most white people.
You're individually a white guy.
Sure.
But what I'm telling you, of course,
Sure.
as a Jewish man,
that knows
as a
more about the
Jewish
shit
man,
than motherfuckers
listen,
though. So it
as
don't
a-
matter
as a Jewish
what the
man,
fuck I am. You
as
feel
a
me?
Jewish man, we can see why you would love somebody
Nah,
who's dumb enough to
Jada-
sign a horrible deal.
DMX was a
fucking
crackhead.
hard. That nigga like
Jadakiss was a smooth
Yeah.
criminal. He was
exactly.
He was a dope dealer.
He
DMX
sold
was a
dope to
user.
DMX.
That's right.
He sold
But I'm
dope to
saying,
DMX.
like, so
he
you should
identified-
probably be taking up for Jadakiss.
So he
Really?
identified with the users.
So
He-
you
you are
identify
supporting
as
the
users.
a user
Rush is disrespectful. This nigga say Jadakiss sold dope to DMX.
is someone who's
Wow.
trapped in a perpetual cycle.
I can't think of anybody that describes that better than DMX.
Listen, but what I'm telling
do
you
see
is
what Brandon does. I
people-
love him, but he literally goes against the same points he
If
made.
he- no,
that's a hell of
no,
a switch
listen,
up
It's
right
the
there.
craziest
No,
take.
he
I'm
just
trying to figure out how you're gonna walk out
He's
of
been
this.
doing it all
listen,
day.
He interrupts me before I can make my point.
No.
So that's why. Listen, do you know how many people even who aren't even on drugs feel like they're stuck in a hamster wheel, a perpetual cycle, whether it's their job, their fucking relationship, drug use, their custody battle, whatever. That's the element that DMX tapped into inside of everybody. Do you feel like no matter how hard you work, life just keep kicking you in the nuts?
Yeah.
I've experienced that, and the way I'm dealing with it is through God. And God is helping me. He's working. I'm a work in progress. He's working with me every day. If you talk to 95% of the world, they would agree. They would say, I know exactly what that feels like. That's why you don't understand Black culture. I'm just kidding.
No, I love DMX. I love DMX. Like, and he definitely like at his peak, like DMX performing at what was
Woodstock.
it? Woodstock '99.
When he had on the red overall?
That's
That
like
was insane.
the greatest hip hop performance, arguably in history. One of the craziest crowds. He had 100,000 people. No one's ever rocked a crowd that big. Very few people in hip hop history respected him.
What about Kendrick?
Kendrick can be like
Kendrick could never do that.
Well, he just did that live on the Super Bowl, like to the
Bro, the
degree.
Super Bowl people came there to watch football. They just happened to get
No,
to
but
see
I'm
him.
saying the millions of people that still watch. That's still like an amazing accolade. And most people they weren't there to see DMX at Woodstock, to be honest. It's like an all-white crowd. But all that aside, I'm just saying personally, I feel Jadakiss more. He resonates with me as a lyricist.
What do you feel about him?
I like his bars, his syllable structure. He really talked that dope boy talk. I've been in the streets selling and buying dope. You feel me? I relate to his whole shit.
I mean, with DMX, it's like, yes, he was a dope rapper, made dope music, but it had a little bit of the thrill of watching a random guy spaz out off drugs on the corner, like the fun, you know, when you stop at the red light downtown and you just see a motherfucker wilding out. Yeah, it's like, and that's fun. It's like a little party.
Hey,
He's a student of ODB.
But DMX was hard as
Sorry, I'm
fuck.
going to say ODM Slim.
Listen. People relate to that shit. People would tell you stories about DMX when he was coming up. Like, motherfuckers was really scared of this dude. Imagine being scared of a crackhead in New York.
I mean, they're pretty
That
fucking
means that
terrifying.
dude is fucking bringing something to that situation that you ain't ready to deal with, right? And a lot of drug users were like, my dad was a drug user. My dad is one of the most reputable dudes in Long Beach. Like, people talk about him. Oh, this guy, I remember he knocked like 4 dudes out. He's like a legend.
That's why I seen
And it's
Wack.
like, what the fuck?
I seen Wack arguing on the podcast about how Monster Cody can't possibly be like a real true legend because he was a crackhead. It's like,
Stop.
bro, everybody from that era was
Stop.
a fucking crackhead.
Yeah,
what are you
stop.
talking about?
Well, Wack was just trying to
That
go
was
like
normal.
Young and Hefe if we were keeping it a sack.
Dude, my dad is OG, like, and yeah, he used drugs. And you go to Long Beach, like, you heard of this dude? They're gonna be like, hell yeah, that dude was a heavy hitter back in the day. So it's like the drug stuff was a part of it. Everybody did some type of drugs, but that doesn't take away from who you were as a person and the respect that people have for you.
No, I feel it. Yo, as long as we got Conrad here, though, I just have to ask, where are you at? How much have you spoken to Bricc in recent memory? Do you believe that he has been experimenting with the transgenders?
Free Bricc.
I'm just going to let that one hang.
You know, my bro, like that booka book. No. Nah, I don't think so, bro. I mean, I know so. I know he ain't doing no shit.
I don't believe it either. Especially when we have to take Loose's word for it. How you feel about Loose right now?
That nigga's a clown, bro. Don't fuck around.
I want to see the George Jefferson.
Hey, that nigga Bricc. Hey, bro. Hey, Bricc, man, just stay on top, man.
Straight up.
You've been talking to him a decent amount? You worried that you're not going to see him on the streets for a while?
To the stay on top.
A good Shelly lays on his belly.
I talked to him like a few days ago. Yep.
Okay.
He tapped in. Just some quick shit, like, you know, brother, I love you and shit.
It is tough to be someone who is making a ton of gay jokes on the podcast, and then you get locked up, and we keep making those jokes. But that shit is just not funny in there, like the way it is here.
But like, I've gauged through my combos with Bricc. Like, I don't tend to initiate it, but he will. You feel me? Like, he'll make a book.
Why don't you just do a gay snap? It was like, I don't tend to initiate it.
I guess it was appropriate. I guess we're talking about
his inner Dejan came out.
Did you see the snap?
I saw it. Yeah, we all zesty on that side of the table. For sure, this is the hetero side.
The engineer got up and walked out. Like, fuck this shit.
It's like you said earlier about osmosis.
Lush Rainbow.
It came through me.
Lush Rainbow.
Rainbow Lush. That's your stripper name.
Shit out of Bricc ass.
Yeah, no, of course.
But yeah, I mean, the most recent development that I spoke about on the Whack Pod is that Bricc told me on the phone that Luce asked him to snitch on Big U.
I believe it.
This came out of Brick's mouth. I wish I had a recording of it so I could prove it, but that is what he told me. And, you know,
I could believe some corny ass Buster shit like that.
Given how many lies Luce has been caught up in over the course of the past couple months, and really you could go back to like his whole existence. I mean, even like saying that he produced Bodak Yellow for Cardi B, etc.
That's insanity.
It's just like, it slowly just feels like acting like Luce is not a compulsive liar is harder and harder to justify. Well, I feel like I've given him as much reasonable doubt as I possibly can, but at this point, it just feels like pretty open and shut.
Let me ask you a question. If you were in Brick's situation, let's say loosely in that situation, you don't know that, maybe you do know the details. I think you know everything. Would you snitch on Big U?
No, not if I had sworn myself to the gangster code.
You would take like 80 years in prison.
Neighborhood code.
It's hard for me to put myself in that position because I I ain't done it.
This nigga be
I
singing
ain't
like
done
a
it.
goddamn,
I mean, yeah.
like a canary. Look,
That's
man,
why I'm not going to become a gang member today.
But here's
So
the
what
thing.
you
seems like a
said,
bad
if they
deal.
told you 75 years unless you tell us some incriminating information on this dude, would you snitch? Honestly,
Doesn't sound like too bad of a deal.
would you do it?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
But here's the thing
I'm
about
telling you,
Luce.
99% of gang
But
members,
also, yes.
human beings would tell, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
at a certain point, reality kicks in. Like, I don't know this nigga like that. That nigga was a parent.
But Luce does know Biggie like that. They
Well,
spent a
here's the
lot
thing.
of time together.
That
Years.
doesn't mean you know somebody.
Luce, I was really rooting for him. I was pushing for him. I was supporting him. But him getting caught up, or him getting Dirk caught up the way that he did, is really.
Lush will snitch on you, by the way. I just want to put that out there.
That's why everybody I'm
Never,
around,
never,
I'm not
brother.
trying to give them
Never,
anything that
brother.
they could snitch on me for.
Yeah.
Lush will snitch on
Don't
you in the
tell me.
police car.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me
It
anything.
was all Adam.
Never.
I tell people, don't tell me what you do. So when I say I don't know, I'll be telling you.
I personally don't trust like the police, but whatever. Like, you know, it is like they gonna be what they be. But ultimately, I was rooting for Luce. It's a shame that him just having a conversation with Dirk and telling him like, yo, you gonna get academics on the phone, this gonna be good. But he doesn't even know that Sharice Mills on the phone too. And then all of a sudden, like Dirk's being interviewed by Sharice Mills by proxy. That's
Like
insane.
Luce getting Dirk fucked over in that situation is kind of mind blowing. That this guy who was always kind of like a C-level player in the No Jumper drama is now taking one of the biggest rappers and fucking up him getting his freedom, which I don't know if it's as simple as that, but it seems like it's mostly as simple as that.
Well, I mean, his bail was not. It wasn't just him because they said 12 different conversations, but the one that they made
Wait,
note
so
of.
Loose Cannon fucked up Dirk shit?
He did.
Okay, so the reason why they rejected Dirk getting bail is because one of the main reasons that they named was, oh, he's using the three-way call system inappropriately. And the only recorded example of that is the fact that Luce basically was on stream with academics talking to him on the phone with his girl on the phone. And he got Dirk to come over and talk on the phone, which I think he had kind of promoted in advance.
He did. There's a flyer for
And
it.
Dirk clearly didn't understand that he was on stream because Sharice, Luce's girl, starts asking interview style questions like, oh, Dirk, do you feel like it has made you closer to your family since you've gotten locked up? And you can kind of tell in Dirk's voice that he's like, what? Like
Who's
he
this
doesn't
person on the
understand that this is on stream and it's being recorded. And he
Yeah.
probably wouldn't have consented to it if he had known. But we all know Luce. Luce knows that being adjacent to rich, successful people is very powerful. So he basically hoodwinked Dirk, one of the
Yeah.
most famous rappers in America, into getting into the situation, which is
crazy,
fucking mind-blowing because you got to think like Dirk's guard is
That is
probably up for getting into shady situations with
crazy.
dudes. But hey, LA up one.
Yeah, but we
That
can't
is-
fully
We
blame
count him
him.
as LA. I don't know.
Shit.
In his bail hearing, they said that there's 12 incidents, I believe, of him doing that. So,
Oh, so that was just one. Okay.
but that's the one that they made note of that
Right.
they said.
Pretty notable.
Yeah.
Luce is playing to win. That's what y'all don't understand. When the ship is sinking, the rats ain't, they all run into whatever corner to get.
But he still got to do 4 years in Riverside County, supposedly, for an
But what
charge.
But what I'm saying is,
regardless, loose, regardless of what happened in this bad case, if he does, let's say, and even if Luce is fully cooperating based on the nature of his charges, according to what I've looked up on ChatGPT and all that, he said he'll probably still have to do a few years in the feds, even if
they might
he
give him
do
time
cooperate.
served.
But they might. But regardless, on top of that, he has a whole other case in Riverside County he got to deal with. So
Listen, Luce, man. Just keep doing what you're doing, bro, because he clearly gets the picture. The rest of these dudes, I think, are operating based on what the no jumper audience is going to think or something.
Luce for
Listen,
sure
it's
is no,
every
Luce
man-
is operating in favor of the audience.
No, but he is no.
it's
Luce
Sharice
is
dictating. How
operating-
much is Sharice dictating?
Luce is
realistically?
operating in favor of himself. He's literally right now actively trying to get people to incriminate themselves so he can go back and take that to the feds and be like, look, I got some juice for you.
But Luce has been incriminating himself for as long as we can remember. I mean, he's the one who released the footage of him beating the dog shit out of somebody in the alley here. A crime that he easily could have got away with absolutely no evidence.
He wanted to.
Yeah, he wanted that shit
we
to be
know
out
for
there so
sure he
everybody
did?
would be scared of
We
him.
know for sure
he
that was
is
Luce that released it.
Well, it was released by IBM Hoodlum, which is basically a Loose Cannon fan account.
Okay.
Well, we know this guy might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, right? We know, like, anybody would get up here and talk like that. Like, I got family members like that. They're like, you know, a little delayed. No offense to him, but he's just kind of one of those people who's hopelessly honest.
Yeah.
You ask him a question, he can't help but
he's
answer
actually,
it.
but this guy is dishonest.
No, but what I'm saying is, Luce, I think Luce gonna come out on top of this whole situation because there's always people like that who come out on top for some reason.
Wax said that he's the most evil person he's ever met in his entire life, which has got to say a lot. Since Wax probably top 10 for a lot of people in the evilness category. Him saying that about Luce really says a lot.
So it sounds like he's in the perfect circle.
Yeah,
because
but he's not in that circle anymore.
But I'd rather him be a real outwardly evil, overtly evil person than be around a bunch of people who acting like they're something and they're really something else behind closed doors.
Smoking like a true Republican.
For all we know, they could all be telling on each other.
Oh, sorry,
I thought someone was calling you.
I did. I was trying to call Jin Lee, but it went straight to the.
I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear.
Maybe we can get him to call in on the office, huh?
You nigga out here?
No, but we just want to talk about him getting stabbed by a woman in a fight because
he got stabbed.
Yeah, but a lot of people didn't realize that in that video of the fight with him and the FDA in the mall, that the woman is stabbing him repeatedly, and he showed that pink hoodie had holes all over it and shit from being stabbed.
As she should.
Hey, pretty good time to be morbidly obese.
Hey,
when a bitch starts plunging a knife into your midsection.
He was fighting a dude and a woman starts stabbing him.
Yeah.
So that dude girl came and did her shit. She supposed to do that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's like a good time to be fat because that blubber can really take a stabbing.
It's like his ass life.
If you have a 6-pack, oh Lord, hell no.
Yeah, if you watch the X-Men, the Blob, he absorbed quite a few blows, so it makes sense.
Crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Would you allow Jin Lee to say the N-word around you?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's the white homie.
Woodpile.
I fucks with Jin Lee.
That's the white homie. He from Texas. He a nigga. He from the hood. So like
Texas as a whole counts as the hood?
So it's just the thing about that. Like when you're a white gangbanger, you're a white Crip, you considered as black.
In prison, you're considered black.
Nigga,
so then you're on the streets, fuck it, we're saying the N-word.
Yeah, he black. That's the homie. He with us. That's how we see him. We know his spirit. We don't know that shit. We're not looking at race. So this the homie. This our real friend since elementary. The only reason he's from the hood because he's fucking one of us. Nigga grew up with us, white boy. You know what I mean? Not necessarily him. He's from Texas, but you know what I mean?
But
like,
you see the extent to which your life becomes a struggle once you become a white boy who proudly says the N-word out in public because you got all kinds of people who want to fuck you up.
It's probably not like
all the motherfucking essays in the world say nigga now.
Asians too.
So what the fuck is the difference gonna be?
White
now?
people saying it seems uniquely offensive
Everybody
to a
say that
variety
shit
of people.
now,
This is
nigga,
black.
shit.
This is black.
Look, that's the thing how I see people saying nigga. That's not niggas. Because the thing about nigga with the word nigga with us is that we have converted it to a thing. See, human beings create language. We created language whatsoever, nigga. We make this shit up. You know what I mean? All this shit we speaking and we talking is created by us. So you feel me? The definitions and shit like that, the word nigga, we gave it a power. We gave it an empowerment. We made it a thing. That shit like being a king. You know what I mean? Like whether nigga know it or not. Like nigga, like I was just looking at my young nigga going to prom. He had his suit on and shit on Instagram, and he was in the mirror like, I'm a nigga, but I know what he talking about. You know what I mean? And I know what he on, and I know what energy he feel. You know what I'm saying? So when I see other races, like, oh, nigga, I know what you doing. I understand what's going on. Shit, nigga, I would want to do it too. I see how y'all doing it. It's niggas that really feel like they niggas doing that. Like, nigga really programming. So it's like, oh, yeah, it's relate. I like it, nigga. And
How do you feel about
it too.
How you feel about Lush here saying
I
that?
feel seen
Say
right
it,
now.
Lush.
I feel seen.
Lush is
say
too
nigga,
old
say
to be
nigga.
saying it.
No, let him say it. Say nigga.
Nigga, he too old.
Say nigga
He
right
too
now.
old to be talking like
Say it,
that.
Lush.
So
Say it on your chest.
Oh, my nigga.
Just say it.
He not no young
Say
nigga.
what's up, my nigga.
No, if I felt like it, I would.
Just say it, Lush.
If I felt like saying it,
You's a bitch.
if I felt like saying it.
You
No,
talk
you's a
all that
bitch.
shit. I am a bitch. But the thing is, look, this whole thing is, I just want to hear this dude say it one
let's
time.
talk like that. I'll be like, hey,
You
homie,
think
like,
we gonna go
I
back?
You know,
said-
that sounds so beautiful. It's gonna be like a babbling brook.
If I-
It'll be
if I
the
see
most beautiful natural sound in the world.
I said it in front of Rad before. He heard me say it. He
Oh, I don't
just say it, look,
Yeah.
nigga. Like,
he heard
He
me
just
say
said
it.
nigga
that
right
shit
now.
ain't nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Man,
He just said
man,
it.
what?
He just
You just muttered it? I didn't even catch it.
Man,
You
I
said it just
know, I
flowed
know
out.
that our culture is fly, man. I ain't tripping.
Listen, man, nigga is now what my brother's
I'm a
trying
part
to
of the
say is
community, Brandon.
nigga is now a term of endearment and a term of empowerment.
Exactly.
That is why other groups are using nigga with amongst themselves when there's no black person anywhere within 500 miles.
Exactly.
Look, you remember the song? This is when the song really became acceptable. My nigga, my nigga. That song,
No, I think Trinidad
you
James
have people
kind of had
of
that beat.
you had all people everywhere singing that song when they were alone in their car, not around anybody. Singing that shit when they was around only their little white friends.
You made it sound cool.
You can't listen. Once you offer something up to society and say we want you to participate in this, you no longer can gatekeep it. It's like hip hop music. Black people will tell you, you can't speak on hip hop. That's our culture. No. Once you made that available for purchase, that became everybody's. That's like when some artists used to try to like sue people for like smashing their records and stuff like that. They said, no, once that person bought that record, that became their property. And so now it's up for everybody to use as they see fit because we gave it up in the name of making money, in the name of capitalism.
For sure. I want to, I got to read these donations because we are coming up on the 3-hour mark, which it really just feels like we just are getting started. But shout out Jay Hollins and Greg Amos for becoming members. Alcoholic Gamer said, Jack Daniels and lemonade, enjoy drinks on me. Adam, do you believe Amaranth is crying wolf again? Like to see y'all discuss what happened on Sunday on Kick. I absolutely am not falling for this Amaranth shit. I am my detection abilities when it comes to OnlyFans promo are pretty high. I don't buy this shit. That to me, if you want to see a couple argue on Kick, go visit Yuri and Riley. Do not be tuned into Amaranth. She has way too much to gain from this.
Didn't they just have another one? There's like some girl in the car, like she got caught cheating on her husband.
I'm tuned out.
That's straight.
Everyone's gonna run there now because you said don't go there.
Okay. Planet Wills said, why haven't you interviewed OG Percy? He's getting old now, but he still deserves a Los Angeles pod tour. Listen, I would be happy to have OG Percy on here. The problem is that a lot of these out of town podcasters and commentators basically need money in order to get out here. Not saying they're broke or anything, but in my previous conversations with various people like, OG Percy or white folks, etc., it's like a hotel room and a flight is like, for a lot of these people, basically the best I can do. And a lot of them feel like they need to be profiting from this sort of thing.
All
so
right,
it's just not happening.
Yeah,
All right, Vlad.
ever since Aaron the Plumber, unfortunately.
All right, Vlad Light.
I'm not going to engage with that, piece of shit. Okay, Mizarello just renewed his membership. He said, what up, bros? I fuck with the pod heavy. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. King Jobby Joffer said, Bucci wasn't in the room for 30 seconds before the words black people came out of his mouth. Yes, that is definitely a strong tick. We were discussing that earlier. Travis Tiller said $5, said, Brandon over sus today is lame, and Lush, get on that Vegas flight, and Adam, you need a BMX.
I'm already in Vegas. It could happen to Sharp right now. Anytime Sharp better look over his shoulder wherever he goes.
You're projecting. You're after you.
Not saying what it is.
Yes, Sirski said, why is Teddy Bear Brandon back again? He's good content. We like having conversations with him. We're going to make some more tomorrow. Jay Dem said Brandon for sure would have snitched on Harriet Tubman during slavery.
100%.
What the fuck? That felt a little edgy for me to even read. Godbody Black React said, I'm a journalist from the hood. I get what Brandon's saying, but he's messing up the fact that the systematic injustice that makes it an unfair playground for blacks.
I'm pretty sure I said the exact same fucking thing.
He's wrong and you're wrong.
Okay, we could discuss that more at length.
Thank you, Godbody.
Hank
Peace,
said,
God.
no, B is absolutely right. Our people are entitled victims with no accountability, thinking that everyone owes us. History has winners and losers. No one owes us shit. We have a lot of woke red pill people in the chat now, which is kind of a change over past years.
I'm ready for that smoke.
You've hit rock bottom when the only person who's apologizing for you is Lush.
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
You know you're almost indefensible when this guy's your representation.
I'm ready for that smoke, and I got to make personal attacks to make it a good
personal
point.
attack. Now you
I gotta
just
make,
sat up here and
I gotta make personal
attacks. Sharp for 30 minutes and now he's getting hurt. Don't take it personal. No,
I'm just saying.
Don't you dare.
I'm just saying I ain't
we
got
can take it to the hills of
I gotta do that because I'm more intelligent.
Erst leave you in the dirt just became a member. Shout out to him. YNG Lucci sent $20 and said, breaking 17 members of El Chapo's family have surrendered to the FBI and turned themselves to the U.S. a few weeks after El Mayo's arrest in El Paso, Texas. This looks to be the first sign of a coup for Chapo and the U.S. government. Thoughts? I am not educated about this topic. I don't know if I really have any thoughts. I haven't read about it, but we'll definitely look into that. Unfortunately,
everyone's getting killed because the president of Mexico, Sheinbaum, is in cahoots with the cartels. So now she's allowing them to go exterminate all the opposition. So they're turning themselves over to the U.S. for protection, basically. Like, if I stay in Mexico, I'm dead.
For sure. We'll discuss that on a future episode, I swear. Travis Tillard sent $5. He said, if you got 50 bands, but you want Sharp's money for a flight out there, talking, just be about it. He's calling you out, Lush.
I never asked for fucking money from Sharp. What I look like, you feel me? What I look like. I would never ask for a cent from somebody who can't even afford to live in the municipality that I thrive in. Sharp couldn't make it. I've seen so many people come and go in LA that just weren't built for the speed of life, for this level that it takes to be at. So Sharp couldn't do. Why would I ask him for a motherfucking cent when he ain't got two to rub together to his bitch ass name?
It's crazy that I saw a clip of him like bragging about how many outfits he buys.
I be buying outfits, church.
Yeah, he's like, I buy an outfit a week and then I take care of it.
I sexually harass 12 women
like,
in your outfit, church.
He's like, if you come to my crib, I might just give you some Calabasas pants. like, bro. You can't brag about having mad jeans when you just got sent packing back to Vegas.
Princess his dad, homie, church.
He couldn't survive out here.
Yo, every bitch that came around was like, Sharp is gross. Sharp creeps me out. He wanted to suck my toes. He wanted to drink my piss. I'm not being hyperbolic. This is literally a guy that repulsed every single female he's come across in a 10-mile radius. When I think of pimps, I think of guys that girls like to be around.
Yeah, Sharp definitely gets no hose. Let's just make that perfectly clear. BMX 1803 said, Lush, Woods, and Southsiders don't fuck with pimps. No level. They all do weird.
I mean, like, technically what he's saying is correct.
Pimp is considered kind of weird by a lot of these people. Okay. Compa donated $5, said, let's go to Vegas. Start the bender with He-Man. For show. I think Lush will take you up on that. John said, why the fuck is Lush calling anyone a white boy? He has Jewish dad and 2 rich parents. Lush, you were never from a gang. You tagged walls.
Bitch,
LOL.
hey, guess what? I'll tag your walls. I'll tag your bitch walls when I hit it from the back.
2 hands.
Don't worry about me. You feel me? I can hold my bitch ass with 2 hands. I know someone that can. You feel me?
The critical black male said, as Brandon white males make up over 70% of child P-word crimes, despite only being 30% of the population, much worse than anything a black person has done.
The floor is yours,
every black.
The floor is yours.
99% of black families got the creepy pedo uncle that no one ever talks about. Hey, listen, that nobody ever talks about.
We ain't doing that.
You know,
we ain't doing that, nephew.
You just asked me to say something. Let me get it out.
I'm doing my white impersonation.
It's not reported, right? But in most black families, there is a perverted uncle who be touching on the kids, and the women of the family usually protect that person. So if you try to go against that person, call the cops, they'll come down on you. Damn near 90%, I can't say everyone, but 90% of black families has this person. So yeah, we do have it. We do it. But white people,
But okay, this is about
their motel on their
CP, child pornography.
Brandon, what happened to you, dog? What happened when you were young?
You think if the dude's touching the kids, he didn't graduate with technology to CP?
Is that true that white people make up 70%?
Yeah, there's significantly more, disproportionate amount of white. But to be fair, there is considerably more white people in the population.
But look, he said despite being only 30% of the population, which I guess, yeah, that makes sense because like 50% of the population is male and maybe like roughly a little more than half of that is white.
This is stupid.
I don't know.
This question is dumb.
It feels misleading.
I don't think that's 1,000% accurate, but white people are janky.
Okay, Bully Breaker said, banging continues because as time goes on, the next generation's friends and family get popped just like back in the 80s. White people aren't victimized like us. They used to it. That's why we don't just off white people.
He was going to shoot a random white person like Brandon says.
Killing me, yeah. Thank you.
Brandon's like literally wants to just shoot a random white person.
I can't afford life, sent $20, said, Brandon, the Reddit hate is insane. You are well informed. It is unfortunate that you and Suspect parted ways on a negative note. Both of you represent the black community well in discussions about race.
I agree with that.
I think you guys need to come together and form like a tag team.
Okay.
Okay. Sir Slick the Cool said Brandon's full of shit. Poor people have always been the highest perpetrators of violence due to poverty, way before there were Bloods and Crips.
And
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No,
All
it is-
wars
no,
were
no, no,
financed
no,
by
no.
the wealthy. All wars were
We're
financed
not
by the
talking
wealthy.
about, but you're talking about
That's
the war.
a perpetuation.
What about urban war? What about urban war?
Listen,
you
man.
see the movie Gangs of New York?
We went to
what
school.
was going on with the Irish immigrant class?
But of
Eastern
course,
European
low
immigrant
income
class.
people are the ones
Yeah.
committing violent acts. That's like the
100%.
most obvious thing that we don't have to really even talk about, right?
Rich people have perpetuated the most violence in history. Every revolution was sponsored by the rich. Every war was sponsored by the rich. Colonization was sponsored by the rich. It's just, this person's an idiot.
Right.
I mean, that's-
they can direct it.
That's
What were
true.
serfs in Europe? Poor people who lived on rich people's land and basically got treated like shit
Indentured
for
servitude.
centuries.
Indentured servitude.
I'm almost done these. Bully Breaker said, breaking. Tory Lanez was confirmed to be stabbed by an SA who's doing life for popping his 13-year-old girlfriend when he was 20 back in 2002. I haven't seen anything really confirmed about who stabbed Tory Lanez, but yeah, obviously prayers up to him, I guess.
Yeah, and if that's true, whoever did that is no bueno.
And then Keyway J said, what's cracking, No Jumper? Talk some rap shit, cuz. Shout out Rad, free Bricc, free the hood. With like
Please.
60 instead of the zeros, which is nice. Nice touch, Keyway J. Sir Slick the Cool also said, if you fact check Brandon's bullshit, you realize he isn't really saying anything. It sounds good to people who don't know better. Adam, will you let T-Rail back / we need Germ on Plug Talk? The second part is off the table. That's the love of Lush's life. That being said, would you let T-Rail back? You know, I feel like I seen he dropped a clip today where he's basically like fantasizing about what it would be like. Like he seems actually kind of legitimately like angry that he left.
Can I point out?
Zero, come on, brother.
Can I point out a note of hypocrisy in this whole thing?
Sure.
There was a $1.99 super chat that said Brandon is great. You passed that bitch up like you didn't see it. Then
Normally-
the $1.99 chat that
Normally we only read chats that are $5 or more, but I saw that one and I just wanted to kind of.
So when it was positivity directed at me, you didn't want to read it. But when
I
it's
skipped a lot of
negativity,
$2 donations.
but
for the
when it's
record.
negativity directed at T, it gives you a chance to take a shot at T-Rail. You read it.
No, I wanted to use it as an opportunity to virtue signal and tell the world that I'm not going to bang Lush's girlfriend.
Thanks, bro.
Not partially because I'm sure she doesn't want to,
Yeah,
partially
no,
because I just wouldn't do that.
Well,
I wouldn't be
I
super
mean-
psyched on that.
Yeah, she'd probably be a little weirded out by that.
But Germ wanted me to say that she has lost 20 pounds since her No Jumper mic drop. So, and she looks amazing. You can see her on my stream looking great.
Shout out to Skunk.
But she's
I'll be the judge of that. What's the picture?
she's been sober since January 1st.
You can't be like, you can't be raising up your own girl. Like you gotta let someone, like when I brought my wife, I didn't say shit about her looks. I let everyone be the judge of that.
I said she was attractive.
She looked good, but I mean, her being sober, how difficult is it for her to deal with the current buzzball lush era that we're in?
She hates it.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. she's like,
is fucking nasty.
she only
Can me and her team up to get you to stop getting so fucked up?
Yes,
don't
He pulls out another buzzball at that exact moment.
But
Bro, you should've-
You feel me?
bro, you
I don't
should've
want to
flipped-
bother you. You feel
I
me?
know by nighttime,
When
the
Adam's-
motherfuckers, you be stumped.
You should be worried about just consuming that much food coloring.
The mere fact that Adam just said team up with your girlfriend, you should have flipped the motherfucking table over. You just let that go right
No, I
back.
think me and her both want you
That's
to not
coming
be
from a caring
fucked up all the time.
perspective.
But you do seem
and her
all
both.
right now.
Yeah. Like, I mean,
Adam,
I'm not going to lie. This me. Like, this is the most me.
Couple
Like,
buzzballs in is the real you.
not even just a couple buzz balls in, but this arc
How
that I've
many
been
you
on.
on for it?
One.
That's your first one?
No, that's number two for sure. Yeah.
But I didn't even need to ask for the apples in the chat. They already came.
It's just
Apples in the chat, cocaine bots in the chat for the hardest member.
you know, it's just so funny to be like a hardcore alcoholic and to be doing it with buzzballs.
Dude,
But you know what they say?
You have a
though.
flask or
Yeah,
something.
You know
like,
what they say?
you
They call me
buzzballs.
they call me Meth Drip Lamar, the Mayor MacArthur Park, the domestic whip crasher. You feel me? The white brick baby. You feel me? White Draco. You feel me? Yeah.
He has a song called
I have an amazing
White Brick
song called
Baby,
White
yeah.
Brick Baby.
I heard it.
That should
I
go
heard that
crazy
shit.
or what?
I'm still
I heard the
stuck.
part I said, Hopper boy, you got to keep a thumper. I know a dead bitch named Abigail, and I promise I'm a you feel me? Yeah. I crack an egg on that dead bitch. I'm Brian Pumper. You feel me? Like, yeah. I'll book. Yeah. What's up? Book all the outfit on that bumper. Yeah, I went crazy. in that song.
BBL Uno.
Hey, can you,
Yeah,
Donnie, Can you give this guy a paper towel? He has some spittle on the corner of his
Man,
mouth.
I'll be having that because
It's driving me fucking crazy.
having that.
That's a J-Cat thing. Don't disrespect his culture.
No, I just be like,
Hey, he's foaming out the mouth right
all you gotta do is be like, hey,
This
bro.
motherfucker got
You really got it.
This motherfucker got rabies.
No, I'm just like, no,
MacArthur Park.
I'm a legend, bro. You feel me? Like I'm a
I believe
legend, and it's
The
not a
white brick,
legend.
baby. Got to be a legend.
Yeah, I'm the white brick.
All right, I'm almost done these. Wolf sent $10 and said, y'all need to keep Brandon officially. It's nice to have someone intellectual on here and actually thinking about ish. Nice change from dudes all fucked up on perks mumbling all show. Free Bricc, baby. I feel like that was a direct attack. XX said, Ayo, Tubby, why give Almighty hell for saying hard R, but Lush gets a fucking pass to say the N-word? Seems like picking and choosing. Your rebuttal, Chunky?
I can't give Almighty a pass because he's black, so he doesn't need a pass from me.
Yeah, he is black.
Alleged.
So what
But the
fuck
thing
is
with
that
him,
about?
look, I didn't care if Almighty said hard ER. There's
Chris,
black
know what
people say the hard ER.
I'm from the culture I be around. I know I shouldn't say that. That's just stupid, but it come out my mouth sometimes, player.
You want me to tell you
You feel
something?
me? Like,
Sure.
When black people get angry enough at other black people, they say the hard ER, bro.
Oh, and it hits
hard,
hard.
hard.
They say, man, I'm
That
trying to
shit
tell
hit
you.
hard.
They'll say it just to like try to offend that person into like
Yeah.
doing something.
Whenever you hear that in a fight, you're like, oh, it's really going down
I
now.
don't really hear that.
You
shit.
really
I ain't
pissed
gonna
me
lie.
off.
I heard it a few times in my life, and it hits.
Maybe you ain't as tapped into black culture as you think.
That's when you
I'm not
realize
saying
that
I'm tapped
the
in, bro. I'm
perpetrator,
just
the
saying, but
person
I've
saying
seen
it,
that, bro.
has a real issue with
Hey,
the
we-
behavior of the other person.
We should fucking buy a tent from Walmart and make this motherfucker sleep on the corner of Crenshaw and Slauson for 24 hours.
I don't know what
I
you're
would
talking
love
about,
to
bro.
see
Like,
that.
if
Somebody gonna
people,
run by and kick them up.
now people saw me on Crenshaw and Slauson, they'd be like, "Yo, Lush,
Kick
what the fuck
them
you
up.
doing out here, bro?"
We
Like,
want to see how
like,
tapped in.
I think that would make
Like,
great no jumper
that's
content, but if that happens and he loses his life, I feel like we will be held
no,
liable.
but
Good
it's like-
camping.
He not
that's
gonna
just a
lose his
stupid
life.
ass thing. Yeah, I wouldn't lose my life.
Let's do
No,
60th
that's a
in
stupid thing to
Crenshaw.
do.
Yo, but I love the idea of us just posting up in a tent and IRL streaming in
can
the
do
tent and like maybe just having some security posted
I mean,
up
look,
outside
I
the tent.
walk
Or you haul like
I walk through the trenches every day. There's nothing. I walk through gang infested trenches.
Nigga, the trenches
on a
of
daily
Burbank?
basis. No, brother. I live in the Westlake district. You feel me? Like,
Harvard Westlake?
no, brother. You don't know what the Westlake district
It's
is.
cool.
It's the most gang infested part of
They
Los
got a good
Angeles.
football team.
I heard that some of the Harvard Westlake has real issues with like one specific guy walking and standing outside and just basically beating his meat while watching like the athletes out in
volleyball,
front.
girls play
And
volleyball.
I noticed when I drove by the other day that they've like really grown in the bushes in front, so that would be like harder to do. So
That's crazy.
that guy
You
got
gotta deal with
thwarted.
that. I
Yeah.
definitely.
think about growing out your bushes just to stop one weirdo.
Yeah, no. But
I'm getting to Lush right now.
I live in the Rampart.
It may have been lush. We don't
I
know.
live in the Rampart district.
I've broken the rule. I've achieved. I broke a record. I'm really pissing this dude off. You could tell like his
Oh,
temperatures. Yeah, because
I'm
you always
chilling.
glazing the fuck out of a suspect
He gonna
and
get
talking
off
shit
on
about me
you.
when I'm not here. No,
Right?
if he did that, I wouldn't even do anything because I'll be so impressed that he actually like did something. But the thing is,
what is you talking about, bro? What did I do?
look, this guy doesn't even know where he's at right now.
No, I do, but like, what are you referring to? Like,
No, I'm just saying it's funny to see you kind of get a little bit
Yeah,
irritated.
we got new
I'm
options.
because you're such a nice.
Yeah,
you
I'm
are.
irritated.
they tripping. I'm
You,
like,
yes, you are. Yes, you are. He's
I'm
like,
not.
he's taking
Damn,
personal
that's
attacks
The
at
fuck?
me.
I fucks with you, bro. I ain't even irritated. I ain't even irritated.
New
I'm like,
Hmm?
yeah, no, I ain't even tripping on, bro. Like,
He's
That's
collecting
buzz
ops like
ball.
the
He ain't
Infinity
tripping.
Stone.
yeah,
out here.
yeah. No, Brodusky, you good. You feel me?
Brodusky?
In a
Yeah.
real way. Okay,
Shout out to Aaron the plumber, my hero.
Christoph Adams said, I hope you have someone reading the chat, Adam. We don't want to hear this radical/political BS from Brandon. His facts aren't even true.
Oh.
Well, that's a generalization,
They
but
can
okay.
literally do a super chat debunking what I'm saying.
Thugger5 said, the hate on Brandon shows where your mind is at. You don't have to be smart to want to do better. Y'all are comfortable where you're at. Why save them? And then XX said, Ayo Lush, we know you NGA in front of blacks, but you say B&R in front of your Hispanic
Nah, bro,
homies as
I
well.
don't
If not,
use
then
that
why
word.
not? Why only disrespect black? What is
That's not.
Oh, B&R. Okay.
Because that's a disrespectful, derogatory term. Mexicans don't say to each other, "Oh, what's up, ma?" You feel me? Like, that's like a word that's used to oppress that people.
But
talk
I
shit.
do feel like that might have some potential, like
I mean,
Hispanic people realistically calling each other that makes a lot more sense than calling each other the N-word,
I mean,
right? Like, at least it's theirs.
This nigga's stupid.
I mean, hey, if that's what they are, that's what
No,
they are.
I hear
but,
you
like,
making
I can't tell
I
them how
hear you
to
making sense
do
of it, though.
No,
you
like,
making sense of it,
I'm
though.
not
It's
mad
like,
at that take.
well, if you is gonna say, like,
No, look,
y'all
hey,
want to do that,
I've heard like
Turn your
say
own
that
word up.
there's a word that they use, you feel me, like the actual
Basically.
word that's like that, you feel me, and is used. But to me, like, I don't know, I would never correct if I heard like a Mexican person say that, I'd be like, you a weird Mexican person for like saying the BNR word, you feel me? You
What is
sound weird.
BNR?
Bean with an ER at the end.
Beaner?
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't even know Mexican people got offended.
I don't want to say
I
it
hear
because
Mexican people calling each other out all the
I mean,
time.
I'm not saying it because I don't want a
That's what
food
he's saying.
community
They should
post
be
about me.
saying-
No,
They
but
should
like,
be
yeah,
saying beaner
if like
instead of
somebody
saying
walked
nigga.
up and said that,
Y'all should turn your own shit up.
Man,
Yeah.
Sam Beaner is like calling a black person monkey. Like,
Yeah.
nigga, it's like a Mexican calling a black person a mayate.
oh yeah, by the way, I'm supposed to let y'all know I got a song coming with Lil Yachty and the homie, you feel me? And I got a song with Lil B and the homie coming too, yeah.
Who's the
Lil
homie?
There you
Yachty.
go.
Yeah.
I know
Oh,
Lil
the rapper
Yachty.
Lil
Who's the
Yachty.
homie?
We're going to have to review that.
I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna let y'all know.
Spare pesos?
No, it's not.
Hey,
no,
listen to
no,
this.
no. Hey, my boy is crazy.
You, Josh, and Yachty?
Not me, Josh. No,
That would be so
but
hard.
yo, yeah, I shouldn't even said that on No Jumper. What the fuck? Oh, yeah.
You had to flex. You had to flex.
I
Nah,
got
be
no-
off that buzzball.
I got new music coming.
Yo, shout out to Evan Dodson for the 5 gifted members. You are the fucking man.
Lil
Sir,
Yachty gonna be like, I don't have a song.
you gonna tweet about it? Yo, Sir Slick the Cool said it's capitalism when Diddy does it, but it's being a culture vulture when Vlad does it. Brandon is a clown.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Listen, man. Vlad, see, this is the problem with you and Vlad. Y'all talk about business. Business is the exchange of resources. You niggas are asking for favors. Come do this for free and I'll fly you out. That's a favor.
It's not free if you're flying them out and getting them a hotel. Absolutely nobody on earth thinks that's free because it costs a bunch of money.
Did Aaron the plumber call Vlad and say, hey, can you please fly me out? No.
Vlad
So
just
if
doesn't.
you're offering to do that, you're asking for a favor. Hey, bro, come be on my show for free so I can get 1 million views. That's not business. That's a favor.
Okay.
You guys are mixing favors with
No, that's
business.
bad business, bro.
Let's
You
go
get in a
combat
relationship.
sports with it. Let's say I'm organizing a UFC event,
Right.
and there's one guy, and he agrees that he's not going to get paid, but he's going to get flown out and get a hotel, and he gets to be on the card, and exposure and, you know, additional fights on his car, on his record is basically what he's being rewarded with. And then that guy just doesn't show up to the fight. This will destroy his reputation within the fight community, regardless of the fact that he wasn't getting paid. This was a this was an arrangement, regardless of if it was getting paid an actual dollar amount. There's all kinds of subcultures all over the world in the BMX world.
Yeah.
And all these BMX dudes that were going on trips all these years, I never heard one of them ask to get paid, but they got free room and board and they got flown out. They're happy as pigs and shit to be able to have that opportunity.
Battle
If
rap
one of them
started
just
like
didn't
that.
show up, you know how exercise they would have been from the community?
Well,
Why are you, wait, whoa. This
like
was
that.
directed
Battle
at me.
rap
Listen,
probably very
listen,
similar.
No.
Hip hop, one
Hey,
world in which
similar.
people
Hey,
expect to get paid for
hey,
their
hey.
services, which fine, but if you agree to something and then don't show up, you
No,
fucked
just
up.
look at me. Look at me. Stop looking at your professional blazer right here. Just because I'm going to
But
tell you.
he's gonna say the
Now
most
try to do
obvious
this
shit that I'm
I
saying.
mean,
Now
this
try
is
to-
like common
now try
sense,
to
bro.
do the stuff that you just said with somebody like John Jones, someone who's already
One of the most successful fighters in the history of the sport.
You
Let me
wildin',
finish.
bro.
But what I'm telling you is, Aaron the plumber
is the same as
yeah.
John Jones.
What I'm telling you is, Aaron the plumber is up right now. I'm not saying he's going to be
Correct.
up in 20 years, but right now, bro has been compensated for his time. And people will pay to bring him to somewhere for views. That's the difference. The way you are, the premise that you're trying to operate on is faulty because we're not acknowledging the fact that Aaron the plumber has already established himself as a draw.
Then why
Which is him-
did he agree to do an interview in exchange for a flight and hotel?
Because he literally was like, this dude trying to play me, I'm gonna play his ass.
I don't want to keep having this conversation because it is literally
Because it's pissing you off?
impossible that you believe the bullshit that is
listen,
coming out of your mouth.
no,
But
literally,
literally,
I'm telling you,
there's 5,000 people watching right now. Not one of them is
It
retarded
is
enough
not
to
only
fall
that,
for what
Hey,
you're
so
saying.
you said
It's
that
so-
Aaron was about to
it's
get a
so
flight.
outside the realm of
was
what
trying to get a
anybody
free
could
flight?
possibly believe.
It's also a stark contradiction to what he's
You
been
said that
saying.
Aaron
this
was
whole
trying to
time.
get a free
Like,
flight out of him.
It's so beyond the pale.
he did get the free flight out of him.
And then he
at a
can't do the
hotel.
interview after being flown out and put in a
So you
hotel.
saying that that's what he intended to do?
I believe he intended to do that. I think he was just like, I get a free trip to New York. to do what I
he's a
wanted.
scammer.
He couldn't get paid for the interview.
They didn't.
He
Vlad
tried to
didn't
get
want
paid,
to pay
but
him.
Vlad said, I don't have enough to give you for I can't pay you, but I'll get you a flight and hotel. And he agreed to it. And then he reneged on the deal.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is, if you guys saying it's business, Vlad should have said, look, man, can you do me a favor? If I get you a flight and I get you a hotel, you could come be on my show. And
Brandon,
in business,
Brandon,
wait a
but
minute.
let me point out
In
your
business, they
contradictions.
would have led with an offer. They would have said, I will give you X.
That was the
amount of
offer.
money.
He did
That
fly
was
in
the
hotel.
offer.
No,
That was the offer.
No, actually, he didn't even lead with that. He led with, would you do this interview just
Right.
for exposure?
That's a favor.
But then when
That's
they
a
started
favor.
talking about
No, that's just-
conversations,
Would you?
when they started
Throughout
talking
all
about
of the history of doing interviews, only in the last couple of years have people even thought about the idea again paid.
Man,
Look,
listen,
That didn't
Brandon,
exist until the last couple of
Brandon,
years.
if you calling
hold on,
me and you
Brandon.
ain't talking money, you deserve to get played.
King
Because-
Glazer here.
But
King
you'd be
Glazer here.
blocking your blessings
Hold on.
then, because the exposure that Aaron the Plumber would have got from Vlad was immeasurable in terms of value.
Right. And King Glazer here. You said that first you were talking about how record labels need to be held accountable for the way that they're finessing artists, right?
I never said that.
And yes, you did.
I said they're
And
not
hold on,
finessing these niggas. These niggas are
Then
willingly
you said-
signing those contracts.
Then you said that you were applauding Master P for being an independent icon and making his own way, right?
Yeah.
And then you applauded Puff Daddy for being a predatory part of the same exact system. You were just saying
I don't know if I
that-
applauded him.
I mean, you did. We could look back. Like,
Vlad is Master P.
now, what I'm saying is you
Master
contradicted
P paid his artist.
you contradicted
Vlad pays
yourself
a lot of his dollars. Too.
5 different
Including
times in the course of this conversation, as recently as right now. So now you're saying that black people shouldn't be held to the same level of standard of accountability when it comes to doing business.
he
with
is
others.
being held because
No, he's not. He
Wait,
did bad business,
Lush,
bro.
Yeah.
Lush,
He did bad
he will
business,
be-
bro.
What you're
Objectively.
saying is so
No,
like we're
no.
wasting airtime.
No,
not even
wait,
trying to
no,
make this argument.
wait a minute. No, what I'm saying is I'm not praising Aaron the Plumber. What I'm saying is by the rule of the law of capitalism, he will be held accountable for his actions. What I'm saying is let that be what it is, because other people won't want to pay for
Right, but we
anything.
can make content out of calling
does
him
that
out for
mean?
being
What
a
is-
piece of
let that
shit.
be-
and I
what is-
can
what
make
does that
Also a
mean?
snitch. We
and
don't really have time
I
to get
can
into
make
that.
content
Oh,
off of.
Can we?
It's supposed to be business, but when in business, if somebody don't do something they agree to, you don't go. What business? Target, whatever, goes and tries to dig up paperwork on somebody just because they reneged or didn't follow through with an agreement.
Welcome to the internet. That's exactly what we do here.
That's
yeah.
what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
exactly
some,
what we do.
and I'm calling it what it is. It's some petty favor shit.
stupid.
Let's stop masking it under the guise of business. No, it's just a bunch of petty gossiping motherfuckers being petty.
This is by far your worst argument ever. Okay, continuing on.
You look at smarter Flacco.
Brandon, the people are with me.
Neem is retarded. Neem, get the hell out of here. Reap Cash said, Lefty Gunplay is the DMX of LA. I completely agree with this statement. And then continuing on, Paris Vicotti said, why aren't y'all speaking about Oscar De La Hoya getting interviewed by the feds for being a victim from a past crime this week? I don't know anything about that. Sounds like a WAC 100 thing. We could get more into that in the near future.
Gang?
Wait, god damn it.
Victim gang.
Fuck. I
Push
lost
that
it.
sharp line.
This is good.
All right, here we go. Reap Cash, Lush, was that your girl rapping on No Jumper? Big dude in the black tee. You don't have no light-skinned people in your family. Sus black, bro.
My sister is light skinned. I have 2 sisters who are light skinned.
Okay.
Reap Cash, the homie, you feel me? The
Shout out
maker
to
of R.I.P. Pat, one of the most streamed songs in the history of No Jumper music, and one of the horniest guys ever. Yes, that is my girl.
For sure. All right. XX said Brandon loses credibility with cackling like Steven from Django at a white man saying the N-word in front of him, but want to fake press Dodson, SMH.
Well, white dude said the N word in front of me.
Him.
He didn't say it.
Well, you said that he did.
I was just messing around, but
Mo Info said, interview that wild man, Fleece Johnson. Anybody who has a connection to him, let me know. I will interview him. I don't care if he was a rapist behind bars and if he tore up many men's pussies. I will still interview him. I don't care. Jeff Hunt
Taker of holes.
renewed his membership and said, interesting panel tonight. Much love, Reno, Nevada. Shout out Jeff Hunt. And then Sandwich Chef said, you guys should have sword fights with sticks like these 2 bums I saw battle at a gas station on YouTube a few weeks ago. That is a cool idea.
That might be the best comment we've seen.
And then Neem Key said, Lush, Frisco / Oakland hood tour when, and can't just ignore redlining and its effects. Remember, the vast majority of wealth is inherited. Be cool, though. Okay. And then last 2, Skin Christ said, B Pumper update, and you gonna get him on a track? Listen, watch the beginning of this podcast, like the first 10 minutes. I explained the Brian Pumper situation. And then Sticks and Stones LA said, shout out Brandon, suspect is a buster. Okay.
he didn't want to read that.
But he spelled it weird. He wrote Superkt. I assume he means suspect, but it
was a typo. Stop trying to say suspect by calling it to a typo.
Superkt. Okay, I have to skedaddle home because I have a small child to deal with at this exact moment. But tomorrow we're on. We're gonna be making some content. It's gonna be a good time.
That's fine.
Okay, and I don't know if you guys want to hit any more topics. I'll pull the topics up right here. Anything stand out to you guys?
Dominican. I'm not Dominican.
I'm down.
If you guys want to keep hammering away, go for it.
What is this?
These are the topics. A lot of these have kind of already been covered. We could show them on the screen too if people want to. Maybe the chat could kind of decide what gets covered. But either way, I got to dip. I appreciate you guys so much. See some of you tomorrow.
I'll be there tomorrow at
gang shit. Shout out everything 420.
Are you leaving to? Are you leaving too?
No, I'm posted.
Okay, cool.
I'm posted.
Okay.
This man has to go babysit his own. You can't babysit your own kid.
Yeah, my girl always gets mad when I call it that.
Look, I feel like she should be. Hey, so here we are.
Hey, listen, dude.
Boom, boom, boom.
Listen, do what? Don't wait till Adam leaves then start trying to say some random stuff.
He left that gas.
Oh, yeah, we got weed. Here's the thing.
This is some shit.
Conrad, could I just say that it's very refreshing. It reminds me of having Bricc around, having you here. You feel me? It's like bro, I miss the homie.
Minus the buka.
You know, minus the buka. You're like a less gay Bricc. You feel
minus
me?
the books.
Minus the books. Speaking of books, I got something on Brick's books. I mean, I be putting money on the homie's books. A lot of people don't be putting money on them. You feel me? We got to put money.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, I'm just going.
Right.
No, he's gonna be all right for sure. Okay, so do you think that Bricc should put all of his music out like now, or should he like spread it out over time?
I would just put that shit out now. I'll just do it now.
I think we need to get Brick's music out.
Yeah, I would do it now.
I've been talking to Bricc about it. You feel me? And I want to help. You feel me?
Yeah,
and
Jada
back in the cut. Just
matter of fact, actually, when he called me, when I talked to him, that's what he mentioned. He actually mentioned that, like, hey, I want you to upload my shit and shit. So
yeah,
they gonna be dropping shit on. He gonna hit me back about it and shit, and they gonna move forward to that shit.
Yeah, he was talking about like artwork and all that.
Yeah. He got a gang of shit. That nigga was working.
And not only that, I think I would explore the option of potentially try to sell some of them verses because I know he got a gang of empties. Yeah, some of these people might want to, you feel me? Yeah.
Yeah, probably so. Hell yeah.
I'm just saying, like, we got to take, like, look, like you, I feel like you have a big mischaracterization and misperception of Bricc. I feel like you think that Bricc is this ignorant guy.
I don't have any perception of this nigga. I don't know him. He doesn't know me. I don't have really no opinion on him.
You would
he
like
seems
him.
Like I did one show with him.
I think that you guys would get along.
I mean, we might get along. It's just I'm not like enamored by the niggas like Lord like you are. You're like
why the fuck it gotta be like that? I'm talking about the homie. You gotta like I'm trying to like keep the truth alive for the homie that's going through some shit. And then you turn it around.
Did you hear me say anything? I sat right here.
He said I'm enamored. He tried to say like he tried to say that
you the white guy
to like show love to the homie. No, it's not even.
You the white guy who's excited to have black friends, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Nah, bro.
Why do you feel attacked?
I mean, bro, you just literally said some crazy shit.
No, I didn't.
You did, but bro, I don't give a fuck about having black homies. I just been had that shit.
Bro,
you feel me?
Bro, throwing homies under the bus.
No, I'm just saying I don't give a fuck about it. It's not like some special. It's not some special thing that's like an honor to me. Like I just grew up fucking with black and brown people. That's why I be around, gang. It's not that serious. You feel me? I'm not like it's not exotic to me. Like, oh, this is my first time being here. Nah, fool. Like, bro, I ain't true this since the motherfucker.
I want you to do something right now. I want you to say one positive thing about Sharp.
Sharp was cool before he started acting like
no. One positive thing about him now.
Oh, Sharp. Okay. Sharp not fully white.
That's a positive thing that he's not fully white.
Yeah, because I call him white boy as a derogatory thing to make it because he think he like out here like you feel me in the streets. No, see, it's hard for me to not say anything think, but I'll say something positive. I don't think Conrad and Bricc.
You hate Sharp, nigga.
Yeah, I hate Sharp. He a bitch. But no, I think that
Sharp.
Conrad, and that's why I said in the Free Bricc song, I said, Bricc, why you friends with Sharp? He's gay and disloyal.
So Sharp called you right now. Hey, Lush, I know we had a lot of our differences, you know, bro. Like, you know, we didn't argue, we almost fought, but I really need a kidney right now, bro. Can you shoot me one? Like,
kidney?
You gotta get tested. You come out positive. Would you give Sharp a kidney to save his life?
I'm smoking on that kidney pack. I'm smoking on Sharp.
I'm asking you a real question.
No, I genuinely, not only like, I don't even think I give any of my good friends a kidney. You feel me?
You
Like,
wouldn't give Sharp a kidney,
but definitely not Sharp. If Sharp was unhealthy and had bad things happening, I would celebrate.
That's crazy.
I celebrate bad things that happen to him.
Man, I don't even know the topics. What? Okay, woman claiming Lil Wayne girlfriend said he kicked her out on Mother's Day and beat her in the past. I mean, what the fuck do you expect from Lil Wayne? He's a drug addict.
Not all drug addicts are abusers. Drug addiction is not synonymous with abuse. There might be some overlay on the Venn diagram.
If they abuse themselves, there's a high probability that they'll abuse you too with the right set of circumstances.
So where do we draw the line with drugs? Is coffee a drug?
Caffeine could be considered, it's a stimulant.
Okay, so that's in the category.
But caffeine occurs naturally in the coffee bean. Methamphetamines is a mixture of shit that you get at Home Depot.
Obviously, like, methamphetamine is a janky ass drug, right?
Liquid plumber ain't growing on a tree.
but I know people that got more twisted off of like fishing than they did. When I say fishing, I mean literally going fishing than doing methamphetamine.
Do you think Wayne beat this bitch up or not and kicked her out?
I mean, would it surprise me? No. Like, you feel me? Like,
so you know he did this.
Does him, like, does Lil Wayne having erratic behavior surprise me in any capacity? No. You feel me? Jada Mac pop up, fool.
If you were a slave owner and Lil Wayne were your slave, how many lashes would you give him for beating up on his girlfriend?
I would never own a slave.
I didn't say that. Hypothetically speaking, for the sake of entertainment, how many lashes would you give Lil Wayne for beating up on his girlfriend?
I'm going to defer to somebody that knows a lot more about slavery, you feel me, and owning slaves. So why don't you tell me a little bit about it? You feel me? What would you do if you was a slave owner? I know you jerk off to fucking Django Unchained. So what
I'll go down there and be like, this is my bitch now.
Have you watched that?
Wait,
hey, hold
are
on,
you
hold
18?
on. Nah, yeah, I'm 18. I'm old enough.
Okay, cool.
Nah, hold on. There's a new movie that came out about like slavery and vampires and shit. Michael B. Jordan's Sinners. I watched that shit.
Yeah, I heard that shit. I mean,
what did you like about Sinners?
I wasn't even really into it. Like, I was just on my phone chilling. I just wanted to go to movies just chill.
There was nothing about that surprised you? Did you like the violence?
And all the bitches in there were like, oh my God, Michael B. Jordan. Like, every time he popped up on screen, the bitches was wet.
Hey, you know one thing about Sinners that surprised me? The white people music was real entertaining. I low-key was like thinking about that shit when I left. Like, I looked it up on Spotify. I started listening to it. Was like eerily addicting. I was just like, I never thought I could get into like Celtic music, Irish music this way. This man is smoking.
Hey, but Lush, you wouldn't give you wouldn't give that fool a kidney?
No, fuck no.
Man, the Bible says feed your enemies.
Yeah. I'm not 100% holy.
You guys wrote the damn Bible.
But I'll say something good about him. Like Sharp could be cool sometimes when he's not acting like a bitch.
Imagine that diss after you gave him a kidney, be like, I gave you a kidney. So, you know, that could be going hard.
First of all, my kidneys barely work.
This kid got some wisdom.
He's more mature than me.
This guy said you will forever own this man.
Here.
You could punch yourself in the back and he'll feel the pain.
Yeah, we're about to slide.
Oh, you go?
Oh, you out?
Hey,
nice to meet you. I'll see you again.
Catch you later, my boy.
Bro, hey, let's get it.
I got you.
Okay.
Conrad from the
Powder Bag Rag, ex Jada Mac coming
So
soon.
where are you? I don't know him. So where are you from? Like
From,
what area?
Orange County,
Orange County. What city?
La Habra.
Hey, I've been to La Habra. Okay.
Where?
There was a jiu-jitsu gym out there that I trained at. And then also I went to Brucksi's.
Man, all the kids be going to that jujitsu shit for 1 week. Be like, I know how to fight, get their ass whooped.
That's what happens.
In class, they be like, oh, I know how to fight, whip their ass.
You whooped their ass in school.
Yeah.
Hey, look, sometimes some people just got the sauce, man.
Our folks be like, hey, I know karate, you just fucking get,
You just
start crying and shit.
just crash out on them. So what is it like growing up in La Habra, man? Like, I mean, because I'm from Long Beach,
Yeah.
like LA, we don't even think about La Habra. So I'm trying to get to like
We the same
understand.
area code though, 562.
Really?
Yeah, everyone think when I say I'm from the 562, everyone thinks it's Long Beach, but it's La Habra.
You learn something new every day. I had no clue. But is it like, would you say like the street element in La Habra is something that comes from like people just having a lack of things to do? Because I think of La Habra as kind of a like desolate place, like where there's not a lot to get into.
I ain't gonna say like it's ghetto, but you know, some spots get bad, you know?
Yeah, it could get chippy out there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you do? Like what's your name?
Man, hey, hold on. Show him the new verse, bro.
Wait, let him. I want to get to know.
Never mind. I'm gonna let you.
I'm a rapper.
Okay, what is your name? What is your rap name?
Jada Mac.
Jada Mac. How long have you been rapping? How old are you and how long have you been rapping?
I'm 14. I've been rapping I think like almost a year now. In August it's gonna be a year.
Okay, so tell me this. Everybody has inspiration in everything they do. Where did your inspiration to rap come from? What artist made you feel like I could do this?
Well, low-key, I got into rapping because I was going to concerts, you know. I started going to concerts when I was 12, like 2 years ago.
Okay.
And the rappers be like, hey, look, pull them up on stage, you know, because I knew all their. So I got on stage with Rowdy Rex and Drex a Joint.
Okay.
I got pulled up on stage, and then after that, I went to a Lefty show, and he pulled me up on stage, and they did a clip like where he's telling me like, oh, stay in school, you know, be good. That clip got like 2 million views on TikTok. So after that, like they tagged me, so I got like probably like 1,000 followers on Instagram.
Okay.
So, like I was just said, fuck it, I'm gonna start rapping, you know.
So yeah, okay. Hey, listen, there's a lot of people out here trying to rap and don't even got that type of experience or exposure. So kind of like them pulling you up on stage kind of gave you a sign that like something is special about me.
Yeah,
to where I need to go.
I think it was like the image, like, you know, I was a kid like rapping all their lyrics and, you know.
Yeah, like Lush. No one ever pulled this nigga up on stage. Wait, this one, they kicked him off stage.
You must not.
He thought he was crowd surfing.
You must
He was
not
knocking
know.
his ass off stage.
You must not know. I'm the international crowd rocker. Like you would have to like rock.
Hey, this was Malibu. Malibu's most wanted.
Oh, y'all got me.
Traffic.
Y'all
Looking for my chapstick, feeling kind of caustic. Got some more Maverick.
Y'all tweaking. No,
Hey, it's like when I say Mally, you say boo. Mally, boo.
Say boo.
Boo. y'all are tweaking. Look, I'm gonna let y'all know. I don't rock. Look, y'all gonna see the level that's been attained. You feel me? Like one day, I believe in Jada Mac. You feel me?
Oh, you want me to spit that verse?
Go ahead all day. I'm ready to hear it because I believe you're good.
I just feel like that'd be like the best way for you to like understand.
I'm doing this on a mic drop next week. All right.
Yeah, turn it down so you don't get demonetized. As long as you hear it, that's all that matters.
Hold on. Let me find it.
That's all that matters. You're just like, yeah. Go
there?
crazy. Go crazy. Yeah, you'll be straight.
Hey, bitch, a 9 on my hip and best believe it's shooting missiles. It's play ball game on you out of bounds with no whistle. I'm shooting off the dribble, no jumper with this pistol. I wouldn't give a bitch $1, not even a nickel. I'm a motherfucking Mac. Fuck, I look like giving handouts. You dissing on the kid, but all your bitches start some fans now. I'm screaming fuck mobs. All you pussies getting whacked out.
Whoa.
If I'm suiting up, best believe it's gonna be man down. If it feels some type of way, then it's gonna be a homicide. Fuck that. We put them on the news. We making mamas cry. Sugar DOAs and body bags to bring them candlelights. You never make it to the ICU, so don't even try. This bully breaker on my hip ready to chip some. How you say you a killer? You ain't spill none. To get a conversation out of me, you gotta kill one. But by the look of your eyes, you never flip none. 9 on my hip and best believe it's shooting missiles. It's play ball game on you out of bounds with no whistle. I'm shooting off the dribble, no jumper with this pistol. I wouldn't give a bitch $1, not even a nickel, bitch. That's all y'all getting.
Play ball, motherfucker.
Hey, hold on, the merch. Play ball.
Play ball the merch. Okay.
We see Unc got it on.
You see, Unc got it
The
on.
oldest fool with the merch on.
Hey,
the
man.
oldest
Hey,
YN.
fuck something light, this something heavy.
Listen, you sounding a lot better than a lot of these dudes I've been listening to. You was on beat. Your cadence was good. I mean, your choice of lyrics was good. It all went together. I did not immediately say this guy needs to find another hobby. You sound good. The biggest thing is the reason why you sound so good is because you're an educated young man. You went to school. A lot of these dumbass niggas dropped out of school.
You know, bro's only 14.
I understand that, but he's 14. Dude, 4 years, you're going to be grown. I'm just telling you, you sound like an educated person who is doing this because you want to, not because you have no other alternative. That's what's going to make you successful. Because as long as you made that choice, some of these dudes can't even read. They on drugs. They rapping because they're unemployable. You just understand that when you do what you do, and understand that everybody at the top, they're educated, no matter what they rapping about. And I think you showed a lot of promise, and I like those bars. I don't know who the mob is, so I can just enjoy it. I can be at peace with it because I don't know who the hell that is. But hey, it's all good. But yeah, definitely just keep working on your craft, man, and always just try to get better every day. And I think you're gonna really make some moves. You're gonna make some noise for sure. But
I think bro raw, I ain't gonna lie.
I think he's good.
That's
and I'm gonna be honest about it.
If it was whack, you would have said something very quickly, I'm pretty sure.
Dude, yes. That's one thing I don't tolerate is bad rappers.
But like honestly, I feel like Brandon and I need like at least like an episode where it's just us going.
This is that episode. Keep talking.
Hey, hold on.
Because,
free 4 extras.
Yeah, please.
Free the boy.
Please.
Free 4 extras.
Free Bricc baby.
Please.
If they're innocent.
Free the boy. Nah, they innocent.
How we know? I think 4 extras getting out.
Man, even if he did do it, which he didn't.
Hell no.
Even if he did do it, if he didn't.
Hell no.
Nah, even if he did do
we don't need listen.
Which he didn't, I'd still say free him.
You gotta this is a nation of laws, man. Because if you breaking the law, man, listen, if you break the law, take your time like a man. I'm not saying nobody is guilty.
Well, obviously they know what they signed up for.
Exactly. Because everybody just needs to see the reality of that shit.
Everyone makes mistakes.
That is true. That is true.
You know what I'm saying? They know what they signed up for, but everyone makes mistakes.
Okay, so you're from Long Beach.
Yeah.
You seen the thing about what's the dude's name? Little Infant. What's his name, Donnie?
Oh, I thought that dude was
Baby Infant Chief.
Baby Infant Chief.
Yeah.
All right, you feel me? That's like that's pretty close to home.
What do you
and that's like close home for both of y'all because that's like.
I mean, what I think is, you know, that fool is grown. I don't think anyone should be whipping on a kid like that. But at the same time, in those videos, that kid know what he signed up for, who he was hanging with. But obviously, it's not cool to whip on a kid. I mean, maybe scare him, but knocking him out.
Same age, wasn't they? But
nah, hell no. That fool was like 20.
Yeah.
Hey,
janky.
I ain't gonna lie. In the fade, if I had to go fight 2 people in the alley right now, I pick this nigga over you, Lush.
For sure.
Oh God, I'll be like, hey, come on, bro. We just gonna get it.
Oh no, he's way harder than
I'm gonna take all the hard punches, the man punches, and I want you to come from the side and just floor somebody.
I feel like though the thing is like that kind of makes the situation a little different is just fools that are y'all's age that are chipping motherfuckers for real.
Oh,
like that dude's like prime age of people that are actually murdering.
I got cousins, people, you know, from the city got locked up when they were my age doing 10 years juvenile life.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So it's it's understandable that those fools would be.
You didn't see the 14-year-olds having a shootout with the cops yesterday?
Where at?
I'll find it.
They didn't shoot though.
Bro, it
was a standoff.
Well, they were shooting though.
They were shooting at the cops?
The 2 kids, you seen it?
I saw them behind the shed. Hey, the thing with that, my opinion on that situation has evolved. Because at first I was like, man, those dudes are totally wrong. That's a kid. Then I thought about it. That dude's old enough to carry a gun. He can shoot somebody in the right situation. Who knows? He's so little. I know he ain't catching no fades. So he probably a little shooter. So I think if this guy has been given a choice.
Well, maybe that was a wake-up call. Maybe he was like, stay away from that.
Yeah,
or that would have made him go harder.
That's the risk.
I would have been like,
the thing though. It's like literally bro's your same age, right? He's 14.
That fool's not 14. That fool's like 10.
Is he that young?
That fool's like 10. Have you seen the video of him saying I'm Baby Infant Chief?
Yeah,
that fool's small.
He sound like 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's younger than you, which is crazy. And I don't know. Like, I think though, I'm not gonna say that he deserved to get his ass beat in any capacity, but once you jump off the porch and you got a flag in your hand, it's like you said, you're playing ball, you playing ball.
I'm just looking at it like if I was like his older brother, I'd be like, he knew what he signed up for, but obviously, like, you know, I wouldn't want that for him to get beat up.
Yeah, no, it's scandalous.
I mean, I'm from Long Beach. Where he's at is where the real motherfuckers from Insane be at. So he's right there. All them dudes you see, them is YG, them is OG dudes who are really been in there. I went to high school with like 4 of them dudes. So they've been in the paint forever. Hey, but the way he was screaming, I'ma just tell bro, like, bro, just choose another career path.
Yeah.
Because
they knocked him out a couple times.
Because we was 14 fighting grown ass men.
Yeah.
So like a dude from Longo, man, when I was in high school, a dude from West Side Longo jumped the fence at my high school and would start getting down with dudes who went to the school.
Yeah, but I remember coming to high schools was crazy. That took like a different level.
We didn't say, oh, he's an adult. We hopped on his ass. Shit, you jumping your ass over the gate, talking about mayates and all that. So the whole thing is like, you know what you signed up for. Just find that video, download it, keep it in your phone as your screensaver, and just every time you think you hard, just look at that and be like, you know what? I'm not that guy.
I think that's his villain origin story, if I'm being fully honest. Like, he's about to be a straight fucking demon.
Nah, he's gonna become a correctional officer. It is revenge.
I feel like that fool's gonna be like,
ooh, baby infant.
Hell yeah. That fool's gonna be chucking the hood super tough after this and like gonna be activated.
I just look at it like, fuck. Either that's a wake up call or that's a wake up call to go harder.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, listen,
bro.
That's a wake up call to join the LA County Sheriff's Department so you could whoop these dudes' ass and get paid for it. Like, that would be the perfect story arc for this dude. Hey man, I was in the game too, and you can change people's lives. Like, bro, I was out there trying to do that shit too until I realized how vicious these dudes are. Now I want to fight crime. Baby Infant Chief.
Or you might be like the most corrupt cop.
Shout out Baby Infant Chief.
Hey, shout out to him become a correctional officer.
And shout out my boy Lil Brazy. Flaw. That's the sound of the chop.
You feel me?
Man.
Oh, shout out the boy. He need to follow me back.
Yeah, please.
We need to get on one song.
You slipping, bro. Matter of fact, Lil Brazy was supposed to come to do his No Jumper interview with Adam and Munchie the other day, but apparently wasn't able to.
Yeah.
So when he does, I would like to, you feel me, see the youth connect. I want to see it on some positive shit, and y'all are going to be rapping about, you feel me, bettering the community and putting down pistol. We pushing.
Nah, peace. Fuck that. We ain't pushing peace.
No,
not me. That ain't me.
No PP. No peace.
We not pushing peace.
Listen, man. In a way, you are pushing peace in a way because you're choosing to be a rapper. And if you really dedicate yourself to that, that's less time spent on the street doing things that you ain't got no business doing.
Yeah, for me, but my rap getting motherfuckers turned. I want them to slide to my shit.
Oh, you want them to slide to your shit?
Yeah.
Let them slide to their imagination, man. Because look, if they slide and they get slid on, you losing customers. You got to think like a businessman.
I want my own ops to slide to my shit.
They can't pack out the crowd. They all dead.
And that's the thing I can say, that I know that the ops love my music. That's like, you feel me? I love that.
Lush got ops? Who, I'll go slide on them.
A lot of people.
Let me know.
Want you to slide, don't trip.
I want you to understand how surreal this is for me as an older person. I don't know who you brought with you, but
I brought the homie Beefy. Shout out Mr. Tapped In. Shout out the homie Beefy plugging me in, looking out for me all the time.
Shout out to Beefy in the building. It's so surreal to me because I'm older. I'm 30. I'm 38 years old. I'm gonna be 40. When I was younger, a Hispanic gang member was something just so much different from what I'm not saying you're in a gang or anything, but a Hispanic gang member was something so much different from what I see now. Because I came up in the era of like Ben Davis, big ass baggy pants, shirt buttoned all the way up to the top with the Cortezes.
Well, so that's the image we got. We're trying to change that shit because everyone says Chicano rap. Nah, I don't label myself as that. Mexican rapper, yeah, but that's just boxing yourself in, you know?
Right.
And most of those people, like, they got it from movies, Colors and all that, fucking buttoned up, orale, and
shirt open.
That ain't us.
That ain't, so you don't really identify with that part of your history?
No, I'm not saying, I'm just trying to change it because that's the image that they already gave us and boxed us in, you know?
How do you look at those people? Do you look at them as like trailblazers for you? Or do you look at those dudes like as like a relic of the past that you don't want to be associated with?
Not that I don't want to be associated with them, just try to change it, you know, like all that, like orale, and you know, that was their time. But
yeah, because Brandon,
trying to change
let's
our
be
time.
honest, like let's even remove like the racial tension aspect out of like the Long Beach conversation and shit.
This has
Like,
nothing to do with racial tension.
no, just let me cook. Like, would you like were people around your way ever slapping any like SA rappers? Like,
Only the old stuff like Lighter Shade of Brown. Everybody loved Baby Bash, that Sugar How You Get So Fly
yeah,
song.
that, but no one was.
But for
Not
the most
no
part,
real
that's what
hardcore
I'm
gangster
saying.
Yeah,
shit.
no one was bumping
Fools
like.
wasn't really jamming that shit, and like this is like the first time in history I would say like since maybe 2021 and on that like the Black community's been embracing Mexican in particular artists like Chicano rappers, not like in the Chicano rap genre like Mr. Capone or fucking Mr. Shadow or Lil Rob and shit like that. I'm talking about just literal Chicanos that rap, because we know Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, etc. have been like nice on the mic and been accepted in hip hop for many moons now.
But I contribute that to
for everyone talking shit, that says Claim Lush.
Yeah, it's all good.
He runs with the Mexicans. He ain't white.
You know.
So I think that was more contributed to like a language barrier type situation.
Yeah, just cultural differences.
No, not even cultural, because we like tacos and burritos and we'll hang out, drink tequila. I've seen that. It's more of like a language barrier thing, because you got to understand a lot of those people who were rapping back then, they came from homes where their parents didn't even speak English. I mean, so when they're rapping, it's kind of like, dude, this is not, we get where you're going with it, but the ear.
Yeah, they be saying fucking pizza, sandwich.
Fools were more like culturally Mexican.
It exhausts the ear when someone's speaking like English, but it's not like the way we're used to hearing it. Like him, he's like so many generations in. So when he's rapping, he sounds to me just like a Black kid or an Asian kid who's on that generation.
But you know what the funny thing is? Like where he's from, Orange County is one of like the last places to evolve, I would say, if I'm keeping it a stack. Because I'm from West LA, where where Black,
you know, because Blacks are right there in OC.
That's what
we don't have a lot of Blacks, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like where I'm from, there's a lot of Black people as well as Mexicans. So fools were wearing baggy jeans in the late 80s, early 90s, and fucking saying the N-word and fucking wearing white tees, and we're doing things way more culturally aligned.
Oh yeah, that whole N-word shit. Fucking some homies don't like it, or like a lot of the homies say that, but their parents never said that. You know, like they're getting it from the Black culture.
It's a cultural thing. Yeah, they're embracing that
now. Like a lot of people are starting to say it. Me personally, I don't say it.
I mean,
which I respect. You feel me? Which I respect.
These kids, Asians be saying the N-word. Go to the park in Long Beach. Everybody amongst each other. I want to tap into something else. So you're a rapper now. You're tapped into the street culture of your area and apparently all over.
Which has evolved a lot is the whole point.
What is some kid shit that you still enjoy doing where you just like, man, even though I'm kind of like mature for my age, I'm really starting to like step into my
adulthood.
Yeah, my adulthood a little bit.
Yeah.
Or my purpose. I'm stepping into my purpose.
My purpose in life.
Right.
Yeah.
What's some kid shit where you just like, I geek out on that and I don't really talk about it. Like I like watching Saturday morning cartoons type shit or eating cereal. What do you like to do that's still kid shit?
To be honest, since I was a kid, I was always like this, you know, for Christmas, I never wanted no toys. Like I never played with toys. No, like my brother would play with wrestlers all the way up till he was like 10, 11, but I never liked it. I just, I liked going with my dad to kick it with his homies and kick it with my cousins. Like they're all older, or most of my friends are older. It's 19, 18. Kick it with my cousins. They're like 14. I was probably like 10, 9.
So you're like an old soul. You've always been attracted to like the more mature crowd, the adults, what they were doing, and just
shit. I got videos when I was 4 years old listening to Easy, Bobby Shmurda. Bobby Shmurda just came out, Chief Keef. Yeah. Since I was little, I was always listening to rap. And
you know what struck me about this fool is like I want to say it's like the second or third time that he had been around me, and it was I was at my old podcast studio and I just was like concluding an interview, and fools were taking pictures. And this fool was like next to where the cameraman was, and he looked at me. He says like, "Come on, Lush, smile." Like, just the way he said it, I was like, "Damn, that's like." It wasn't like a young person.
He's like wise beyond his years.
Yeah,
he's
significantly.
aware.
He's very socially aware, and like the way he interacts and things. And I don't want to take away his like youth or innocence, because he is a fucking still, he's still
14.
Yeah,
but what you're doing is good. Like that's why I'm telling you, like, if you were a person who I felt like you ain't got the personality, it's like people want to start a podcast. Everybody doesn't have the ability to just make some shit up to talk about.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, bro, you don't even talk in a conversation. How you gonna talk on this shit? One more thing I want. So I feel where you're coming from. You're old soul. You've always been kind of around the older crowd, and it shows. You know how to work the audience. You know how to talk to people, interject and say, hey, wait, real quick. You really command a lot of respect, and you have a presence in this space. What I want to ask is this, because I'm going to keep trying to take you back to some juvenile shit, some kid shit. So favorite meal, like out of anything, if you got your last meal, you know what I'm saying?
It's going to sound old too. Since I was little, I like steak. I'm not even lying.
Now my daughter's that like she's 16 since she was 9. Steak, dad, ribeye. What's your favorite steak?
Jada Mac, I never played with toys. My favorite food is steak. My older brother was playing with wrestling dolls, so I was 11, and I was like, "You Elaine, this."
That fool would always try to play, and I'd be like, I couldn't even my imagination. I couldn't even be like, "What the fuck? You're playing with toys?" Like my imagination couldn't even work. I was like, "What the fuck?"
The thing is, what I think is once you get in your purpose, you're gonna find time to kind of tap into that part of yourself. And for a lot of men, women bring that out in them, that playful side, because women force you to kind of be like a child a little bit, because they like to do kiddie shit.
Hell nah, bitch ain't forcing me to do shit.
Saying that now.
On the set.
Bitch ain't forcing me to do shit.
We coming back in 10 years. And you're going to be like, babe, I love you. And,
my bitch got me by the balls, I ain't gonna lie.
She got Lush on a leash.
That's how you know it's a good woman.
By the balls, I ain't gonna lie.
That's how you know it's a good woman. So that's when you know you got the right one, when she could make you do some shit you ordinarily would not do.
You don't want to, not on a weird, sucker shit. You gonna want submit is such the wrong word I want to use, but you're gonna want to oblige. I'll say that you're gonna want to take care of. But regardless of all that, I will say, because we've been here for a fat minute, you feel me? Jada Mac, what you got coming up?
Oh, I got I'm working with DJ Flip, working with Westmont Scheme. Shout out Westmont. Shout out the homie Westmont Scheme. What else? Oh, I got merch. I'm doing this merch shit. Trying to get some vlogs going.
That's what's up.
Trying to do it all.
Hitting it from all angles.
Yeah.
Pause.
Nah.
Deviant Brandon. I mean, Defiant Brandon. Sorry.
Damn.
Defiant Brandon. I know you're going to be here tomorrow. You got a debate against a fucking super racist white nationalist. I hope you, honestly, bro, I'm actually rooting for you. I want you to get in that ass. Pause. Yes, Diddy. Because this dude needs that.
You're supposed to be saying negative shit to pump me up. You know you're going to lose, right?
I do think he's significantly more intelligent than you. And I do think that you don't really have the intellectual capacity to properly debate him.
Hey, 500K or dinner with Diddy?
500K dinner with Diddy. 500K.
Yeah, fast. And I'll literally spend $1,000 on a fucking. I'll literally get a bad boy tattoo made by Mr. Cartoon, for real, no cap. But no, Brandon going crazy. Hey, don't think that me and Brandon got beef. You feel me? We don't fuck with each other.
We definitely got beef.
That's not the homie.
Yeah, we're gonna take it to the back after this.
Yeah, exactly. Probably gonna run the fade. I'll probably lose again.
Yeah, I gotta have Uncle Lush back. I need to get that back fade after.
You feel me? He might run it after.
Nah, just play.
Hey, look. Listen. So, No Jumper. Who's one person on No Jumper you see you gotta click the video? I gotta hear what this dude has to say.
Duh.
Nah, hell no. This nigga, let's be talking out his ass.
We know this. We already know. Look, we need to let you know what your friends.
Bro,
But who do you really like fuck with? Like because he's your friend, so obviously you get to talk with this guy.
that's not my nephew right there.
Yeah. So, but who do you see that video? You like? I'm clicking this. I gotta hear. Who's your favorite? Because I think we should start making no jumper baseball
4
cards.
extras.
Bricc baby, 4 extras. Fucking
Yeah.
Yeah, low key when 4 extras on here, he be getting it popping.
Okay.
Without 4 extra, this whole building is dead. When that fool's in
Damn.
here, he's loud, slamming on the table. This
Okay.
fool broke a mic from bringing it up and down. No, did he?
He did do that. He literally accidentally broke a microphone.
So he's a liability to the equipment. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he's definitely a liability. That's kind of why we love him. He's unhinged, as am I. And that's why you feel me. You know it's cracking. Superstar Uno. We got fucking Brandon. He killing the game. We got fucking Jada Mac.
Hey,
Shouts to Adam. Shouts to Besco. Shouts
hey,
to
Beefy. Someone asked, why do they call you Beefy? Because he be laying that pipe.
I will say this, that please run up all the streams of all my new music. Please subscribe to my channel. I'm live all the time going crazy. We cook it up on stream. Got some crazy joints on the way. I'm going to do my song with Yachty on stream on Thursday. So, yeah, fuck with me.
Oh, yeah.
World.
He's getting a feature with Yachty.
Yeah, we're going crazy again.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this about this person chased you?
Say what? Is that
Somebody chased you
Oh,
and you crashed a car? Nigga?
Oh, yeah.
What the hell?
No.
You talking about you about to beat up Sharpie? You running from people in your own city?
No, folks ain't chased me. The homie was driving. And
Backup dancer.
Yeah. No. So we was already in a high-speed chase. No, we was already in a high-speed chase. And then another car entered the chat randomly.
The only person you should be in a high-speed chase with is the police. Someone was chasing
The
you.
police was part of it.
No, was
The
that who
police
you were
was
running from initially?
I wasn't running from nobody. You feel me? I wasn't running from nobody. Matter of fact, I told the homie pull over. This documented this, like you feel
No,
me?
I'm just trying to find out.
No, the homie. Okay, so the homie was driving on the freeway. He merged lanes. He came a little bit close. He cut somebody off. The dude started following me. Got off the freeway. You feel me? I said pull over. He said no. He's mugging. Plus the homie ain't got L's, but so he struck off. You feel me? We wound up in the back streets of Burbank and somehow collided with the side of the No Jumper building. And then as we collided at Ford F-150, who was the who was the dude that was chasing us, you feel me? And then another car appeared and I didn't even know he was being chased by this other car. So when I hopped out, I'm like, and I'm trying to talk to the dude. I'm damn near recording for insurance purposes. Like, damn, my back hurt, blah, 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 blah. Of course I ain't. But then they told me that don't work if you don't file a police report, so I can't even do that.
Now you know how black people felt during slavery, running from the Klan and shit. Like,
literally, I felt like that. And then I was like, then I seen it was another white devil person.
Stop.
You feel me? But he wasn't even one of us. He wasn't a good American. You feel me? He was a bitch ass from, you feel me? Like, yeah.
From where?
He was this close.
Some crucial ass foreign land, bro. No. He was white. He was white.
Ukraine.
He was from a crucial ass foreign land, bro.
Damn, bro. Was from Afghanistan.
I think we gonna figure it out. It's online. Who's the Chris Brown backup dancer? I think he's from like
Chris Brown backup dancer. That's
I know.
crazy.
I knew that I recognized, bro. And bro was like this, bro. He was like, I hopped out, I was like, damn, what's up with you, bro? How's he following the homie?
Did he start dancing up on you like it was gonna be a dance battle?
No, he was just standing there. He's like, I said, I think you should shake spot. And then
he's like, shake, nigga, I'll show you shake.
And then the Johnnies had pulled up.
No, did he?
Damn, Lush, your life is exciting. There's
a lot going on.
What am I doing wrong? No,
they need to make a movie on Lush.
They got a few.
Yeah, Rainbow Lush.
They got a few.
I'm the one that took the whole risk and put the biddy on.
I'm the one that took the whole risk and put the biddy on. Exactly.
So what are we doing right now? Are we wrapping this up?
Yeah. So subscribe to Defiant Brandon.
Oh yeah, go to Defiant Brandon right now. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. I loosely talk about some of this stuff, but I just think you'll enjoy the channel. Also, I'll let people come up and give their opinions on things. Maybe I'll let you guys come up and give your opinion on some No Jumper stuff. You know, you guys all seem to think you can do a better job than me. You get your chance. You consider that your audition to get cussed out on the main No Jumper shows.
I think you and Bro Rogan need the debate fade because he's fucking like, I think he's like, damn, I can't believe that Brandon's good. But I didn't know that Brandon was going to be flexing on me like this.
Nah, I said I was going to curse. Listen, man, the Bro Rogan shit is not about animosity. The Bro Rogan shit is about, bro is so talented. When I was listening to, I'm going to be real, when I was listening to Flacco and Trap Lord Ross talking, It was insufferable.
Man, you look like Flacco's dad.
Really?
You look like you can be that fool's dad. That fool walked in with his African feet last time, no shoes, no
Flacco
socks.
looked like
Remember
an
that
ant.
shit?
He did have no shoes on.
That fool looked like he was
He
eating with his toes and shit.
No, he was. I saw a video of him pointing at somebody's shoes, right? And I was honestly wondering, can Flacco bend over and tie his own shoe? I was like, they should have challenged him. But Flacco's my boy.
That's a tall order for the. I love Flacco.
Flacco's my boy. He's a shout out to Flacco. But what I'm saying is like, bro, Rogan, as a person who I know is skilled on this pod shit, bro, he should have just took over that whole situation. Because a Bricc and Flacco, between that accent and my bro stuttering, I was just like, God damn, bro, Rogan, jump in and start doing the majority of the talking. So I don't got no issues with bro Rogan. Actually, I want to do some content with that dude. But I was just kind of like, bro Rogan, come on, man. Because my dream is to see dudes like him meet up here more often. Because I feel like we can get into some more. And you too, you're a very knowledgeable person. I feel like we could get into some more deeper discussions in some different niches.
And that's what I was saying earlier too. I do want to because I want to really test the extent of your
He said you look like Mr. Brown.
I want to test the extent of your separatism.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I own a farm in Africa. I got a condo there. I own 3 businesses there. And if I had the opportunity, if I had the choice, I would just be over there permanently.
What if I was like, I'm coming with you?
You could go. There's white people there. They'll think you're Arab though. For real, for real.
I mean,
there's a lot of Jewish people and stuff there.
I'm Italian mixed with Jewish, so that make me Arabic.
Okay, basically. Italian. There's a town in Kenya called Malindi. That is an Italian tourist spot. So when you go to that town, it's a bunch of white people. Something about Italian people, they think that people like to see them in draws because they be out there sunbathing with their little shit.
Motherfuckers beating their skivs.
So they out there, it's nice as hell. Best Italian food I've ever had. So you blend right in.
All right, we finna chop it up more.
Y'all know what it is. Jada, fat, skinny, tall, Jada Mack will fuck them all.
Oh, you feel me? Buzzball Uno in the cut. You feel me? Big Brandon.
Mr. Brown, that's what everyone's calling you.
Free Bricc, baby.
Mr. Brown.
Free 4 extra. He'll be out in a week or two.
Extras,
Free my boy. We got a feature. I got a feature on the way with him.
All the homies.
Okay.
And never counterfeit. We about our grade, but we